Whatever other people thought, the game never stopped. The leaderboard had only just refreshed for the first time, and this battle had just started. He rested for a little while as he recovered some energy and let the team doctor examine him before entering the game cabin once more. He just did not believe that, in the next hour, the opponent would score that high once again. Even if it was a team formed by a cooperative and created under that super ID, there would still be time constraints and limitations, right? Even if it was just playing a game, people would become tired, and energy was limited. Did other teams have the resources, information and allocations that the Big Five had? On Silver Wing 50th floor, Wayne had not left, he was still waiting there. Why had he said that the virtual projects department was up to something? The emergence of an expert had made Wayne very happy. So much so that, every time he looked at the rankings and saw the words, Silver Wing, he felt excited. But for a business-oriented entertainment company, any important matters had to go through the planning team's arrangements before anything could begin. In the past year, Silver Wing had only had 2 instances that had called for this. The first was the sudden success of Polar Light. Back then, the manner in which Polar Light had appeared had caught many department teams unprepared, and even their spokesperson had only been able to smile. He'd had no answers for the public. The second instance was this. When the leaderboard on Fiery Bird's website had been refreshed for the first time, numerous media from the world had focused on the team, Silverwing 50 Polar Light, and the mysterious player, alive after 500 years. Thus, the questioning had started. Silverwing's chief spokesperson, Lin Dunn, once again had no answers for the public and could only smile. As the manager of the gaming department, Wayne was feeling both scared and delighted, but he had to consider the company's reputation. The truth could not be publicly announced. If it were leaked, it would be treated as a joke. Money invested in the few celebrities of Silver Wing's gaming department could not accomplish anything, but the virtual project department suddenly managed to produce such a hotshot. Now, Silver Wing's public relation team was busy trying to solve this problem. As for Wayne, he wanted to continue waiting here. He wished to get the latest news firsthand from Zhu Wen and the others. Now, the only ones who could contact Fang Zhao were Zhu Wen and the others. Zhu Wen and the others had once again entered the game. The 1 hour that Fang Zhao had instructed them to reflect for had passed, and they had been itching to log on once again. After logging on, they were once again at that warehouse. The corpses of the few beasts that Suiyu had killed before he disconnected had already disappeared. In the game, corpses lasted for a short period before vanishing. As a game, entertainment was still the main point. Players did not play the game to suffer abuse. Games were the point where reality and virtual reality met at the most appropriate point, and that most appropriate point was when players could feel the realistic background and find the joy in games. The piling up of corpses and the rotting smell would definitely be too extreme. Therefore, after a while, corpses of both beasts and humans would disappear. That was why the game had felt even more empty. During that part of history, there had been too many organisms dying in the initial stages of the period of destruction. Entire cities had been enveloped with the smell of rotting flesh. The game had done well to avoid those elements. Boss isn't here. Zhu Wen looked left and right, not daring to be careless this time. He kept his voice low and carefully scanned his surroundings. Boss left a message for us, Rodney said. In the game, communication was also more convenient. Members of the same team had their own communications platform. Go explore freely and adapt. He also didn't mention where he is. Suiyu asked in the team chat, Boss, where are you? Do you need assistance? There was no instant reply from Fang Zhao. Perhaps he is busy right now, Suiyu said. Oh, right. Suiyu, I didn't ask you back then because Zhu Zhen and Wayne were there, but back when we all disconnected, do you know what happened with Boss? Zhu Wen asked. Zhu Wen felt that, whether it was Zhu Zhen who had been assigned by the top brass or the gaming department's Wayne, they were all considered outsiders. They would only talk about any secrets in private, not mentioning anything in front of these outsiders. The others also looked towards Wei Yu suspiciously. Fang Zhao placing first on the leaderboards had shocked them as much as anybody else. Wei Yu had no idea how to explain and could only say, his shooting is very accurate. Wei Yu did not mention the part about Fang Zhao brandishing the iron rod and going all out. He was worried it would scare Zhu Wen and the others. So what do we do now? Zhu Wen was puzzled. Should we go hunting for beasts? There is probably nothing big here left to kill. We can only pick off a few small ones, Wei Yu replied. The place they had been sent to was the city district. Currently, the number of mutated beasts that they could encounter was limited. Zhu Wen was a little gloomy. Don't tell me there isn't even a rat. There will probably be rats, just much less. History lessons in secondary school mentioned that the rats that lived in the sewers during the period of destruction had a greater resistance to the virus, and their immunity toward it was higher. The vaccines were developed through them. On the contrary, it was those pets that were pampered that had a higher rate of infection. Then let's go look for some. Let's see what else we can find. Oh, boss cleared upstairs once. Let's check it out and see if we can find any usable tools. Wei Yu was indifferent. Before Fang Zhao replied, he would bring these people to adapt first. I can't help but feel like we are holding him back, Zhu Wen muttered. Rodney also agreed. There is a lot of pressure. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. They had originally decided to cover Fang Zhao in the game, but they had never expected that they would end up being the ones dragging the team down. Wei Yu stood at the side expressionless. He thought to himself, you guys have a lot of pressure. Is it more than mine? You only have this pressure in-game, whereas I feel pressured both in-game and in reality. Battle of the Century runtime, 2 hours. The leaderboards refreshed for the second time. Wayne had already situated himself in front of the screen. After the leaderboards refreshed for the second time, Yenzhou District's 2 leaderboards did not have much changes in the rankings. The group leaderboard was still occupied by the big 5 esports clubs, and the individual leaderboards also had no changes. However, the gap in points between first and second place widened even more. Alive After 500 Years, who had placed first, had a total of 15,377.6 experience points. Xie He, in second place, only had 6,018.3. The professional marksman from Mazhou, Ma Xier, had 8,195.5. The difference was hard to believe. When he saw the leaderboards, Wayne could not help but violently suck in a breath of air. Ecstasy, excitement, and a sense of loss were his main lines of thought. All the while he maintained his gaze on the screen, only his 2 fists that were clenched on the table were trembling. He knew that the gaming department's opportunity had come. The forum started to boil. After the second refresh, many people were terrified. Previously, they had doubted how he could garner 5,000 points within an hour. In the second hour, the person had straight up racked up 10,000. Even if the competitor from Mazhou had managed to improve and achieve more than 4,000 points, compared to Alive After 500 Years, he could not keep up at all. Is this really something a human can do? 15,000 points. 10,000 in an hour. How did he do that? Did he go crazy from all the killing? Exactly which district in Yenzhou? I want to go spectate. There were even people who spent cash to purchase an announcer tool in the Yenzhou region. Everyone in the districts could hear and see the message he broadcasted. Anyone knows which district Alive After 500 Years is at? A $1,000 reward. PM me. There was more than one such announcement. It could have been some rich kids, some entertainment media, or a certain esports club's personnel using a decoy to obtain information. But no matter how much these people hollered, no one was able to determine where Alive After 500 Years was for certain. The Silverwing 50 Polar Light team had restrictions on their public information. Other than the team name, nothing else could be seen. For players logging into the game, the places they appeared at were randomly allocated by the game. Zhu Wen and the others also never communicated with other people. After being forced offline by a bite, he'd felt too ashamed to mention it to his friends. Besides, the majority of people he knew were online and enthusiastically playing the game. People that were like him, who found themselves in a situation like when he'd been bitten by a fish, were few and far between. The other members of the team were also in similar situations and had not communicated much with their classmates or good friends. This also gave rise to a situation where nobody knew who was in Silverwing 50 Polar Light or which district they were at. Analysts had made a list of their guesses. A single player being able to get that many points would have quite some activity, which would not go unnoticed. However, Yenzhou region had 100 little district maps, and there were a number of places with activity. Removing the districts that had the least possibility because they were occupied by the few big esports clubs, there were still quite a number of districts that seemed possible. Narrowing it down further, they picked out 7 districts. Some of these districts might also have had professional esports clubs there, but who could confirm whether Silver Wing had collaborated to form a team with those smaller esports clubs or private teams? District 79 was among those in the reckoning. The people of District 79 were depressed. A crazy KSing demon had appeared, or maybe a KSing team. Nobody knew who was responsible, as they could not even catch a glimpse of an ID. It was unclear how many people were involved, as most of the time, they did not even see anyone. Battle of the Century runtime, 4 hours. District 79 was swept clean. Battle of the Century runtime, 8 hours. District 79 was swept clean. Battle of the Century runtime, 12 hours. District 79 was swept clean. Many people had already somewhat adapted to the game, and their equipment had also improved. Some richer players had purchased equipment from teams that specifically sold in-game equipment. Due to this, the number of people who could KS had decreased, because the standards of everyone had improved. But nevertheless, Alive after 500 years continuously placed first on the global leaderboards for 12 hours straight. Every time the leaderboards refreshed, his points would increase by 7,000 to 10,000 points. Not only were those behind unable to catch up, on the contrary, the point difference kept becoming larger. The game's players from all regions were unhappy. I don't believe this. There has to be a problem somewhere. Hacker. Report him. I strongly request an investigation. Fiery Bird had received too many complaints today. In the past, no one had dared to question Fiery Bird's games. If there was any hacking software, it would be considered a humiliation to Fiery Bird's technical team, but this time it was different. Not only did Fiery Bird's technical team not get angry, they even released a public statement: "We have investigated thoroughly, and everything is normal." Fiery Bird's 3 words, "everything is normal," informed everyone that there were no external cheating software or botting one. All those points had been obtained legitimately by one person. But at District 79, the core concerns were different. Over at District 79, the players felt like crying. It was not as if all the mutated organisms had been completely cleared. However, as long as there were places with the sound of gunfire, on the streets and other open areas, it seemed as if a sieve had passed through. Anything big or obvious had been cleared, and even lone infected persons were rare. On the streets, the number of bigger mutated beasts was pathetic, as though cleaners had came and tidied the street. A few snipers lying in wait for prey had waited half an hour, but not a single one had come. Players who had financial resources but lacked skills knew that there was a limit to their own capabilities. When the game started, they had entered and familiarized themselves with the game and honed their skills. When the time was right, they headed offline to search for equipment sold by those merchant studios and teams. They did not have the strength to fight off these beasts to obtain their credits and experience points to exchange for their own equipment, so they had to resort to these methods. In 12 hours, half a day, many things had happened. People selling equipment, teams exchanging credits for equipment, or players that picked up the occasional firearm after killing monsters, could quote a price and sell it off to other players. Just fixing a place to make the trade, or the buyer could provide coordinates to make the trade. Special reconnaissance teams had also created their own guidebooks with strategies within that half a day. When all those players had bought better equipment and read the walkthroughs, they came online and equipped themselves fully, but realized that their surroundings were much emptier. Not a single monster could be seen. Am I supposed to shoot hares? Who knows when the next batch of monsters will appear? Small monsters. Small monsters are not worth the effort. Having gone through all that preparation just for this, yet being unable to make use of the equipment and tactics, this sullen feeling was rather unbearable. Yenzhou's Qian City, chief editor of Prairie Fire's office. Qian Cheng looked at his subordinates' reports and pondered for a long time. Is it District 79? The staffer who had come to hand in his investigative report replied, I'm not sure. There is still no confirmation, and the other districts also do not have a definite situation. Qian Cheng sat in his office chair. Although he did not have any obvious changes in his expression, the drumming of his fingers on the desk became stronger. A Prairie Fire staffer angrily said, they beat around the bush when I ask for their team name, so secretive. Taking advantage of the hype. They were pissed. After the possible districts were narrowed down, staff had been assigned to investigate. They had even found a few clubs there and asked, but of the clubs or teams there, some would reply, no, while others would give ambiguous replies but not give a clear position. And immediately after, they would sensationalize the news to attract more attention to themselves. They could not stand these sorts of methods, but they still could not remove the possibility of their identities. Prior to this, Qian Cheng had thought that, as long as they spotted a team with a player in a killing frenzy while the others assisted and lured monsters in, that would surely be the target they were looking for. But very quickly, Silverwing 50 Polar Light's other team members' points had started to rise, so now this method could not be used. After 12 hours had passed, the first position on the Battle of the Century global leaderboards remained unchanged. The top 10 also did not see many changes. However, the points gap continued to widen. As for Fang Zhao, who was being passionately discussed by everyone, he did not bother with the reactions of others. He had blocked the region-wide announcers and was not checking his team chat. He continuously shot, reloaded, shot, exchanged credits for ammo, shot. He let go of everything else, just wanting to vent out all his pent-up feelings properly in the game. When he felt more or less done, only then did Fang Zhao stop. Checking the team chat and seeing nothing important, he left a message that he was safe and sound before logging off. Fang Zhao dripped with sweat as he separated from the console. His clothes were already soaked, and even without twisting the cloth, sweat was already dripping from it. His mind and body appeared to be quite exhausted. Unlike other people who considered a rest after each hour of gaming or after a few hours, Fang Zhao had continuously killed for 12 hours straight and had not stopped in between to rest at all. This was a thorough venting session. He was obviously tired, yet a peculiar glint radiated in his eyes. Pleased. Relaxed. That sort of feeling was like heavy rain after a prolonged dust storm, completely refreshing. Fang Zhao took deep breaths. This was the most relaxed moment he had felt since being reborn. There was no need for BGM in his head to regulate himself, and he did not need to painstakingly suppress it. Those heavily restrained emotions had dissipated somewhat. He was genuinely relaxed, inside and out. Of course, other than being exhausted, there was hunger. If not for this body's constitution being strengthened, if it were anyone else, the person would have fainted from exhaustion or hunger already. In Yenzhou's time zone, it was already 6 p.m. in the evening. Fang Zhao realized he had received over 100 calls on his communications device, giving him a scare, as he thought something big had happened, but after checking the messages, he found out the reason. However, he had not paid attention to the leaderboards. Frankly speaking, he did not see it as a big deal and had never wanted to place on the rankings. All he had wanted to do was vent out his emotions and tendencies that he had kept suppressed for so long. He had never expected it would result in the present situation. Ranked first worldwide. As he was browsing through, a notification for an incoming call beeped. It was not Duan Xianji but the gaming department manager, Wayne. Wayne had waited from morning all the way till Fang Zhao had went offline. Because Fang Zhao had not gone offline all this while, Silverwing's side was not sure of the situation, had no communication with Fang Zhao, and thus did not dare to release any information. From an outsider's point of view, it apparently seemed like Silver Wing was probably having discussions on how best to deal with the major event, so much so that even some veterans in the entertainment circles could only shake their heads helplessly. Don't understand and can't guess what Silver Wing is up to. Fang Zhao, you finally disconnected. Wayne's voice was rather excited. When he was excited, his voice became very high-pitched. Fang Zhao shifted the communications further away before replying, what's up? You do know that you are ranked first on the global leaderboards, right? I just found out. Wayne's hearing ability was good. He could hear from Fang Zhao's tone that Fang Zhao was relaxed and probably feeling happy. He thought that Fang Zhao was feeling this way because he had achieved the top ranking on the global leaderboards. Then, what are your plans after this? Wayne probed carefully. Nothing much. Fang Zhao's intention for logging in had been to vent his suppressed emotions. Now that he had achieved his objective, anything else did not matter. How he intended to play in the future depended on his mood. Wayne clenched his fist tightly, steadied his face, and asked, "Are you interested in working together?" Wayne explained his intentions. He wanted to use the company's resources, rope Fang Zhao in, and create a superstar in the gaming world. As long as Fang Zhao agreed, the gaming department would rise up. He could already see the glorious future ahead. Not interested, was Fang Zhao's reply. Don't reject it right away. Collaboration would benefit everyone. How about this, you are tired after playing for such a long time. Why don't you take a rest first and think about my suggestion? After ending the call, Wayne immediately contacted Duan Xianji and told her he had been unable to convince Fang Zhao and needed Duan Xianji, the big boss of Silver Wing, to persuade him. If other companies found out that alive after 500 years was Fang Zhao, they would surely spend lots of money to poach him. Just today, a number of companies had expressed interest in buying over the player and were willing to pay the compensation fee. Not just Yenzhou companies, there were interested parties from other continents too. But what other people did not know was that the contract Silver Wing had signed with Fang Zhao did not involve gaming. If Fang Zhao were to sign with another company as an esports athlete, it would not be a violation of the contract. Thus, a minute after Fang Zhao had spoken to Wayne, he received a call from Duan Xianji. Frankly speaking, the treatment that Duan Xianji gave Fang Zhao was very good. Regarding the boss of the company, Fang Zhao was willing to give a little face. As expected, Duan Xianji once again persuaded him to work together with the gaming department. If he had any conditions, he could raise them. She invited Fang Zhao over to the company tomorrow to have a discussion with everyone. Not just Wayne, Duan Xianji also did not want to let such a big opportunity slip by. After the call, Fang Zhao did not immediately log back in. Instead, he went to check out the Battle of the Century forums on Fiery Bird's website. Sure enough, many people were talking about today's placings. Next, Fang Zhao checked out the Yenzhou region forums. The announcements by all the esports clubs were already out, and the ones that were trending the most were related to the Big Five. Fang Zhao entered the District 79 discussions to see if there was anything big next. Back when he had been playing, Fang Zhao had blocked off all communications, so he did not know a lot of stuff that was happening. Indeed, all the discussions were about District 79 South, West, and East being completely cleared. Those people seemed to be talking about him. Browsing a few more posts, he was sure they were talking about him. At this moment, a stickied post appeared. To that unknown expert that cleared the districts south, west, and east. Please show us a mercy. Please let District 79 north off. We are only students. If it was the real period of destruction, someone would have to clear an area. But since this was a game, after reflecting on his own actions, Fang Zhao felt it was not appropriate, like he was bullying kids. After he had cleared an area, others could not play. Having made up his mind, Fang Zhao logged in with the ID he had created when he'd registered with the game and left a one-word reply on that student's post. Alive after 500 years, sure. In the next moment, the replies on the post exploded exponentially. This ID. What the F***CK? What did I just see? The top-ranked worldwide is in our district. So he is the crazy KSing demon that cleared District 79 south, east, and west. The original poster was a university student. He and a few fellow students had just bought some equipment from others, stocked up on lots of ammunition, and decided to have a proper round of gaming. After seeing the situations at District 79 south, east, and west, he then posted on the forums, but little had he expected his post would make that expert reveal himself. He has appeared, District 79. The media was quick to catch on like a cat that had caught the scent of a fish, and they headed for District 79. Those that had not been randomly allocated to District 79 bought accounts to enter. Teams that specifically sold District 79 accounts had not expected that their business on the first day would be so good. However, these people heading to District 79 with the motive of interviewing the player did not achieve their goals that night. Instead, at District 78 East, which bordered on District 79 West, the sound of condensed gunfire rang out. The players in District 78. A profanity had appeared in their minds. Those reporters ordered to District 79 shivered. Gaming was not their forte, glib talk, secretly taking photos, and ambushing celebrities were their true life's calling. Therefore, those that had obtained accounts for District 79 looked for places to hide after logging in. They had not come to slay monsters but to spot someone. A member of a media forum contacted his colleague. Anything happening on your end? Nope, just a bunch of players fighting off a group of beasts that appeared from nowhere. I'm considering whether to pick off some scraps. Who knows, I might gain some points. Forget about it. Considering the standard of your marksmanship, it's better not to take that risk. At my side, someone took the opportunity to play a little. In less than 5 minutes, he lost 3 lives and got a scolding when he disconnected. I reckon his wages are going to be deducted. I guess I should just wait instead. This game is a little too scary, a reporter who rarely played games added in. He had been temporarily dragged over to assist. He used to report on culinary and culture, and his field of expertise was literature and art. Today, the company's gaming entertainment section lacked manpower, and since he was free, he had been transferred over to help out and lay in wait for that mysterious alive after 500 years to appear. It was rumored that, if luck was good and one managed to catch him, there would be a pay raise. The assignment sounded easy enough, so he had accepted. What he had not expected was that, upon entering the game and seeing those sickening beasts, he would nearly scream. His legs were still jelly. You are just a scaredy cat. You will get used to it after playing these games more. The sky. The sky is already dark. That alive after 500 years might have gone to bed, right? Have you ever seen a gamer that sleeps so early? Just wait, he wouldn't go offline so early. At most for a little rest, and then he will log back in. Don't bother about anything else, just listen for gunfire. Nothing will be coming out at night, right? I have never used a gun before. I didn't even handle a gun during my military service. Don't worry, just take shelter in a safe place and wait. Close the doors and windows and don't make any unnecessary sounds and you will be fine. After alive after 500 years had revealed himself, District 79 was now filled with the eyes of the media. Some were reporters hoping to catch some news, while others were players that had been paid to shadow him. Other sorts of mutated beasts came out at night. Due to the lack of light, players with night vision would fare better, but for those without night vision, many times they would not even catch sight of anything before dying. Reporters from many media groups hold themselves in places they felt safe, not daring to step out, just listening out for the gunfire that was mentioned in the information. However, they did not hear gunfire but, rather, strange roars and blood-curdling screams that frayed their nerves and made them feel chills down their spines. It was more difficult at night. A moment of carelessness could result in the loss of life. Therefore, many players just disconnected straight away. Compared to during the day, there were fewer players. But there were still players that liked this sort of even more intense environment. The time zones across the world were all different. If it was daytime in a continent, that region would also experience daytime in-game. This resulted in gamers that were placed further behind taking advantage of daytime and going on a rampage, sweeping up points and rising up the rankings. However, the global leaderboard's top 10 still did not see drastic changes. When a region entered nighttime, players that were not suited for a night environment and disconnected did not go to sleep. Instead, they paid attention to information related to the game. Some people were busy buying equipment, whereas others were busy memorizing strategies in preparation for resuming the fight the next day. There were also some that watched gossip news. The F***CK. How is he still sweeping up points? Alive after 500 years is online again? I asked my cousin's classmate's relative's neighbor in Yenzhou a while back. It was all quiet in District 79. You don't say. Of course District 79 is quiet. He has gone over to District 78. Indeed, very quickly, a piece of news appeared. It was a screenshot of an announcer. Someone at District 78 had sent that message. District 78 has been swept clean. Listen to the sound of gunfire, alive after 500 years has appeared. Why has he come over to our district? Bullying us at District 78 because we don't have an expert. Why doesn't he go over to District 80? Someone from District 80 immediately replied, over at District 80, the monsters are few and the roads are bad. Big God, please don't come over. The expanded map of the Yenzhou region only displayed 100 districts, and the lines were drawn out well. As the names of many places during the period of destruction had already become hazy, in the game, the places were just straightforwardly labeled as districts and given a number each. As for District 79, on the map, its position was between District 78 and District 80. After a short while, those stationed at District 79 received instructions from their own bosses, withdraw first. We are no longer keeping watch tonight, a reported squatting in District 79 asked his colleague. Nope, he's already gone to 78. There is nothing left to watch. Have we just wasted an hour waiting for nothing? Anyone have District 78 accounts? I want to head over for a look. Reporters in District 79 left in succession after receiving their instructions. Some went to purchase District 78's accounts. They definitely did not dare to run alone from District 78 to 79. There were dangers en route that could make them die 100 times over. They were reporters, not gamers. District 78's players that sold accounts and equipment had originally logged off, intending to rest. When they heard that Alive After 500 Years had come over to District 78, they were immediately awakened, not because of panic but because of excitement. They could smell the influx of people coming over to District 78, and they could raise the prices of their equipment. Profit. As before, the number of reporters hiding in District 78 increased. Some were temporarily hired by media from other continents. Noticing that player being so active on the leaderboards even at night drew a lot of interest. They were all thinking that maybe they might get some big news tonight. However, as these people arrived at District 78, Fang Zhao logged off. The environment at night used up much more mental and physical strength than daytime. A moment of carelessness could easily result in injury or death. In addition, he had already played for a long time during the day. In the evening, he only had a little rest while eating and had played 5 hours straight after that. He was too tired now. After a bath, some food, and browsing the news, Fang Zhao laid on his bed and slept. This was probably the first time he'd had proper sleep since being reborn, a peaceful rest. Still, reporters in District 78 continued hiding in their spots, pricking their ears up and shaking from the beastly roars outside, all the way till they received instructions from their superiors to withdraw. The night was in no way tranquil. Players excitedly discussed their harvests from the first day, sharing their own experiences and interesting stories. Fans were busy keeping tabs on the stars of various gaming clubs. The media was especially lively. Today, a real expert had emerged in Yenzhou, not from the Big Five, but from Silver Wing, an entertainment company. Everyone had their own guesses on who alive after 500 years was, but no matter what, no matter who he was, it was sensationalized. The next day, Zuiyu came over early in the morning to pick up Fang Zhao. As Fang Zhao's driver-cum-bodyguard, he needed to fulfill his obligations. He felt that he might only be a driver, and if he did not perform well, who knew when he would be dismissed. Zuiyu really liked this job, there was not much to do and the salary was high. The only drawback was that the mental pressure was rather high. His boss was even more capable than him, and he felt a little guilty to be getting paid so much. Meeting Fang Zhao once more, Zuiyu was feeling complicated. That little bit of superiority he had once felt had completely vanished. He could no longer face Fang Zhao in the same casual and playful manner. He instead had to be respectful just like the majority of other bodyguards. He was also curious as to how Fang Zhao had managed to get so many points, but if Fang Zhao did not say, he also could not demand answers. Besides, there would be chances to find out in the future. Zuiyu spoke about the incident with Wayne coming over to the virtual project department. "Boss, are you going to collaborate with the gaming department?" Zuiyu asked. "Depends on the situation." Fang Zhao had come over today because of this matter. He had to see what plans Silver Wing had and discuss the terms and conditions. If the conditions were satisfactory, he did not mind collaborating in gaming with Silver Wing. After all, being idle was still being idle. "Oh, right, I have a question for you," Fang Zhao said. "Go ahead." Zuiyu unconsciously sat up straight. His boss's question needed to be taken seriously. "Do personnel from the military and police play a lot of these sort of games?" Fang Zhao asked. "This sort, actually, military and police forces rarely play this. If they do play, they also treat it as training. There isn't much time for games, and they rarely go all out when playing. Those that go all out, other than professional esports athletes, are sportsmen. The guy from Mazhou who is ranked second after you is a professional shooter." Noticing Fang Zhao taking an interest in this topic, Zuiyu continued to explain, "Actually, it is not that hard to comprehend. Let's use this analogy. Over at Muzhou, there are shepherd dogs and police dogs. They do not train a police dog using methods for training shepherd dogs and do not let them take part in sheep herding competitions. The same goes for shepherd dogs. The two kinds are trained differently. However, if one day, a police dog is suitable for a sheep herding competition, the people of Muzhou would not treat it as a police dog anymore, because it is no longer suitable." Zuiyu did not know whether he was explaining it to Fang Zhao or telling himself. Zuiyu's voice sounded downcast. If they get used to the mentality of games, when it comes to executing a real mission, that could result in losing one's life. When he finished, Zuiyu glanced at the rearview mirror to see Fang Zhao's reaction. Fang Zhao was only looking out of the car window, as if thinking of something. Zuiyu was unable to discern his state of mind from his face and did not know whether Fang Zhao had understood his words. When they were approaching Silver Wing Tower, Suiyu said, "Today there are a lot more people camping outside Silver Wing. We will enter another way." With the matter of the emergence of alive after 500 years and Silverwing 50 polar light, the number of reporters loitering outside Silver Wing Tower was a lot more. Today, the car that Suiyu drove was not the usual one but a less conspicuous one, and they entered the tower through another entrance that was rarely used. Silver Wing's 50th floor was already sealed shut, and they were afraid that, if it was opened, someone might slip in if they were careless. Fang Zhao rode the elevator up to the 50th floor. When the elevator doors opened, he realized 5 people were standing just outside. From the staff badges on their chests, he could tell they were from Silver Wing's gaming department. Out of the 5, Fang Zhao recognized 3. Back when he'd headed to the film department, he had run into them in the elevator. The other 2 were unfamiliar. Fang Zhao guessed that they were probably signed by the gaming department separately. Just as he was about to ask what they were doing here, the 5 simultaneously looked over, their eyes looking as if they had just seen a gold bar, and they bowed toward Fang Zhao as though they had practiced it. "Morning, boss." Fang Zhao. He checked his surroundings, he was at the right place. This was the 50th floor. Hey, stop shouting. Who are you calling your boss? Take a look at the place." Zhu Wen had been about to head to the company's cafeteria to grab a bite. When he'd stepped out and saw the scene at the door, he'd suddenly raged. "How dare you do this at our virtual projects department's main entrance, trying to pry away our department's foundation? If you poach him, are our department members supposed to go hungry? Shoo, shoo, shoo. Run back to your gaming department." Zhu Wen used his hands and waved them away. Toward them, his face was black as hell. After that, he turned around and ran over toward Fang Zhao for some bootlicking. "Boss, don't bother them, let's go in and talk." The 5 of them seemed as if they were stuck behind, following Fang Zhao tightly as they entered the virtual projects department. Zhu Wen tried to squeeze them out, but it was to no avail. "Wayne said that we would be working with you in the future," a youngster with explosive hair said. When they had first been recalled to the company and encountered Fang Zhao in the elevator, they hadn't thought much about it, since Fang Zhao had a different occupation, but who would have expected this sort of situation to occur? On the first day of the game, Wayne had set them a target. After giving their all, they were dog-tired when exiting their cabins. Seeing their results, they were partly proud and partly apprehensive. They were proud, as they felt their results were better than expected and they might not even have achieved better if they went another round. They were apprehensive because their placing was not what they'd expected. They were all in their 20s, and the oldest among the 5 was 28. This was also the first time they had experienced the competitiveness of the leaderboard. Even giving their all every day, the ranking would not rise up, and a moment of carelessness would leave them biting the dust. After disconnecting, they had originally been wondering whether it would be praise or criticism from Wayne, but when they'd come out, only the assistant assigned to them had been there. Wayne had been nowhere to be seen. The other people in the gaming department had strange expressions, seemingly excited and worked up yet at the same time regretful. The 5 were also unable to obtain answers from the others, and the only reply they got was to do their best. On the leaderboards, Silverwing 50 Polar Light and the number 1 ranked alive after 500 years, who'd maintained his position since the first refresh, had really aroused their curiosity. They'd wondered if the rumors were true, and other than the 5 of them, Silverwing's gaming department had collaborated with the virtual projects department to sign others. Or perhaps formed another team. Only after night had fallen had they gotten to meet Wayne. When they'd found out the truth through Wayne, their minds went blank as their jaws dropped. They'd had no idea how to react. Fang Zhao, the composer, head of the virtual projects department. Totally unexpected. Wayne had spent the night explaining stuff to them and giving new instructions. Having been in control of the gaming department all these years, Wayne also had his own methods. He was not an indecisive person, so when it came to making a decision, Wayne just gave up on the original plan and did not let the 5 log in to continue gaming. Rather, he got them to register a new username to join Silverwing 50 Polar Light Team and enter District 79. To just dump all the hard work of the first day and bank on someone else, the decision was firm. But no matter what opinions Wayne had, he still had to first get Fang Zhao to agree. Therefore, early in the morning, the 5 of them had run over to the Virtuals Projects department and stood guard, armed with a nervous urgency. Especially when they saw Fang Zhao, it was as if they had seen a dazzling light of hope. Fang Zhao had stopped the 5. "Don't bother shouting first, nothing has been decided yet." Receiving a message from Duan Xinji, Fang Zhao stepped into the elevator and headed for the top floor. In Duan Xinji's top floor office, Duan Xinji, Wayne, and another deputy manager from the gaming department were already seated there. A large smile appeared on Wayne's face when he caught sight of Fang Zhao, the sort one got when meeting a lover again after a long time. Duan Xinji's assistants and secretary retreated, leaving the 4 alone. There was no need to worry about any strategic information leaking. Duan Xinji did not beat around the bush and instead went straight to the 2 proposals that she and Wayne had come up with. The first proposal was in line with the opinions of the outside world. They would go all out to create a new superstar and let the alive after 500 years ID become a super ID, utilizing all the resources of the gaming department to assist Fang Zhao. Once that happened, Fang Zhao would become the first ever globally popular superstar produced by Silverwing in the gaming circles. However, Fang Zhao did not have much interest in this. Yesterday he had already turned it down once when speaking to Wayne. If that really happened, it would imply that he could only follow in the path and accomplish the goals the company designated for him, and he would have much less power to make his own decisions. Creating a superstar and whatever did not matter much to him, he did not need to rely on that to eke out a living. Facing Fang Zhao's rejection once more, Duan Xinji and Wayne could not help but feel a little regret. After all, this solution was the safest and simplest at this point in time, and the benefits were great. However, as Fang Zhao did not have a contract with the company as a gamer, they had no way of forcing him. Wayne shared his thoughts. "I knew you would reject it, so that brings us to the second proposal we discussed." What they meant to say was that, since Fang Zhao had not agreed to the first proposal, they could all try collaborating. Silverwing would request Fang Zhao lead the few members of the gaming department. This was their motive behind signing those 5. The original plan had been to build them up and create 5 gaming stars. After listening to their views, Fang Zhao fell silent for a bit before asking, "So you mean to build up 5 average gaming stars?" Hearing Fang Zhao's words, Duan Xinji and Wayne, who were rather impressive themselves, knew right away that Fang Zhao definitely had other ideas. "What do you propose?" "I don't have one. I have received the information on the 5 members that you sent, including their in-game performance yesterday. To promote them individually would not be easy," Fang Zhao replied. "We can collaborate with professional assisting studios," Wayne said. He meant those that help to provide equipment, draw monsters, and provide suppressing fire and leave the kill for the employer, letting the employer gain as many points as possible. Certain studios and teams provided these one-stop services. Previously, Wayne had engaged a studio to do so, to provide assistance for the 5 members to rack up points. It was a pity that even with that assistance they had been unable to even compete with Fang Zhao, who had done it alone. Even the scores of all 5 added up could not compare. Fang Zhao ruthlessly rejected the notion. "My team would have no such service from these studios. Even if we do not use any studios, just relying on the few of you would not be enough. If we wanted to score high points, only relying on your own team, I don't mean to be a wet blanket, but even though I am not too well versed on this matter, 5 members are still too little. Even if we count you in, forget about the big 5 gaming clubs, we would not even be able to compete with those second-tier gaming clubs. Zhu Wen and the others are all amateurs, and we can't count them in since they still have to work on normal days," Wayne analyzed. "Then recruit more. Fang Zhao did not seem anxious when Wayne questioned his suggestion. Continuing on, he said, "You mentioned previously that you would keep an eye out for talented young players. If they seem decent, just sign them. You make it sound easy. I don't mean to strike you down, but those with excellent qualities didn't even give us a second look. We had a name list and sent out invites, but not a single one replied. If you don't believe me, you can try it out." Wayne had not finished when he abruptly paused and his eyes widened, as if he had remembered something important. He clenched his fists that were resting on the armrest tightly and even his breathing stopped for an instant. It was not that they were unable to sign anyone despite offering a high fee, it was just that Wayne was unable to sign anyone that met his criteria, because he was not capable enough to poach those outstanding gamers. No matter how much he could offer, Wayne still knew that, in the gaming circles and in the eyes of many professional gamers, he was not considered a big deal. Wayne. Who the hell was he? This was the first thought that came to the minds of gamers who saw that name. This was the reason why Wayne had received such pathetic replies after sending out countless invites. Many people did not even bother sending a simple reply of rejection. Total disregard. However, Wayne could understand. Silver Wing was an entertainment company, and it touched on less aspects in esports, as its core was still film and music. Therefore, in the eyes of many, Silver Wing and other entertainment companies were all the same, dabbling a little in the gaming industry because it was profitable. Gamers with a professional ambition generally would not consider these sorts of entertainment companies. In the past there had been no lack of examples. There were some who had been lured over to an entertainment company and had a brief period in the limelight, but after that, they had fallen from grace and were never mentioned by anyone in the gaming circles. Therefore, as the manager of the gaming department in a mixed entertainment company, there was great difficulty involved when Wayne tried to poach his targets. But it was different with Fang Zhao. Alive after 500 years still held the top spot in the global rankings and had wide acclaim. Which professional gamer would not recognize this ID? Furthermore, Fang Zhao apparently seemed to be able to continue holding on to the top spot. No one spoke in the office, the only sound was Wayne's increasingly heavy breathing. Wait a minute. Wayne hurriedly opened his briefcase, took out a file, and solemnly said, "Please take a look at this list of names." Wayne's hands were trembling as he handed over the list to Fang Zhao. This list of names was the result of 3 years of work. 3 years ago, he had approached these people, but unfortunately, he had been unable to poach a single one. The names on the list, especially those on the top, would create big news if they could be poached. Poaching 3 would let them occupy the recent headlines of the esports scene. Poaching 5. Poaching 5 over, their gaming department would soar. After handing the list of names over to Fang Zhao, Wayne watched Fang Zhao's expression. He had originally expected a gasp of surprise from Fang Zhao, but he had never expected that Fang Zhao would just scan through it once and ask, "Only from Yanzhou? You still want to poach from other continents? Are there any?" Fang Zhao asked. "No, but I can start taking notes immediately," Wayne hurriedly declared. "Let me first take a look at these names. Let me make this clear, my team, my decisions. This is a project the company is investing in, after all." Wayne was a little awkward. He felt a little uneasy if he was unable to control it himself. Fang Zhao put down the file and prepared to leave. "All right, find someone else instead." "Hey, youngster, don't be so hasty. I haven't said no." Wayne quickly pulled Fang Zhao back to his seat and stuffed the list of names back into his hands. Wayne felt like he was walking on water when he returned from the penthouse suite to the gaming department. "Boss, do we have a deal?" his staff asked anxiously. The dreamy look on Wayne's face subdued somewhat, replaced by a manager's grim authority. He cleared his throat and said, "Yeah." But thinking back to the visions of a grand future that popped into his head, he couldn't help smiling again. Ahem. Everyone hunkered down a bit. Tight lips. Understand? Maybe our day has finally come, Wayne instructed. Got it, his staff responded in unison. Wayne didn't reveal too many details. He had wanted to spill the beans to boost morale, but he was also worried that Fang Zhao's poaching attempts would fail, in which case he would lose face, so Wayne decided to hold back, at least until Fang Zhao had secured a few defectors. In the end, Wayne and Duan Qianji had agreed to Fang Zhao's terms. Since Fang Zhao would be leading the team, he would call the shots, as long as he managed to poach the top gamers. Wayne was also a businessman. All his decisions were based on personal interest. Even though things had evolved beyond his control, as long as he could profit, he would not hesitate to agree to Fang Zhao's terms. This was a one-in-a-million opportunity. Inside the office of the executive producer for Prairie Fire, Qian Cheng had been in a bad mood the past few days because he had failed to land the scoop he'd so desperately wanted. He'd sent an army to District 79, but alive after 500 years had headed to District 78 instead. He'd reassigned his reporters to District 78, but there had been no sign of the crack gamer then. Any movement on Silver Wing's front? Qian Cheng asked his staff. No, one of his staffers responded. The editorial staff were also puzzled. This doesn't feel right. They haven't so much as put up a smokescreen. That's not Silver Wing's style. If they were thinking straight, shouldn't they have been bragging like crazy about their gamer sitting on top of the global leaderboard? Silver Wing has always enjoyed blowing the smallest triumph out of proportion, and yet they are silent now. Unless there are some shady shenanigans going on behind the scenes. Qian Cheng shook his head in silence. He didn't get it. Why was Silver Wing so composed this time? I have a bad feeling about this, Qian Cheng continued. It feels like Silver Wing is up to something major again. After pondering a bit, Qian Cheng issued his marching orders. Don't let up on Silver Wing. Keep a tight watch. Then should we still assign folks to District 78 and 79, someone asked. There's big news in other districts as well, and we're quite short-staffed. Qian Cheng thought it over. Let's stay put in District 78. Reassign most of the reporters in District 79 to other districts. Just keep a few to keep an eye on things. Amid the flurry of activity, inside a building in District 79 West, a silhouette moved cautiously along the wall, careful not to make the slightest sound. After tiptoeing a bit, the person stopped to thoroughly take in his surroundings. After remaining still and making sure he was alone, the man whispered, "Hi everyone, this is your old friend Strong Bubbles. Welcome to my live broadcast. I am now situated in a furniture mall in the old era." He was a webcast host. Live broadcasts were allowed in Battle of the Century, but journalists had to apply. Only applicants vetted and cleared by Fiery Bird could report live from the game. Not everyone could qualify. This particular host had a good reputation and was accredited, but this was his first gaming gig. He used to host lifestyle and travel shows, but there were too many personalities covering the same beat and thus too much competition. There was never a shortage of hosts willing to put their lives on the line, such as folks who attempted dangerous climbs, ventured deep into the forest, or scuba dived into great depths to uncover natural beauty. He wasn't that adventurous, which was why his viewership numbers dwindled. Battle of the Century had a huge budget, and its production values were superb. The game was extremely realistic. Gaming hosts focused on strategy in their live broadcasts, but he was different. He was using the game to chart a new career path. The old era was undoubtedly a novelty for folks from the new era, so after switching beats, this host saw his viewership figures climb again. He maintained his fan base, while new viewers were gamers who were curious about the old era. Quite a few of them were underaged. Children were not allowed to play Battle of the Century. All they could do was tune in to live webcasts every day. Some of these kids were interested in watching monster slaying. Others were not but were rather drawn to Strong Bubbles' level-headed but stimulating reporting style. It was a nice change of pace and made for pleasant viewing. The latter demographic included both gamers and non-gamers. The gamers tuned into the live broadcast to get their fix when they themselves couldn't play because of work or other engagements. As an experienced host, Strong Bubbles knew how to pick a location. His staff had opened several accounts for him. He picked the one that gave him access to District 79 for the sole reason that the furniture mall was there. It was a strategic location and easy to hide in, and next to the furniture mall was a major intersection. Even though he was on the first floor, the windows were covered with a wire mesh, so he could observe developments at the crossroads from a safe sanctuary. He could also see other players kill monsters. Strong Bubbles had no intention of switching locations anytime soon. The footage seen by viewers was decided by the host. The host could choose from various vantage points, including his own. Strong Bubbles had chosen his own. He liked sharing what he saw with his own eyes. Just as he was about to share an amusing anecdote from the old era, he was interrupted. Sounds like gunshots. They're getting louder. Also, is that the sound of a motorbike? Even though there aren't that many beasts in the city, there's still a sizable population. The sound of a motorbike might draw the attention of the beasts and overshadow other sounds. It would be hard to detect threats by sound. I wonder if the writer factored this into consideration. Wait. The gunshots are quite regular. It seems there might be a team of shooters. Let's wait and see. Strong Bubbles held his breath and peeked through the window to locate the source of the gunshots. The sound of the motorbike and gunshots kept getting louder. Soon, he saw a speeding shadow pop up some distance away. There was only one silhouette. A huge black motorbike with a clear outline and a chiseled body charged at the crossroads, rumbling at a high frequency, as if milking its engine for all it was worth. It was a wild beast heaving and panting frantically. Is that the heavy-duty motorbike T-Rex? To prepare for his broadcast, the host had crammed on old-era trivia. When Fiery Bird had released its game-related merchandise, he'd also bought a T-Rex model, but the model he'd bought was the racing version. What appeared now was a street version with lights and mirrors. He didn't have a clear view because of the metal mesh covering the window, so he took a chance and opened the window, pressing his face toward the mesh to get a better look. His personal safety was secondary now. He had to go all out for the live broadcast. Looking through the metal mesh, he still couldn't identify the rider of the motorbike, because the rider was wearing a helmet. All he saw was his right hand on a handle and his left pulling out a short pistol and firing all over the place. The proximity of the shots was spooky. Almost every shot killed a beast. The closer he approached the intersection, the more dangerous it was. The sound of beasts crying traveled from all four directions. The gunshots became even more frequent. Some of the beasts were still hiding in buildings. Once they poked their heads out, they were shot. Bang! Another shot, which threaded the gap of a window on the building to the right, hit another beast. Bang! 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 One beast fell after another. By now, the rider had reached the crossroads. Beasts were approaching from all four directions, the sudden surge of bodies and flesh resembling a tsunami. If it were someone else, 4 guns wouldn't have done the trick. There was no time. Yet the man on the bike betrayed no signs of fear. Screech! The sound of the motorbike's wheels revolving against the ground made for a long piercing noise. The rider swerved and sped forward. Man and machine combined for a menacing T-Rex, lethal shots spraying from the barrel of the rider's gun non-stop. During the turn, the gun was reduced to a blob. He was moving so quickly you couldn't see the gun clearly. All you could see were mini explosions emerging from T-Rex Central. The smell of gunpowder was everywhere, as if auguring an imminent detonation. The beasts weren't slow either, but... Down! Down! Downed with a shot. This was a meeting of two powerful currents. Yet the end result was utterly one-sided. One person facing beasts attacking from all four directions, and yet his firepower had the upper hand. Those beasts couldn't get anywhere near him. Every shot and every move seemed to be carefully plotted. The level of anticipation and mental fortitude was mind-blowing. Every single viewer watching the live broadcast stopped what they were doing and stared without so much as a single blink. They held their breath and clenched their fists, as if they themselves were in the midst of battle. Some viewers let out the occasional scream. The writer even managed to shoot some beasts in the head during his turn. If it were them, they could never have managed to hit the bodies of the beasts so easily while sitting still on the bike. Let alone their heads, the motorbike was swerving. What kind of skill level was this? After a rainstorm of shots, the black motorbike waded through the corpses on the ground and sped off. The gunshots kept coming. For the rider, the battle wasn't over. It was just that the sound of gunshots had moved on to the next intersection, leaving behind the angry, disgruntled howls of beasts who had arrived too late. The host took a swallow, carefully maneuvered back into the room, and shut the window. His hands were still shaking when he closed the window, still rattled from the scene he had just witnessed. No more than 30 seconds had elapsed between the time the rider had emerged in his line of sight and the rider's departure. Many viewers watching the live broadcast were left in a cold sweat, their muscles stiff from the tension of the moment, taking forever to recover. Viewers that were logged onto Strong Bubbles chat forum finally came to their senses and went berserk. F***CK. That kind of driving. A 360-degree swerve while shooting at the same time. Oh. My. God. That was a street version of the T-Rex, no doubt about it. It's the third T-Rex that has shown up in Yenzhou since the game was launched. But this is the first person who took the T-Rex into a fight. Bad *SS. Yesterday I took an ordinary motorbike from the basement garage for a spin. I lost control and broke my bones. Thank God it was in a game. I was alive and kicking again after an afternoon of rest. Watching this dude take off on his bike has given me the goosebumps again. I think I might crash again. Our friend upstairs missed something. The rider swerved 360 degrees, switched weapons, and fired. He switched weapons when he turned and fired. I'm just not sure how many times. But judging from the sound of the gunshots, there were definitely two types of guns in action. Several beasts were shot when they leaped forward. Those shots were definitely inflicted by a different gun, maybe a shotgun of some sort. Everything went down so quickly I couldn't see clearly. Did you guys see the way he switched guns? Not at all. Bubbles, did you tape the broadcast just now? I want to watch the rerun in slow motion. I want to know how many times he switched weapons during the short period he was swerving his bike. He actually switched guns at a time like that. Even a delay of 0.1 seconds could mean losing your life, not to mention the consequences of switching to the wrong gun. My dad just asked why I was watching the live broadcast on my knees. Downright masterful. Forget about accuracy, isn't it easy to screw up with such a fast weapon switch? Last time I ran into a beast, I was going to switch to a shotgun, but I was so emotional that I didn't realize until I was about to pull the trigger that the thing I switched to was a chicken leg. I was so freaked out I tossed it. The price you pay for not organizing your toolkit. Brother upstairs who switched to a chicken leg, did the beast eat the chicken leg? I don't know. I was in a hurry to bolt. I didn't dare look back. Hey, let's not go off topic. Stay on message. Didn't the rider just now seem familiar? I couldn't get a clear view because he was wearing a helmet, but now that you mention it, yeah, I've seen the face somewhere. Even though the helmet wasn't a biker's helmet and his outfit wasn't a biker's kit, don't you think the dude looks a bit like the mystery man from the race between 2S and Boom a month ago? Especially the way he swerved at the intersection. The difference is that he swerved a full 360 degrees this time, not 180 degrees, and he didn't lift his front wheel, but he switched weapons and fired. His accuracy reminds me of the District 79 legend alive after 500 years. Only he could manage such a massacre in this neighborhood. Wow, I finally witnessed the way the top player in the world racks up points. So you're saying this guy is the mystery rider who passed Cosimo and Olaf during the practice match between 2S and Boom last month? It's the same person. If the mystery rider during the previous month's practice match was the same person as the global ranked number 1 player from District 79, alive after 500 years, that meant that they faced off against each other right from the start. To go up against the big 5 esports clubs, not only was courage needed but also the strength to back it up. All these years in Yenzhou, there had been people who had challenged the top and had threatened the positions of the big 5, but ultimately, the big 5 still held firm. Now there was a competitor who possessed the strength and courage, or rather, an unknown person that had the backing of Silver Wing who had declared war on the big 5 early on. A lot of people guessed as much. Whether reality was the same as the guesses of others, today was no ordinary day at District 79. There was a flurry of activity, and many players watched as the figure riding the heavy-duty motorbike swept through the streets, accumulating points like a furious roar of thunder. He is coming back again. That point-sweeping machine is back to kill once again. That method of sweeping is just way too berserk. First time seeing for myself the point-sweeping prowess of the globally ranked first position, mad respect. Coming online was totally worth it. When many of the players in District 79 heard the sound of concentrated gunfire, they knew that this big god had once again returned from District 78. He appeared riding Yenzhou's 3rd Street version T-Rex, and his point sweeping was even more intense. Chief editor of Prairie Fire, Qian Cheng, was regretting. He had just transferred a number of people away from District 79. Initially, he had thought that the target would not return back to District 79 anytime soon, so he'd only left a few people to keep watch and instead sent a larger group over to District 78. However, in a flash, there was the sound of activity at District 79, and he hurriedly transferred manpower over there. But it was still a mistake after all, and the amount he could photograph was limited. Reporters in District 79 managed to get a few photos, but as they did not have ample preparations, they were not as vividly detailed as the video that the host Strong Bubbles had managed to snap. The staff at the studio of Strong Bubbles' live broadcast hurriedly edited a video of that point in time, making a few segments of the video in slow motion and analyzing it before releasing it in the afternoon. I was in a kneeling position as I watched him disappear into the distance. That was too impressive. The host's, Strong Bubbles' exclamation was in no way exaggerated. Even now, as he recalled that scene, his thoughts were surging. He might not have been a game enthusiast, but as a spectator, he'd felt his blood racing for the first time. Players that had received the news went to search for the video from Strong Bubbles' webcast, especially those that were from elsewhere and had only seen various news from other media that were rushing to get the news of what had happened in District 79. However, the material in those reports were no good. Some only had photographs, while others had videos where only the roaring sound of the machine and gunfire could be heard, as the image was too blurry. When they saw the information that Strong Bubbles' webcast released, they rushed over to watch. Many players who were playing the game temporarily went offline to watch the video and see for themselves what the media described as downright masterful. As the video had been edited, at crucial parts, the video was put in slow motion, letting everyone have a clearer understanding of what had happened during that brief moment. How frightening. Is this B***starred even human? If I did not watch this video, no matter how many people said that they saw him personally, I still wouldn't believe them. If it was not in slow motion, you totally wouldn't be able to see his hand movements, and you wouldn't actually see him switching guns. The way he switches is too fast. Switching 3 times. He can actually switch his gun 3 times at that moment. And every switch has a purpose. Just take a look at his marksmanship and you can tell how impressive his control is. I was watching his actions in slow motion as he loaded the gun with one hand, too cool. It's a pity a monster was obstructing and the gun cannot be fully seen. Does anyone know what model of shotgun he uses? I once picked up a similar model but couldn't use it and chucked it somewhere. I'm trying to remember where I left it at. I picked up a similar one, but it was a different model. Old era guns are more or less the same. This sort that is strenuous to use, I threw it away, but I have changed my opinion now. So this is the rumored big god that is number one on the global rankings, alive after 500 years? It's definitely him. Watch the leaderboards when it refreshes, his points always have a steep jump. Every time it refreshes, I feel shaken. On the first day, I thought his points were already ridiculous, but never did I expect that it would get even more ridiculous later on. This is the strength of the global number one. Where are those that were making a ruckus about hacking? Where are those that have studios and teams using hidden methods to help them rise up the rankings? If you have the guts, repeat what you guys said. Just watching the way he operates, is there even anyone who can do the same? The way he thoroughly sweeps up points, there is no equal, right? I dare to say, as long as he logs on to sweep points, he will always be the champion on the leaderboards. If someday he gets dislodged from his position, it will be because he no longer plays. On the website, everyone who saw that video could not remain calm. Even those esports club members that were resting were dumbfounded. How could a studio produce such a person? This was completely his own prowess, based on rigid killing. Viewers watching the webcast of Strong Bubbles kept increasing and increasing. The number of clicks in half an hour increased from 6 figures to 8 figures, and it was about to hit 9 figures soon. And this was all within 30 minutes. Viral, someone in the studio excitedly said. Another staff told the host who had just disconnected, "Bubbles, you made the right choice. Using this game to do a webcast indeed has much greater prospects than before. Look, just a few days of playing and we got our chance. An advertising company wants to collaborate with us. Oh, and a media firm wants to buy our information. Money, money. This time we are going to be rich. Wait a minute. Do not reply to those first, business has arrived. Rising Dragon's chief editor has left us a private message. Rising Dragon? The world's greatest online gaming community. Yes, that's them. The message is verified, it's authentic. They wish to purchase the exclusive usage rights for the original video, and the price they offered is very high. The Bubbles' broadcast studio staffer's voice trembled as he saw the quoted price. If he had the rights to decide, he would have long agreed to it. Ultimately, Rising Dragon had offered a price that nobody in Bubbles' broadcast studio could say no to, and they bought the exclusive usage rights for that video. Hence, other than Bubbles' broadcast studio, in the rest of the world, only Rising Dragon could use that video footage. Therefore, on the second day, in Rising Dragon's news section, hanging on the headlines was the portion of the video at the intersection, where the bike did a 360 swerve turn as the rider switched guns and fired with rapid precision in a killing frenzy. And it was probably the best news of the week. What followed this short video were the frantic shrieks of players who saw the news. They were unable to do anything but kneel down on the spot. People who did stunts were excited and continuously tried to copy that 360 spin. There were even some that saw this as a business opportunity and started their own training classes to specifically teach people who were interested how to do so, but all these were done in-game. Trying it out of the game could result in the loss of life. Even if there were people willing to try, professional stuntmen did not dare to teach. Players who were fans of shooting games were also worked up and gave rise to a fad where players would have contests to see who could kill the most targets within 3 gun switches. Gun enthusiasts also saw a rise in interest and gave players an analysis on how that gun model could be loaded with one hand and how to effectively use every type of gun. But whether they were stuntmen, professional shooters, or gun enthusiasts, nobody was able to do all three at once. They either crashed the bike or broke their fingers when switching guns, and forget about shooting accurately. The more they understood the actions and the difficulty of it, the more they felt that person was not mortal. All the voices of doubt gradually died down with the emergence of the video and analyses from all sorts of industry experts. On the global leaderboard of Battle of the Century, alive after 500 years as total experience points had increased by a huge chunk within half a day. The global number 2 had actually closed down the gap previously, but when it was refreshed, the gap had widened again. When it refreshed once more, number 2 was already left in the dust. In Mahjong, when Ma Xier, the world-renowned gold medalist shooting superstar, saw the video, he was totally at a loss. In an actual shooting competition, Ma Xier was confident he could win, but in the game, he no longer believed so. Forget about shooting, just that short period where the rider had swerved a complete round on his bike, switched out his guns, and fired accurately, that was just perfect. Every single movement was just on point. Even after he watched the video for an hour in slow motion, he could not find a single fault. That sort of self-confidence and gun sense could not have been produced by a studio. That was true strength, a powerhouse. Regarding a powerhouse, Ma Xier had respect for him. The depressing feeling he got from being trampled on dissipated somewhat. However, he would not give up on climbing up the leaderboards. District 79 was bustling again. There were people from Yenzhou as well as from other continents had used all sorts of methods to get to the district. And when many people wished to catch a glimpse of that god up close and reporters from the media had already camped at the best spots for taking photos and videos, they once again drew a blank. West side, any movement? Nope, what about you guys at the north side? Nothing here. All clear to the east. Nothing in the south other than a few others from the industry looking to steal the news. On that day, in the aftermath of that sweeping session, District 79 once more fell into a strange lull. Although there were still other players hunting monsters, compared to the roaring thunder of that day, it was considered peaceful, but hidden in the shadows of that peaceful quiet were countless frantic reporters and webcast hosts. For 2 days in a row, it had been the same. Nobody even caught a glimpse of him. On the contrary, there were a number of players courting disaster by trying some gimmicky imitations of riding and gun switching. Not only did they waste people's time, they were killed and became examples for any other pretentious wannabes. Up to 3 or 4 could be photographed daily. These were just treated as jokes and did not have much impact. This was not what the entertainment reporters were looking for. Taking a look at the leaderboard, first place was still ahead by a wide margin. It was just that his score had not changed in 2 days. Had he disappeared from the game? After going crazy for a day, he had not appeared online for 2 straight days. What was playing at? In Prairie Fire's chief editor's office, after receiving reports from his subordinates, he did not let them withdraw from District 79. This time they had to watch till the death. Qian Cheng even mobilized his subordinates. Bring out the paparazzi in you. Be more patient than a sniper and continue lying in wait. According to my professional sense of smell, there will be big news soon. Yenzhou's western region, a small town close to the mountains, in a certain household in a normal housing block. Former 2S Esports Club's main force captain Jinro had just picked up his wife and son after work and from the kindergarten respectively. When he arrived home, he rushed into his study immediately without removing his shoes or changing his clothes. He opened this week's edition of Rising Dragons News, which he automatically subscribed to, and watched that short video clip once more. Receiving the news on that day, he had went to watch Strong Bubbles' webcast, but as Strong Bubbles was not from the industry, the video handling and commentary were not suitable for professional gamers like himself. Since Rising Dragon had bought the usage rights, the commentary and analysis were now much more detailed. 2 days had passed since then, but the popularity of that video still had not dropped. Every day there were professional game analysts from every continent giving their opinions and comments. Indeed, every time the video was refreshed, new comments would appear. The video followed the comments and appeared everywhere. That control is just too strong. No matter how many times he watched it, Jinro would just sigh. Being proficient in the use of guns in real life did not mean it would be the same in-game. To be good at virtual reality games, one relied not on one's body's qualities but rather the brain. Just watching the speed of his switches and shooting reaction, one could see that his control was amazing, definitely godlike. Number 1 on the global leaderboards definitely had the ability to back it up and indeed deserved his reputation. Whether or not he had any strong backup supporting him, this person was without a doubt an expert. But Jinro still had some doubts. Looking at his movements, this person did not seem like a newcomer, but nobody within the gaming circle had heard of this god before. There had been absolutely no foreshadowing of him emerging. Jinro had even asked a few friends who specialized in shooting games, but nobody knew of this person. Nobody could guess who he really was. 2 days had already passed and there was still no news on who alive after 500 years was. As he was thinking, Jinro's communication device rang. "Hey pal, what's up? What else, the matter with the number 1 big god on the global rankings? Any new info?" "Nope, I asked everyone I know, but no one has anything for me," Jinro replied. "Oh." The voice on the other end sounded regretful. "I had hoped to meet him. You could also go to Qian City to look for him. Maybe you will find him there," Jinro suggested. "I'm too busy and can't leave. Recently, business has been rather good. The equipment you helped me obtain was sold for quite a sum. When the time comes, I will send the money to your account. Hey, I almost forgot, there must be quite a number of esports clubs that contacted you recently, right? Were none of them acceptable?" "Nope. They are willing to pay the penalty fee, but those few esports clubs have internal problems and are not willing to relinquish authority, yet they still expect me to change their predicament immediately. How is that even possible?" The silence on the other end lasted quite a while before there was a reply. "You have been retired for 8 years already. Do you really intend to wait another 2 more years?" At that time, due to a problem with strategic decision-making within the team, Jinro had fallen out with the management of 2S Esports Club and been placed in cold storage until the end of his contract. With the situation back then, if Jinro had wanted to leave, he would have had to fork out a large penalty fee. 2S was willing to release him without complicating matters as long as Jinro signed a 10-year agreement that had the following terms: Jinro would not sign a contract with any professional esports clubs in Yenzhou. If not for these conditions, 2S would not have let him leave so easily. Even if they wanted good relations, they were still a business-minded club, after all, and when taking into account benefits, good relations did not mean much. Therefore, if Jinro signed with any other esports clubs, it was necessary for his new employers to pay that large penalty fee. Given Jinro's status and influence within the gaming circles, excluding 2S, 2 out of the remaining 4 were willing to sign him and pay the penalty fee, but Jinro had turned them all down. In the last few years, other clubs and companies had approached him, and some private studios had contacted him, but Jinro had not agreed to sign with any party. Now he only collaborated with a few small teams, providing training services and selling equipment. These few studios were opened by old friends, who had helped him during the toughest part of his contract termination. After it had settled, Jinro had returned the favor, obtaining good equipment for the studios to sell, earning a share of money for himself and helping his friend's studio gain reputation. As a person with a professional esports athlete background, before his skills deteriorated, Jinro did not want to go on like this. Especially for the release of Battle of the Century, Jinro indeed had thought to sign with a club. This time he had carefully considered a few, but none of them were suitable. When he looked at a club now, he did not completely base it on their reputation, but rather, he considered their potential and internal management. Due to various reasons and restrictions, Jinro had not logged into Battle of the Century using the official account he had registered with Fiery Bird a long time ago. When training or collecting equipment, he used other dummy accounts. Try to decide as soon as possible. This time, Battle of the Century is an imitation of the course of history. History never repeats itself. Any moments you miss are gone for good and will never return. Don't tell me you intend to continue using dummy accounts to exist in the game, the other party advised. Jinro gave a helpless smile. This I know. There was a beeping notification of a new message. Jinro checked and saw that he had received a new private message. Opening it, the contents were a District 79 account, a login password, a set of coordinates, and a time. At the end of the message was the sender's name, alive after 500 years. Jinro stared at that ID, trying to determine its authenticity. On the other end of the communication device, the other person was still talking, but after a long time without any reply from Jinro, he was dissatisfied. Hello, Jinro, are you still listening? Hello. Sorry, something urgent came up, I'm hanging up. Jinro ended the call and went into his gaming cabin, entering the account and password. After logging in, he realized he was indeed in District 79. Bringing up the account's friends list, he saw there was only one, alive after 500 years. And this account's avatar settings were set to the height and weight that Jinro was accustomed to. It was actually real. The person who had contacted him was indeed the global number 1, alive after 500 years. The account's inventory had a number of guns and melee weapons. Other than these, the other party had provided all sorts of equipment. What was the meaning of this? A declaration of war? Unlikely. The other party was ranked first in the global leaderboards and did not have any reason to declare war. Even if he wanted to do so, he would not go as far as to find a person who had maintained a low profile in the gaming circles for a number of years. Then what was the other party up to? Could it be? Thinking of that possibility, Jinro's breathing quickened. Within gaming circles, there were rules that everyone knew. For example, if a newcomer wanted to join a team, the captain and other core members would have to evaluate the newcomer. A recommendation alone was not enough to bring someone in, the newcomer still had to go through an assessment and gain approval from the team before being accepted. Most of the time, they used this sort of method, setting a place and time they would do battle. In this case, could the other party have had this idea? In a city in the southern region of Yenzhou, inside a popular plant store. A man wearing work clothes was holding a potted ball cactus bigger than a human head in one hand as he was tidying up the store. This man was muscular and built like a tank. There was the notification sound of a new message. After he placed the cactus on the shelf, he checked the message and froze on the spot. After a while, he twisted his rigid neck to look at the plants on the shelf before turning back to view the newly received message. The muscles on his face were completely taut and trembling slightly. His expression did not give anything away, but as a whole, he looked very weird. Immediately after, he hurriedly rushed to the back and put on a gaming helmet that he occasionally used while tending to the store. In a certain university dormitory in Yenzhou's north. In the 4-men dormitory, everyone had their own room. At that moment, the room doors were open. 3 guys were in the living room watching a movie, and the remaining one was in his room sleeping. The guy sleeping had been gaming throughout the night. The others in the dormitory were used to it and had even heard that their roommate, who was especially good at games, was going to sign with a certain esports club. They were going to get him to give a celebratory treat after he signed. The 3 in the living room were engrossed in the movie when they heard a thud from the room, like the sound of someone falling off their bed. What happened, Schwarzer? The voice from inside sounded distracted. And nothing could have been a dream. The other 3 did not bother, still thinking, has that kid become stupid from playing all those games? He can't even tell if he was dreaming. As for the guy who had just fallen off his bed, he took a look at the message he'd just received and muttered, "What the F***ck?" At a certain coastal city in Yenzhou. Inside a restaurant, a father and son sat facing each other at a corner table. 2S, Transcendental, Big Dipper, Boom and HWR have all sent their invites. Which one are you going to choose? As his father-cum-manager, he could not help but feel anxious for his son. Such good opportunities and so much competition, if you do not hurry up and decide, the spots will be stolen. There is no rush, said a youngster with a pair of huge earphones hanging around his neck. Leaning forward unhurriedly, he bit on the straw of his drink as he played around with it, as though not taking his dad's words to heart. He slowly explained his thoughts to his dad. I don't wish to join any of the big five at the moment. The competition there is too intense. If I were to join, I would have to start from their second or third string teams. If that is the case, wouldn't it be better if I joined a slightly weaker club? This way I might be able to enter their main team straight away. I still think that you should pick one of the big five. With your ability, you can definitely jump from their second or third string to the main team in a short time. After all, they are the big five. Still, it's fine if you really want to join the main team of another club, but you should make the choice fast. The youngster continued sucking on the straw. What's the hurry? Let me check this message first. The father could not stand his son's behavior and was really itching to give him a smack. Just as the father was about to reprimand him, his son suddenly sprayed a mouthful of drink over, stood up with an urgent look on his face, and started running toward the exit. Let's go, go, go. What happened? I need to find a console to log in. There is still so much food left, what's the rush? Hurry. This is urgent. Let me check whether there are any game cafes nearby and log in for a little. No, that won't do. Gaming cafes might not be safe. We should head back. 8 people in different parts of Yenzhou had received a message from Alive after 500 years at practically the same time. As if a king had summoned his subjects, no matter the intention, the people that received the message were willing to give it a try. The coordinates provided by Alive after 500 years were near the border of District 79, quite far from downtown. Jinro couldn't see another soul. A factory-type structure stood by the suburban highway. Most players wouldn't spend much time here because there wasn't any food. You needed food to survive in the game. After logging in, Jinro headed to the coordinates. The location his account had entered the game at wasn't far from the coordinates, about 2 kilometers. Although for newbies or players who were relatively unskilled, even covering 1 kilometer unscathed was quite difficult. This must be a preliminary test, Jinro thought. Judging from the footage of Alive after 500 years mowing down monsters on his heavy-duty bike, if he wanted to, he could totally set the entry point of Jinro's account to the exact coordinates, but he'd chosen not to. The purpose of setting the entry location 2 kilometers from the final destination was to test Jinro's abilities. If he couldn't gain safe passage through these 2 kilometers, Alive after 500 years would most likely drop him. The time of the meet was 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow, but Jinro headed straight to his destination right after logging into the game using the account number in the message from Alive after 500 years. It took him some time to avoid and get rid of all sorts of mutated beasts, but no one was around when he arrived at the location. There weren't that many threats inside the building where the coordinates were located. At least when Jinro arrived, he didn't see any mutated humans or beasts. The space looked like it had been cleared out. As for who was responsible, wasn't it a no-brainer? Perhaps no one other than Alive after 500 years was capable of the job. Only that super god could execute a clean sweep at will. The building was 5 stories tall. Every floor had been swept, including every single room and every warehouse. Jinro took a quick tour. Apart from a few small beasts, he didn't locate any other threats. The sweep had probably taken place not long ago. Few new beasts had shown up. Just as he wrapped up his walkabout, Jinro noticed an approaching figure. Jinro scanned the person quickly. His clothes were tainted with some blood, but not much. He was a fast mover, taking no time to climb over the 3-meter-tall walls surrounding the factory without so much as a whisper, but he wasn't alive after 500 years. He lacked that kind of aura. Maybe it was another person who'd gotten the same message from alive after 500 years. When the thought struck him, Jinro didn't hide. He waited for the person to climb the stairs, but he didn't let down his guard either. If the new visitor wasn't who he thought it was and instead made an aggressive move, he would be able to fend off the attack. The other player paused when he saw Jinro. Clearly he hadn't expected any company, but soon, surprise shifted to excitement and he dashed toward Jinro. "Would you happen to be alive after 500 years? How do you do, Super God?" I'm not him." Schwarzer was all geared up to introduce himself when he heard the denial and was plunged into disappointment. "You're not him? Then why are you here?" "I got a message from him." Jinro still hadn't let down his guard. When he heard Jinro's answer, Schwarzer cast aside his disappointment and enthusiastically said, "Me too. I rushed over as soon as I got the message. My entry point was about 2 kilometers away. It took me a while to get here." "Same here." Schwarzer's response took Jinro by surprise. He had expected the visitor to be a fellow invitee, but this man spoke like a newcomer. Yet clearly this person couldn't be underestimated. Covering 2 kilometers wasn't easy for a rookie gamer, and his new friend appeared unharmed. He also seemed quite relaxed. "I thought I was the only invitee." Schwarzer looked around. "Any others?" "Yes." Jinro looked out the window. Schwarzer followed his line of sight. Someone stood on the wall surrounding the building, twirling a short pistol with his fingers. He met their gaze. The man didn't look out of sorts, or perhaps the character settings for the accounts included in the invitations didn't include any defining features. Schwarzer couldn't identify the person, but his gut told him this was also a tough customer. Crack. It was the sound of boots stepping on shards of glass. Schwarzer shifted his attention to the entrance of the room he and Jinro were located in. Standing there was a tall, bulky man, as built as a metal tower. He gave off killer vibes, whether because it was an inborn quality or he was fresh from a killing spree. He was clearly a big fellow, but before he stepped on the glass fragments, Schwarzer had not detected his presence whatsoever. "And who's that?" Schwarzer glared at the big fellow, who was entering the room. "Black Wizard?" Jinro was even more surprised this time. Black Wizard, Milo, another master who was exceptionally fast at switching weapons, he was fairly well known in esports circles. He'd risen to fame around the same time as Jinro. Black Wizard was his regular ID. Most gamers knew each other by IDs. Quite a few folks knew of Black Wizard, but few knew his real name. The big fellow's gaze lingered on Jinro and Schwarzer for 2 seconds before landing on Jinro. "Former 2S stalwart and Captain Jinro. You actually recognize me." In fact, Jinro wasn't too surprised that Milo could identify him. Milo had great instincts. Even in a game, he could dig beneath the surface. "How come you're not retired?" Milo said in a confused tone. "There's been no word of you for such a long time. I didn't expect you to be invited as well." He turned his attention to Schwarzer. "Who's this kid? And the kid behind me?" The person twirling his pistol on the wall had arrived as well. "He probably got the same message too," Jinro said while looking out the window. Zip. A nimble figure glided in from outside. Her short hair was dyed like camouflage. It was a woman, someone both Jinro and Milo knew. Jasmine? Jinro was caught off guard once again. Milo and Jasmine were both freelancers. They had never joined any teams or factions. They were both good enough to rank within the top 50 in Yenzhou on most of the major games. Making the top 50 as a freelancer was not easy at all. Jinro had speculated that Alive After 500 Years had invited them to audition for a team, but the appearance of Milo and Jasmine led him to have second thoughts. What exactly was Alive After 500 Years planning? Schwarzer looked out the window, then at Jasmine. This is the third floor. How did she get up here? After climbing in from the window, Jasmine eyed the gathered crowd and frowned, oblivious to the gazes thrown her way, before standing in a corner. The big fellow Milo asked, "You got a message too? Alive After 500 Years actually invited you?" The woman addressed as Jasmine finally spoke. "You were invited, so why wouldn't I be? I'm ahead of you in the rankings. I don't have much time because I need to keep an eye on my shop." "Sure, you're busy. Just find another excuse next time." Milo and Jasmine were on friendlier terms because they were both freelancers. Realizing he was in the presence of well-known figures in the gaming community, all more senior than he was, Schwarzer started to get nervous. His professional esports career hadn't even kicked off, he wasn't even considered a newcomer, at most ranking on the level of an intern. He didn't dare butt in when these senior gamers spoke, so he focused his attention on the bloke standing at the entrance to the room, the one black wizard Milo had also called a kid. "Hey, I'm Schwarzer. I got the invitation too." "And you are?" Schwarzer said enthusiastically. The man gave him a sideways glance. "Silly bloke from Yenbei University of Finance." Schwarzer's smile disappeared instantly. He looked like he was staring at a heap of trash. "Smelly bug from Ocean University of Yenzhou." When he heard their conversation, Jinro knew what was going on. Yenbei University of Finance and Ocean University of Yenzhou had long been among the top 4 universities for esports. Even in their less glorious days, they had ranked among the top 8. They were long-time rivals and had quite a few run-ins. No wonder the two of them spoke to each other in that tone. Schwarzer had shined in gaming competitions in the first half of the year. Word was that quite a few clubs had already put out feelers. And the other kid was from Ocean University. Even though Jinro didn't know his name, he was certain the other kid was also a talented newcomer. After the 5 of them showed up, another 3 appeared. One was from HWR Club's first team. His contract was about to expire and he was still negotiating his extension. Everyone wanted a piece of him. Lo and behold, he was here too. Jinro couldn't identify the other 2 folks and they didn't introduce themselves. Milo figured they were from the amateur gaming community. Be they pros or amateurs, veterans or newbies, every person had thought at the outset they were the only invitee. They hadn't expected that players other than themselves had been invited. Schwarzer was about to suggest that they take a stroll on the other floors when a 9th person appeared. He wore battle fatigues that were popular during the period of destruction. He didn't wear a helmet and had 2 scars on his face. He didn't look out of the ordinary, and his gaze was quite peaceful, but anyone who was eyed felt as if they were shoved up against the wall. Jinro hadn't felt this way in a long time. The last time was in front of his mentor, but that had been a long time ago. He had been a team leader since then, and former newbies were now more senior than he was. Standing in front of this person, he felt a genuine sense of fear. Milo's pupils shrank. He was sure he had never seen this guy, but he was absolutely certain this was Alive After 500 Years, the 8 of them said, nearly in unison. Before he'd showed up, they had all wondered what kind of person the man who held the coveted top spot in the global rankings was. How would they recognize him? Now they knew they hadn't needed to worry about identifying characteristics at all. When they saw him, they knew instinctively, this is him. Schwarzer was so emotional his voice started shaking. He wobbled over and said, "How do you do, Susu Supergod?" Schwarzer had prepared a whole list of questions for Alive After 500 Years before logging into the game, but now he was stuck after a simple greeting. The 8 of them fell into an extended silence. It wasn't they didn't want to speak, their heads were all filled with questions, but all of a sudden, they were afraid to talk. Especially when they were stared at. Pretty fast. Fang Zhao was happy to see all 8. He'd gotten online again about an hour after he'd sent out his message. He'd wondered if anyone would wait until the scheduled time the day after tomorrow. He hadn't expected all 8 to show up right away. The group was still silent, but a strange feeling crept up in them. Praise. They were just a teeny bit excited. As the 8 wrestled with the feeling, the next sentence shook them to their senses. "I'm going to give you a chance to kill me," Fang Zhao said. "Right here, 10 a.m., the day after tomorrow. No restrictions." For many professional gamers, the greatest accomplishment wasn't their points total but taking out a worthy opponent. Even Schwarzer, who grew up worshipping the big stars in esports, wanted to take down his idols. Back when he'd been in secondary too, Schwarzer had issued a challenge to a few of the gaming stars he'd idolized, but it had just been a drop in the ocean of fanmail the stars received. No one paid any attention to a kid in secondary too. Now he was in university. He was a grown man and had been exposed to greater variety of hit games. His list of idols was changing. He had just started worshipping alive after 500 years and he'd actually been offered the opportunity of a duel. He was ecstatic. Moved. "Anyone want to back out?" Fang Zhao asked. None of the 8 uttered so much as a grunt. Their eyes were oozing anticipation. It was impossible to stay calm when you had the chance to cross swords with the gamer sitting securely at the top of the global rankings. They were all wondering whether they had what it took to take out this super god that took the gaming world by storm out of the blue. No one would choose to back out now. "Great," Fang Zhao continued. "If anyone isn't happy with their account settings, I'm happy to switch you to a smoother account." Still no one spoke up. Their account settings were all set according to their preferences. There was no need to switch accounts. If you don't have any other questions, you're dismissed. You can familiarize yourselves with the location. This is my first time as well. What he meant was that he was no more familiar with the location than his 8 invitees. The difference was that he'd swept the building that morning. Schwarzer had a case of shivers. He had noticed on his way here that there were no mutated humans or beasts. Had they all been killed? No wonder alive after 500 years as points total had risen again today. Noticing that Fang Zhao was about to go offline, Jinro seized the opportunity to speak up. "Please wait." Jinro summoned the courage to return Fang Zhao's gaze and ask, "Your Eminence, is this your test for us? If we pass, will we be invited to join your Excellency's team?" Jinro had started addressing Fang Zhao with honorifics unconsciously. This was the same question on the minds of the other invitees. Fang Zhao had no reason to be coy. Yes. His objective was recruitment. Jinro relaxed instantly. This was the answer he'd wanted to hear. "What if I want to pass your test but not join your team?" Milo aka Black Wizard asked. Fang Zhao glanced at him and responded, "That's okay. Just take part in a second fight." The 8 gamers. What was that supposed to mean? Were there dire consequences? In his professional esports career of close to 20 years, this was the first time Jinro had heard someone speak to him this way, just like the way he would frighten his son with, "If you don't listen, you will get a beating." Once the scarred-faced alive after 500 years left, the atmosphere among those 8 returned to the silence from before. "You want to beat me?" The heavy-set Milo scoffed as if someone had told him a joke. Before that, in his heart, he'd kind of revered alive after 500 years, but now he was angry. Is he threatening me? I shall see whether he teaches me a lesson the following day or I finish him off. Milo's eyes were burning with anger, not just because of the arrogant words from the other party but because, as a veteran gamer, he also wished to kill the globally ranked number 1. The same intentions could be seen from the others' expressions as well. However, alive after 500 years was just one person, while they had 8 on their side. There would only be one chance, and it depended on who was quicker or more capable. Are the scars on his face intentional? Schwarzer was curious. It feels kinda familiar, like I have seen it somewhere before. HWR's Dorian seemed to ponder. Seeing everyone's gaze on him, he put up his hands and said, I only said the scars seem familiar, but as for who he is, I'm still clueless. He doesn't seem very young, Milo said. The other party gave off an aura like that of someone senior. Especially his manner and his pressuring gaze, they did not seem like something someone too young was capable of. Jinro nodded his head in agreement. Aha! Now he had even more doubts. Even if he was considered retired, he still kept up with news of the gaming circles, and he'd never heard of such a person. Whatever, I shall go explore a little. Jinro was itching to start planning his counterattack. Tisk, Jake from Ocean University sneered but did not say anything. He left to familiarize himself with the area as well. He could not let Jinro kill alive after 500 years before he did. This building could not be considered very big, and not a lot of time was needed to familiarize oneself with the place. However, it was not exactly small either. There were many spots to set traps and a number of hiding places as well. As the 8 busied themselves in the designated building, after Fang Zhao disconnected, he did not log in for another 2 days straight. Midway through, he received a number of messages from the gaming department's manager, Wayne. Wayne paid close attention to the developments at Fang Zhao's end. But after a few days, not a single person from the name list had been recruited, and every day, he heard news of some of the players on the list being signed up by clubs or companies. Waking up every day and browsing the entertainment news was torture for him. He was anxious. How could he not be? He had envisioned a bright future, but now, the anticipation had turned into apprehension. He was worried that the bright and beautiful vision he had would end up with nothing. The more hopes he had, the greater the disappointment, and he had not been sleeping well these few days. Unfortunately, Fang Zhao still kept him waiting. At 9 a.m. on the day, Wayne called Fang Zhao once again and received the same reply. Still waiting? How much longer do we have to wait? Fang Zhao, I don't mean to criticize you, but I just want to say, if we can't go down this path, wouldn't it be better to change our strategy earlier than later? Wayne scrunched up his tired eyebrows. Actually, many of these people who want to join a team would have found somewhere to go even before Battle of the Century was released. The remaining few would all be snapped up within a month after the start date, and after a month has passed, there won't be any more big movements, because everyone will already have a stable roster and proper plans. Therefore, we don't really have much time. Wait till tomorrow, Fang Zhao replied. Tomorrow? Wayne's heart skipped a beat as his raised brows trembled. He then probed further. That means to say, you have already gotten one. Fang Zhao only had one sentence. We will find out tomorrow. Wayne was so anxious he nearly dropped his communications device. Can't you give me some reliable info? Nope. After ending the call, Fang Zhao did not immediately enter the game. Instead, he went on to Fiery Bird's public training platform to warm up and waited till 9:59 a.m. before he exited the training platform and logged into game. There was a 3-second invulnerable period when logging in. Logging in at this time, Fang Zhao chose the same spot where he had disconnected, and right at the moment the 3 seconds were up, Fang Zhao abruptly sidestepped to the left and raised his gun. 3 seconds were up. Bang! A bullet hit the ground behind him. If Fang Zhao had not sidestepped, the bullet would have nestled in his head. At the same time, a figure collapsed from a corner ahead. The person quickly vanished, leaving behind only a gun. 1. Fang Zhao counted in his heart. Raising his head, he looked out of the window and toward the building opposite. After that, he retracted his gaze and continued moving forward. They had not appeared with their full firepower and tried to suppress him right then and there. Fang Zhao had expected as much. He had handpicked the 8 of them from Wayne's name list, and not on a whim. After that, there was the sound of gunfire or objects smashing in the building, breaking up the tense silence. Outside, on the road, a heat wave was rising, scattering dust all over the place. A few mutated beasts pricked their ears and faced the direction of the building where activity was coming from before scampering over toward the sounds. Crash! With the sound of something being struck, they looked over toward a rusted steel door on the second floor. There was a high dent on the steel door, as if something had rammed hard into it from the inside and it had protruded out. The rust on the exterior of the door flaked off and floated down as the door shook violently. After a few more groans, the entire door fell down too. A mutated beast used an abandoned car as a springboard and leapt to where the steel door on the second floor used to be. Only a gun was lying there. Bang! A bullet hole appeared in the brains of that mutated beast that was just about to enter the building. Bang bang bang! Successive shots rang out, and the mutated beasts that were approaching were all killed. Only some had been shot by Fang Zhao, while others had been shot by people hiding within the building. Fang Zhao did not conceal his movements, but the others that had killed the beasts were using guns equipped with silencers. The gunfire within the building continued on. There was a momentary pause, and then suddenly, concentrated gunfire erupted. The glass windows shattered into a million pieces and bullet holes appeared in the walls. Inside the 4th floor, fragments of wood, porcelain, and other stuff flew everywhere as light bulbs exploded and pieces of the walls and ceiling rained down. Then the sound of all gunfire ceased. The sound of a person falling amidst all the activity of things smashing would not be obvious at all. The short moment of peace was broken by continuous gunfire once again. The silence after every bout of gunfire took on a formless pressure that kept expanding. Outside the building, on a road that was shaded, a gust of wind carried dust off into the distance. From time to time, a few mutated beasts would head in the direction of the noise, but not a single one could enter the building. Every single one was killed before it could even come near. Half an hour later, all the sounds of gunfire ceased. This time it was not momentary and lasted for a long while. Jasmine with her camouflaged hair steadily walked over from the opposite block and paused outside the entrance, using a jittery hand to brush aside her fringe as she took a deep breath before entering. At the spot on the 3rd floor where they had last seen alive after 500 years. "Oh, everyone's here." Jasmine's tone was seldom so relaxed, and she no longer felt so jittery. Milo was crouched on the ground, biting on a piece of wood he had picked up. He did not look well. Seeing Jasmine entering, he bit down and spat out a bunch of wood fillings. "Are you very happy?" Jasmine raised her eyebrows but did not reply, instead glancing around. All 8 of them were present. "Where is alive after 500 years?" Jasmine asked. "No idea, probably disconnected already." Jinro stretched his arms and gazed at the ceiling, as if pondering a profound question. Schwarzer spoke. "Does this mean we failed? I was immediately kicked offline." "Just one kick, I'm not exaggerating." When Schwarzer thought back to that moment, he could not help but feel his insides churning. He had set a trap to attract alive after 500 years while he had hidden himself. He wanted to take advantage of the moment when the opponent's attention was drawn to the trap and use his nimble skills to do a surprise attack. In the end, he had been kicked offline by the opponent. The dent in the steel door had been all thanks to him. "I hid myself in the other building but was found out immediately." Unlike the others who had hidden within the same building, Jasmine had not done so. Alive after 500 years had said where he would appear but had not said that everyone had to be there. Therefore, she had hidden herself in the opposite building. Unfortunately, at the moment she thought she was about to succeed, she had been shot offline by the opponent before she could pull the trigger. The hunter had become the hunted. Noticing Milo not uttering a single word, Jasmine kicked him. "What about you?" Milo's face became dark, he clearly did not wish to talk about it. It's already over, what's the use of talking about it? Indeed, Milo did not want to talk about it. He had been given special treatment by Alive after 500 years. Regardless of whether it was close-quarters combat or whichever gun he switched to, he had been completely suppressed. He had been given a taste of what despair felt like. Originally, Milo had thought that the opponent hadn't been able to find a way to deal with him and had been stuck in a deadlock for a long time. Now, after hearing the others, he became aware that the opponent hadn't necessarily had no idea how to deal with him. As for why he would accompany Milo and dilly-dally, Milo could not help but slap himself. You and your stupid mouth. Even his favorite automatic rifle had been taken by the opponent. When he'd logged back in later and asked everyone, they'd still had their guns, only his had been taken. That was simply revenge. Special treatment. Milo wondered in his heart, if only he had not shot his mouth off, would he still have received special treatment? He'd suffered a beating and suffered bullets and still compensated with his favorite gun. It was so demoralizing. How could he even have the face to speak about it? So what do we do? Schwarzer asked. He had suffered quite a big beatdown today and actually felt the disparity between them. Yet he still seemed to be in good spirits. He had lost at the hands of his idol. Although he had been kicked offline without any mercy, his aspirations did not change. His idol was still his idol. Wait a minute, I just received a message. Jinro received the notification of a new message on this account and stopped talking to check. He was a little nervous, but very quickly, his eyes glowed. I have one too. The huge Milo hastened. Beside him, Jasmine did not make a sound, but from her manner, she was checking a message too. I received it too. Me too. Same here. Schwarzer looked at everyone starting to check their messages. He was the only one who had not received a notification. You guys, what message did you all get? Schwarzer asked. Report at Silver Wing Tower's 50th floor tomorrow, the 7 of them said in unison. They had all received the same message, but the moods of each were all different. Why? Why don't I have it? Schwarzer's face had turned pale, and he felt his whole body turning cold. Out of the 8, only he had not received a message. That meant to say, only he had been rejected. Schwarzer really wanted to join Alive after 500 years as team. Not because of the team's prospects but because he could get closer to his idol. Although Battle of the Century had only started recently, the idea Alive after 500 years would always be number one in his heart. Jinro opened his mouth, intending to console this newcomer who had not yet officially stepped into the professional gaming circle when he heard Schwarzer say, "Ah. I forgot to remove my communications block." Jinro. Ha ha ha, I also received it. Schwarzer left behind his gloomy outlook in an instant and could not help but run around happily. Are you going to sign with Silver Wing? Jinro asked. Of course. Schwarzer nodded his head without any hesitation. He asked, are you guys not signing? Milo stood up calmly and dusted himself off. Boy, you shouldn't rush it. This sort of thing needs a lot of consideration. Be careful you don't regret after signing. Jasmine coldly nodded her head in agreement. HWR's Dorian, who was returning to being a free agent, said, that's right, you need to think carefully about this. But he said, report at Silver Wing Tower's 50th floor tomorrow. After tomorrow, will he still be accepting people? Schwarzer asked. A moment of silence. After a while, Milo said, if he no longer accepts, then so be it. After all, we are freelancers and free agents who don't wish to sign with any gaming club, let alone an entertainment company. The other 2 amateurs replied, we are just amateurs, there is no rush to change our professions. HWR Dorian said, there are many clubs that want to sign me. Now my employers also wish to renew my contract. Yenzhou Ocean University's Jake added, my dad has received close to 20 invites. Oh, you guys continue to think it over. I shall log off first to buy tickets. I'm going to Qian City's Silver Wing to see Alive After 500 Years in person. With that, Schwarzer impatiently disappeared offline. The remaining 7 fell into a strange silence once more and went offline one after another. After logging out, those living outside of Qian City all did the same thing, check on tickets and airfare. Although they might have said there was no rush, their actions betrayed their words. The next day, Fang Zhao had been called over last minute by Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch for a meeting. As a member of the advisory team and evaluation panel, other than playing the game and sending electronic files over to Fiery Bird, every once in a while they would be gathered for a meeting. Of course, it was not necessary to attend in person, an online conference would be enough, but Fang Zhao headed over not just for this. Zachary, the engineer from Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch who had helped Fang Zhao install the 10th generation console, wanted to show him the latest data from his machine's usage. Before he went over, Fang Zhao made a call to Wayne and informed him to wait at the 50th floor today. Even if Fang Zhao did not say so, Wayne would still run to the 50th floor and sit down. Yesterday Fang Zhao had told him there would definitely be a result today. Wayne had not been able to sleep at all last night, as he'd spent the whole night thinking. Today he was even more mentally exhausted and his eyes were bloodshot. When he reached the office, he did not get any rest, only using some apparatus to give himself a little relief. Wayne tried fishing for more information from Zhu Wen and the others. Zhu Wen, did your manager tell you anything? Yeah, boss said there might be a few newcomers today. Zhu Wen and the others were also curious. They had no idea who the newcomers that Fang Zhao had mentioned were. Wayne asked a few more questions and realized that Zhu Wen and the others really did not know much, so all he could do was wait in the virtual projects lounge. Today Fang Zhao had not let Sui Yu drive and handed him an assignment. In the message that Fang Zhao had left for the 8, other than the message asking them to report at Silver Wing's 50th floor, he had also left a contact number, Sui Yu's work number, which was different from his own personal number. On normal days, they would use this number for certain things. At 9 a.m., when many companies had just started work, the ground floor of Silver Wing Tower was filled with people hurriedly coming and going. Sui Yu received a call, went down, and saw Schwarzer, who was toting a large travel backpack and curiously examining his surroundings. Schwarzer. Yes, that's me. Schwarzer's eyes were full of excitement. And you are? I spoke to you just now. My boss's instructions are to bring you up. Sui Yu did not dither for long at the entrance. There were many reporters there and it was not good to loiter for too long. Do you need help with your bag? It's fine, thanks. Schwarzer sized up Sui Yu. After they entered the lift, he asked. Is your boss alive after 500 years? Sui Yu looked him in the eye. My boss is the manager of Silver Wing's Virtual Projects Department. Oh. Schwarzer felt a little disappointed, but he still spiritedly asked, that Virtual Projects Department on the 50th floor. The place where the Silverwing 50 Polar Light team is at. Is alive after 500 years there too? Sometimes. Will he come today? Yes, but he has other matters to attend to, he will come in a little later. Ha ha ha, it's all good as long as he comes. The moment Schwarzer followed Sui Yu and stepped inside the 50th floor's Virtual Projects Department, Wayne's eyes followed him. Schwarzer. Wayne remembered every single person on the list of names given to Fang Zhao. Schwarzer was still a university student. Wayne had originally wanted to sign Schwarzer on as a reserve, but because his performance in a university esports competition had been too outstanding, a whole bunch of other clubs had wanted him and Wayne hadn't had a way to beat them. Wayne had never expected to see Schwarzer here. This is the newcomer Fang Zhao spoke about. Hi, I am Wayne, manager of Silver Wing's gaming department. Wayne was so excited, his face turned red and his eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. After worrying so much for these few days, they finally had one. And a seedling full of potential at that. Oh, hi. Schwarzer put down his bag and looked all around, examining the fabled and mysterious 50th floor of Silver Wing. He had really entered and was sitting on Silver Wing's 50th floor sofa. At the thought of meeting his idol in a bit, Schwarzer got even more excited, thoroughly surveying the layout of this place. There was a thick, battle of the century atmosphere all around, probably because the virtual idol Polar Light was endorsing the game. There was also a photograph of a curly-haired dog in a golden frame. At the side was a display cabinet filled with models of old-era stuff such as bicycles, motorcycles, guns, etc. There was also a model of Polar Light and a 100-year period of destruction series Divine Punishment storage card. Schwarzer shot up from the sofa and rushed over. Is that the T-Rex model that beat 2S and Boom in the match back then? This material, it is the limited edition one. Zhu Wen and the others came over to look at the new guy. They no longer kept up with university esports scene, but when they'd spoken to their juniors, they had heard of the name Schwarzer and knew that this little fellow had skill. You can touch it if you like. This was sent straight from Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch. However, you have to be careful. If you break it, our boss will get angry. And the consequences for making him angry are very severe, Zhu Wen said. Beside him, Wayne had been thoroughly disregarded. Wayne had sent Schwarzer an invitation message before, but unfortunately, he hadn't gotten a reply. It had probably been deleted a long time ago. Wayne was also not foolish enough to bring up the matter. The atmosphere now was so good, why would he make things awkward? After all, it was not something to be ashamed of, and besides, Schwarzer seemed to have totally forgotten about it. About that, Schwarzer, are you willing to sign with Silver Wing? Do you want to sit down and discuss the contract? Wayne asked. Contract? Let's not rush into things, I want to wait till Super God Alive after 500 years returns before discussing. Schwarzer might be a fanboy and a little impulsive when it came decision-making, but he was no idiot. Signing the contract depended on whether Alive after 500 years would come. If he did not get to see him in person, there was no way he would sign a contract that easily. Wayne still wanted to say something when Zwayu's communications device rang again. I'm heading down again to pick another one. And another one? Wayne was no longer in a rush to discuss a contract with Schwarzer, nor could he sit still. He just stood there, staring straight at the door. After a while, the door opened and Zwayu walked in together with a guy wearing a cap and shades. When the guy took off his cap and shades, Wayne astonishedly exclaimed, Dorian. Dorian, a member of HWR's main team who had reached the end of his contract. Previously, there had been a lot of speculation from the media regarding the choice he would make, whether renewing his contract with HWR or signing with another club. No one had expected that he would actually be here. A big smile appeared on Wayne's face. Silver Wing intends to snatch players from under those esports clubs' noses. Dorian laughed as he saw Schwarzer, who had his hands all over a model. You are rather early, huh? Even earlier than me even though I stay in Qian City. Schwarzer was reluctant to put the model back in its place. Hee, I'm just anxious to meet my idol. I wonder how many will come today. Wayne's ears pricked up when he heard Schwarzer say those words. Does that mean there are still others? Dorian was the same as Schwarzer, he would not be discussing anything related to contracts until he met Alive after 500 years in person. Half an hour later, Zwayu's communication device rang. This time, Wayne could not even stand still. He followed Zwayu down to pick the person up. When he saw Jinro, he suddenly felt a rising ecstasy in his heart and had to take few deep breaths to force himself to calm down. Jinro, this was Jinro. The former captain of 2SS main team. Due to a dispute years ago, Jinro had retired and no longer livened up the professional circles, but he had not completely disappeared from the gaming world. People just rarely mentioned him much. It was not that esports clubs did not want him, rather, it was rumored that Jinro had no desire to return to the professional circle and there was not much activity from him. What methods had Fang Zhao actually used to be able to entice such a person over? No matter how many could be signed in the end, these parties coming down was already amazing. Schwarzer, Dorian, and Jinro played board and card games as they waited. After that, the fourth and fifth people arrived in quick succession. They were the two from the amateur circles, August and Yu Zhongqing. These two had quite a reputation in Yenzhou's gaming circles and were on Wayne's list. Back when Wayne had sent out the invite, Yu Zhongqing had replied with a rejection message, saying he did not want to change his profession at the moment. Looking at things now, Wayne had been rejected for not being qualified enough. Milo and Jasmine arrived around 2 p.m., and the last to arrive was Jake, as his father had purposely wasted time, but at Jake's insistence, they'd still arrive before 3 p.m. "We are here just to check things out and have not decided whether or not to sign," Jake's father said quickly after entering. He still hoped that his son would sign with one of Yenzhou's Big Five esports clubs. After all, the Big Five's reputation was everywhere. Even if he did not sign with the Big Five, being a main team member of a decent esports club was fine too. But why were they at an entertainment company? Didn't this sort of company put profits over everything else? Rumor was that these sorts of entertainment companies were only suitable for retirees, and professional esports athletes would only consider it after they were past their prime. Jake's career had not yet officially started, so what prospects would joining such a company bring? It didn't make sense. Had his son been brainwashed? Regarding their respective managers' or assistants' limited understanding, the eight did not bother to explain. They just chilled and played board and card games on Silver Wing's 50th floor. Zhu-Wen, Rodney, and the others did not show much expression on their faces, but in their own department group chat, they could not help but excitedly talk about it. Among this group, Jinro and Milo had risen to prominence during the period when Zhu-Wen and the others were still in secondary school. Especially Jinro, who had been extremely popular during their secondary school days. Back then, Zhu-Wen had even become a 2S fan and had bought a set of 2S clothes with their sword and stars insignia. When Jinro had retired, he'd no longer paid as much attention to 2S. Time passed slowly till it was 4 p.m. The eight playing games seemed a little distracted, raising their heads to look at the door once in a while. Suiyu's communications device rang again. Wayne looked over anxiously and was about to ask whether a ninth person was coming when Suiyu said, "It's boss." Everyone around, including the eight playing games, stopped what they were doing and looked over. "They are all here." "Okay, yes. I understand." Once the call ended, Suiyu said, "Boss is coming over, prepare a conference room." Schwarzer had put down his cards and was sitting down and eagerly awaiting his idol's arrival. "That means Super God will also be coming over." 5 minutes later. The doors of the 50th floor virtual projects department opened and Fang Zhao strode in. Scanning everyone in the lounge, he told Wayne, "To the conference room first." All eight had done preliminary research on Silver Wing's 50th floor virtual projects department and knew Fang Zhao was the young composer and also the manager of the department. After Fang Zhao had walked in, they had all glanced behind his back, but there was only the door closing. "Where is the super god?" Schwarzer asked, still staring at the door. "Where is alive after 500 years? Milo also asked. Fang Zhao faced them. "That's me." The eight. Dead silence. Even though his voice was not loud, the two words kept repeating in the heads of those eight. Each word rang like the sound of thunder, frying their minds blank as they remained stunned and dumbfounded. Half a minute later, Jinro then took a deep breath and broke the silence in the room. "Are you being serious? This joke is too cold. I can't even bring myself to laugh." Jake's face was rigid. He could not imagine the globally ranked number one, an expert who had so tyrannically oppressed them like he had been chopping vegetables, would actually be around the same age as himself. Schwarzer pointed a trembling finger at Fang Zhao, his face full of shock. "Who did you say you were?" Jasmine, who always looked cold and expressionless, had widened her eyes as though she had seen a ghost. Milo stood up and his eyes scanned Fang Zhao from head to toe, but he found no trace of similarity with the expert in-game. "Impossible. I don't believe this." The Fang Zhao before them was a youngster who dabbled in art, totally different from what he had imagined. Fang Zhao welcomed their looks of doubt and measure and did not get angry. "It's all right, let's have another round." "Milo." He suddenly had the urge to slap himself. Fang Zhao glanced at Zhu Wen. "Let's use the game consoles for a bit." "No problem." Zhu Wen inquired with the others and eagerly went to open their gaming room. He did a simple tidying up of all the junk they left after gaming on normal days. Inside the gaming room, other than Zhu Wen and the others' consoles, there were also the 5 machines brought over previously from the gaming department that belonged to the other 5, enough for 9 people to use. Walking into the gaming room and seeing those consoles, the 8 of them simultaneously felt a nervous apprehension, but that did not quell the doubt within their hearts. They still chose to unravel the truth in-game. Whether he was the real deal or an imposter, they would find out once they tried. 5 minutes later. Wayne and the others waiting outside had not yet touched their tea when the doors to the gaming room opened. Fang Zhao walked out first, seemingly no different from before. Behind him, the others came out one after the other, but Schwarzer's head was full of sweat, Jake's face was pale, the veins on Milo's head seemed like they were going to rupture, and even the usually steady Jinro seemed dazed. The 8 all had different expressions, but the outcome was all but written on their faces, a complete thrashing. 2 hours later. A radiant Wayne stepped out of the conference room taking big strides, beaming as though he had won the lottery grand prize of a few $100 million. When he stepped into the elevator, he was still on a call with someone. Tell Publicity's side that the Virtual Projects Department and Gaming Department want to hold a joint press conference. We are going to sign some new members. Yet another seemingly peaceful morning. Every day, there was countless news to attract the public. Numerous promoters talked about their assigned topics and entertainment reporters busily tracked down online and offline activity, trying to unearth news not known by many. Whoever's placing rose once more, which celebrity had **X scandal, XX Esports Club signing a promising talent, XX's transfer saga. This sort of news occupied the headlines of the entertainment circle's news and was mostly about esports celebrities. However, seeing these every day, this sort of information would no longer be considered big news and would be a hot topic for that day only. Generally speaking, it could be considered peaceful. In Battle of the Century, at District 79, reporters camping every day to catch a live after 500 years followed the same routine every day: log in, wait, nothing, log off. After doing this for so many days, they were starting to lose hope. However, on this morning that seemed relatively peaceful, Silver Wing, which had been continuously followed by the media, released a piece of news. Silver Wing's Virtual Projects Department collaborated with the Gaming Department to form the Silverwing 50 Polar Light project team, specializing in Battle of the Century, and have signed Yenbei University of Finance's rising star, Schwarzer. The matter of Silver Wing's virtual projects and gaming departments combining to form the Silverwing 50 Polar Light team was not really considered news. Even before, when Silver Wing had remained silent, everyone could have guessed as much. Today was just their official announcement. And the news of them signing Yenzhou's talented rising star was not such a big deal. Schwarzer's name was only associated with university esports, and only those medias that covered such areas would understand better. Other people, including professional esports athletes, might not have necessarily heard of this name. Schwarzer. The student who just started year 2 of university. Was he signed up to be kept in reserve? Or will he be thrown straight into the main team? None of this was mentioned. This time, Silver Wing's actions disgust me. The kid is only in year 2 of university. He's full of ignorance and was just tricked to go over. Using alive after 500 years as bait, probably. University kids are just so gullible. A seedling with potential, wasted just like that. In the mainstream line of thinking, most people thought that only alive after 500 years was strong, not Silver Wing. Who knew what shady business they were up to? Therefore, even if the gaming industry was frequently being flooded by this ID that had abruptly risen up, people that were serious about going down the path of esports would not consider an entertainment company like Silver Wing. Regarding this piece of news, the people who were following Silver Wing closely let the news pass and did not place any importance on it. Instead, they felt a little disappointed. They had kept silent for so long, as if preparing a big move, but it turned out that instead of a wave, it was just a small ripple. Disappointing, a complete letdown. Ocean University of Yenzhou. When students of Ocean University saw the news, they broke into hysterical laughter. They had always been at odds with the students of Yanbei University of Finance. Hahaha, is that fool that short of money? Instead of joining a proper esports club, he actually went and signed with an entertainment company. Does he mean to go into singing or acting? Do you reckon he wants to be like those has-been esports celebrities and have a dual profession? Signing a contract shows he wants to walk down that path. Did he not consider it carefully and plan it properly? Idiots just love doing stupid things. Do the people at Yanbei University of Finance only think about money? He will surely regret it. Anyway, us at Ocean University would never do something so foolish. Many at Ocean University scoffed at Schwarzer's decision. However, an hour later, they were given a smack in the face, a full-forced smack. An hour after the news of Schwarzer signing, Silver Wing released yet another piece of news. Silver Wing has signed Yenzhou Ocean University's recent graduate, a champion in many continental university esports competitions, Jake. Schwarzer had only suddenly risen in prominence in the first half of the year. Although his performances were outstanding, the time he had been well known was short, and it was only within the university esports scene. Jake was different. Although Jake had not officially stepped into the professional circle, he had made a name for himself a few years ago and he'd won numerous awards during his university days. His reputation was bigger than Schwarzer's, and Yenzhou's best clubs were also keeping an eye on him. Compared to the previous news, this piece attracted even more attention. Yet another one has been fooled. That is why I said university students are all naive. A recent graduate is the same. Wait till he has experienced society for 2 years, no, 1 year is enough. At that time, he will surely be regretting. People in the industry only took it as a small laughing matter, feeling sorry for 2 newcomers that were about to be ruined by Silver Wing. But at Ocean University, it was as if the news had instigated a raging tsunami. It hurts. What the F***ck? Did I see wrongly? What is going on? Why did J-God sign with Silver Wing? Fake news. I don't care, this is surely fake news. Where is the school's rumor-refuting association? Quickly come and clarify. Although Jake did not have that great a reputation within professional circles, and he was still a far cry from those really famous, within the university circles, especially within Yenzhou Ocean University's esports circles, he was considered a godlike figure, and almost everyone believed that, as long as Jake marched into the professional circles, he would surely soar. Previously, it had been speculated that he would enter a professional esports club, not an entertainment company. Yesterday, on the school's forums, there had been people discussing which esports club would sign Jake in the end. After all, the game had been out for nearly a month already. Generally, all transfers and contract renewals would be completed within the first month. Never had they expected to get a rude awakening today. Could it be that J-God has some unspoken difficulties? Was he forced into it? I heard that these sorts of big entertainment companies that stick a foot in everything have some hidden tricks up their sleeves. On social platforms, Ocean University's student union condemned the news at Silver Wing's site and demanded to know what underhand methods they'd used to compel Jake to sign a contract. There were others who went to Jake's social profile to inquire, but regardless of whether it was Jake or Silver Wing's public site, there were no replies. Popular Media Prairie Fire's chief editor, Qian Cheng, gravely instructed his subordinates, "All of you watch closely. My sixth sense is telling me that today Silver Wing will make a big move." An hour after the news with Jake, Silver Wing once more released another piece of news. God-tier player August from the amateur esports circles has signed with Silver Wing. Many people in the amateur circles knew that August's family owned a company. His parents and brother managed the company, and he had a stake in the company but was idle. On normal days, he stayed in the company playing games. Last year, August had said that he wished to change from being an amateur to a professional, but there had been no news of him signing a contract. Nobody expected that news to come out now. People in the amateur circles were stunned. It was reasonable to say that August did not lack money, and he had always placed top 10 within the amateur circles, so why would he not think things through and instead sign with Silver Wing? But after the third piece of news was released, Silver Wing once again kept their silence. August did not appear either, instead allowing everyone to make all sorts of guesses. And as this third piece of news was published, many people realized that the news had been released in 1-hour intervals. And the degree of shock was greater each time. In an hour's time, would there be even more earth-shattering news? With the outside world making all sorts of guesses, Wayne, who was sitting in his office, smirked. He just wanted to let everyone experience his mood yesterday, how he had felt his insides churn every time Yu answered a call. Everyone was probably experiencing the same, right? Only 3 so far. It was still early. Indeed, many people had begun waiting for the hour to pass. An hour was actually not a long time. A round of games was enough for an hour to pass by. 1 hour later, as many people expected, Silver Wing released another piece of news once again. Yu Zhongqing, who has a higher ranking than August in the amateur circles, has signed with Silver Wing. Yu Zhongqing kept a lower profile in the amateur circles and rarely interacted with others, but his control was good and he had great battle sense, and he had a higher ranking. Many esports clubs wished to rope him in, but unexpectedly, Silver Wing had beaten them to the punch. These two famed players in the amateur circles, August and Yu Zhongqing, had actually been signed by Silver Wing. The previous news of Schwarzer and Jake could not even be considered important now. Look, 2 more seniors from the amateur circles have been conned. When the students of Ocean University thought this way, they felt a little better. At this moment, many people could not even continue gaming and were now waiting for more news from Silver Wing's side. They felt even more anxious. The media no longer treated it without any importance. People within the industry with a keen nose knew that Silver Wing had not completed their move. They were waiting for bigger developments to come. It was noon, and many people who were having their lunch breaks. Some ate from lunch boxes in front of their screens while others gathered in cafeterias and discussed as they ate. An hour later, Silver Wing released their 5th piece of news, which made many who were eating spew out their food. Freelancer Milo. That renowned freelancer, Black Wizard Milo. So he is the Black Wizard. No wonder I found the name familiar. To actually pull this freelancer over, how did Silver Wing actually convince him? Did they throw money at him? Milo isn't poor either. Maybe Black Wizard wants to say goodbye to his life as a freelancer. Although Black Wizard Milo had his own store, his heart was bent on gaming and he'd taken part in many professional competitions. He had risen to prominence a long time ago, and his reputation compared to August and Yu Zhongqing was even greater. However, at this time, although everyone was curious about the reason Black Wizard had signed with Silver Wing, they were even more curious as to who else would follow. What I really want to know now is, other than Black Wizard, who else has been poached? This was what many internet users and media wanted to know. Now paying close attention to Silver Wing were not only similar entertainment companies but every esports club as well. An hour later, Silver Wing announced that freelancer, Jasmine, who had been given the nickname Little White Flower by the masses, had signed with Silver Wing. What the hell? Why did Little White Flower also sign? This Little White Flower is not pure and white at all. Calling her a man-eating flower is more appropriate. She ranks even higher than Black Wizard. I'm not interested in Black Wizard or Little White Flower. Now I really want to know who else they have lined up. Can't they release all the news in one go? Why do they have to announce one every hour? This sucks. So anxious. Many people went to the social platforms where Silver Wing had announced their news and posted, who else? Silver Wing had not done a conclusion, so there would still be more. They felt that an hour was so damn long. Why couldn't time hurry up? Another 60 minutes finally passed. As before, Silver Wing continued dropping bombshells, and this time an even bigger one. Silver Wing has signed esports athlete Dorian, previously from HWR's first team and a core member. This piece of news stunned a lot of people. What? Dorian? A core member of HWR's first-string team? Wouldn't renewing his contract with HWR be good? Even if he didn't wish to sign with HWR, weren't other esports clubs good enough? This was a true powerhouse produced by one of the Big Five. Didn't he have a number of clubs in contact with him already? In the eyes of the many who paid attention to the Big Five, Dorian was most definitely a pure-blooded esports athlete of the highest quality. How could he sign for an entertainment company like Silver Wing? After their initial doubts, the online masses became delighted. Impressive, to think Silver Wing actually poached from the core of HWR. No, this can be considered poaching from the Big Five. A core member of their first-string team. This is an exception. Hahaha, you never get to see an entertainment company poach from the Big Five and actually be successful. Dorian is in his prime, his skills and body capabilities are in peak condition. Dorian surely didn't sign with Silver Wing to retire. There is surely some reason that we don't know. 7 already. I've waited since noon and even skipped my afternoon nap just to wait for this moment. Finally a piece of shocking news, looks like I didn't wait for nothing. Speaking of which, there are already 7 and Silver Wing hasn't released a concluding message. Are there still more to come? Given the increasing magnitude of shock the 7 pieces of news have brought, the following people after Dorian are going to be even more unexpected. Could it be that Silver Wing poached not just once from the Big Five but twice? I am already shivering. If bystanders could guess that much, the media could too, which scared the Big Five into hurriedly checking on which of their talents wanted to jump ship. Whether their contracts were up or not, they also needed confirmation, but they could not find a single one. The situation of Dorian signing with Silver Wing had been beyond expectation, but since his contract had already expired, HWR could not control it. But after Dorian, who else was there? At this time, even without Silver Wing promoting, the entire Yenzhou esports scene, whether students, media, or other players, had their eyes peeled on this matter. This round, everyone felt that time was crawling especially slowly. The audience felt like they were holding their breath up until the appointed moment and collectively breathed out once it was time. But before they even had time to take a second breath, Silver Wing announced this. Jinro has signed with Silver Wing. There was no need for introductions. Just this name was more than enough. Anyone who saw the news thought their eyes were playing tricks on them and slowly reread this piece of news a couple of times, as if they were deciphering an ancient language scroll. A minute after the news was released, Prairie Fire published a screenshot of an ID search within the game. On it was an ID many senior players were familiar with, Gene 9RO, a name that had accompanied students during their primary, secondary, or university days. Perhaps a few newer players weren't that familiar with the ID, but 8 years ago, there hadn't been anyone in the circle who wouldn't have recognized this ID. That was none other than the captain of 2S, one of the Big Five. The ID that had vanished 8 years ago had reappeared and returned to the professional circle. Although the points this account had accumulated were still 0, fans who had once supported him did not doubt his ability. They believed that this ID would once again rush to the very top of the leaderboards. Inside 2S Esports Club, the atmosphere was strange. There were still a number of active players from the same period as Jinro who had once served under him. There were still a few in their first-string team, while some had already been demoted to their second- or third-string teams, or even switched clubs. Other people might have had no idea of Jinro's ability now, but they used other means to find out. This 8 years for Jinro had been a settling period for him as he got rid of his hot temper and impatience. He was now more matured and harder to deal with. Back then, Jinro's agreement with 2S was to not sign with any professional esports club for the next 10 years. However, entertainment companies did not count as esports clubs. 2S had never felt the need to bother about these sorts of entertainment companies and had even hoped that Jinro would sign for them, waste his talent, and go on the decline, but Silver Wing was different. This was a Silver Wing that had produced the number 1 on the global leaderboards. No one knew what they had installed, but since they could already produce the number 1 alive after 500 years, could a second or third or more be in the cards? In the eyes of many reputable esports clubs, Silver Wing was like a monster that had revealed its sinister intentions, and they had to guard against it. They might not have suffered any serious setbacks, but they had all received a huge shock. After the 8 pieces of news had been announced, Silver Wing finally posted a concluding message that said they were happy to be able to sign the 8, and signing with Silver Wing would not disappoint them. Seeing the concluding message, many esports clubs and entertainment companies heaved a sigh of relief. However, for the general public, when they sighed, they felt a little regret. They were still anticipating even more explosive news to come out, but still, they had seen enough excitement for the day. Some reviewers posted their comments on Silver Wing's news today. Silver Wing could become Yanzhou's Big Six. Ranked 6th in terms of skill in Yanzhou's esports world was by no means a disparaging remark. An entertainment company that had previously only had film and music as its core, a company that had only followed the crowd to dabble in gaming to earn more money, would actually be assessed as being capable of squeezing ahead of all other esports clubs and placing right behind Yanzhou's Big Five as the number 6. This was considered to be a really high evaluation in entertainment circles. What lofty ambitions! These 3 words summed up the evaluations by critics and reviewers in entertainment circles after the conclusion of Silver Wing's 8 pieces of news. The internet was also abuzz. 8 successive bombshells. Silver Wing wants to fly high. Hooking 1 could be considered a trick. Landing 2 could be considered as having high deception skills. But 3, 4, 5, 8. These 8 are still old hands within the circle and at their prime. How could these people be so easy to deceive? 1 brain dead, 2 brain dead, all 8 brain dead. No way. This time, nobody said anything about alive after 500 years fishing again. Indeed, the low profile kept by Silver Wing previously was to prepare for such a big move. As for the press conference that was going to happen, before Silver Wing had sent out the invites, many media's outlets had taken the initiative and applied to participate in this press conference. Even the big and popular media firms that would be invited even if they did not apply had also done so just to be safe. Over at Silver Wing, the staff in charge of handling the invitations was about to cry from staring at the screen full of emails. The venue had a limited capacity and they had received too many applications. They were not too familiar with the gaming circles, and Silver Wing had never experienced such a situation before. Some of the names and companies on some of these emails had never been heard of before. Even though their reputation did not seem high, he did not dare to reject them. This matter was very important, and any mistakes would not just be met with a pay cut. Therefore, He could only request that management provide more manpower and send over a few more people who were better versed in the gaming circles to make the decisions. At the same time, the 8 players that starred in Silver Wing's news today had also updated their statuses on their own social platforms. They all had the same reply to all the interrogating from the online audiences. Our boss is alive after 500 years. Many online users started to understand. Does this mean that alive after 500 years is going to personally lead a team? Definitely, Jinro was even willing to give up his captain position to sign with Silver Wing. Surely he acknowledges that person's strength and recognizes the team's strength and future prospects. Are the 8 that signed with Silver Wing really foolish? Why do I feel that they have made a very wise choice? Following the global number 1, I wonder how that feels like. I suddenly feel a little envious of them. They have surely seen God alive after 500 years already. I'm so jealous. I also wish to see that God in person. The more we talk about it, the more I wish to enter Silver Wing. Many people had seen the video of alive after 500 years as godly maneuvers. With the general public's opinion being swayed, a number of other professional gamers had a thought. Maybe signing with Silver Wing is not a bad choice. However, while the online audiences were discussing this, the 8 who had just updated their statuses had a raging fire in their hearts. This is not what I wanted to say. You guys don't know that the truth lies behind this line. You people have spent so much time and effort to find the truth, entertainment reporters have spent so much time trying to dig out the truth, but it is right there within that one line. This was today's 9th and biggest bombshell. These statuses transmitted the most important information, and it was literally put in front of everyone. Having signed with Silver Wing, the 8 of them could not update their statuses on social platforms as and when they liked. However, for the 8 simultaneous statuses, they had obtained approval. Silver Wing's side did not reveal who alive after 500 years was right away. According to suggestions from the publicity department, by keeping the media in suspense, they would continue to pay attention. Thus, Silver Wing had decided to only release news of the signing of the 8 players, hiding the biggest boss's ID for the time being. Yet they did not intend to completely hide it. The statuses of the 8 actually laid the truth in plain sight, but no one would think in that direction. For the Silverwing 50 Polar Light project, although it was a collaboration between the Virtual Projects Department and Gaming Department, the Virtual Projects Department held all the authority to decide. The Gaming Department only assisted them. After all, Fang Zhao was leading the Silverwing 50 Polar Light team as he did with the Polar Light Project team, both of which were under the Virtual Projects Department. The boss mentioned by the 8 actually pointed to the boss of the Virtual Projects Department, who held all the authority and was also alive after 500 years. Therefore, in the future, even if anyone asked why Silver Wing had kept hiding the fact, Silver Wing could reply, "We did not conceal it. In fact, it was revealed way earlier, but you people did not understand it." According to common sense, there was really nobody that thought in that direction. When it came to managing an esports club, the manager was a manager, an esports manager was still a manager, and the captain of the main team was still an esport athlete. Never was a captain the manager of a company project. Thus, the general public only had one thought on the 8 statuses: alive after 500 years was their boss, the captain. Even if anyone made a guess in that direction, it was with the intention of a joke and not for real. The press conference was held at the convention hall in Silver Wing Tower. Fang Zhao would be attending and wearing company attire that showed his rank as a manager-level staff. He did not have the sinister scars he had in-game, and since he had long released his suppressed emotions, he looked a lot more mild and refined. Backstage, the 8 of them twitched their lips simultaneously when they saw Fang Zhao. The heavy-set Milo grunted. "A beast in human attire. Don't talk nonsense. That's not how you use it," Jinro said. However, he understood what Milo meant. What Milo wanted to say was that Fang Zhao was like a violent beast beneath that human skin. Jinro agreed with Milo's thoughts. Fang Zhao in person was totally different from his in-game persona. They could not be blamed for doubting him. Even they had not considered the age factor. With such a large contrast, anyone would have doubted, let alone believed it. There are so many people in the hall. Schwarzer nervously said. He had stuck his head out to take a peek previously. Among the 8, other than Schwarzer, the others had already gotten used to these sorts of setting and were more calm than him. Jinro's feelings were more complicated. He had left the professional scene 8 years ago and had since kept a low profile. He had not used his normal ID during these 8 years, using only other temporary or SMUF1 accounts. During this duration, he had not appeared in such a situation where he had been the focus of the public eye, and returning to what he had experienced in the past, he could not help but recall things that had happened a long time ago. Prepare yourselves. You are up soon, a staffer reminded them. Many media groups from all over had gathered in the convention hall to observe the words and actions of everyone on stage, thinking how to go about grabbing the news. Beside Prairie Fire's chief editor, Qian Cheng, sat a middle-aged man. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looked rather prim and proper, but many entertainment reporters looked even more proper than him. There was nothing really unusual about him and he would not give anyone a lasting first impression. After the press conference started, Qian Chen would speak to him in a low voice from time to time. When it was not convenient to talk, they would use messages to communicate. This man was not from Prairie Fire, but today, Qian Cheng had brought him along under the identity of a Prairie Fire employee. This was not how the man looked like normally, he was wearing a disguise. This was the man many reputable people in the industry termed Yenzhou's best paparazzi, Wang Tai. Nobody knew what he looked like, but people in the industry knew one thing: there was no news he could not unearth, only a price you could not afford to pay. It was rumored that his keen sense of smell would not lose to the guards at the Cemetery of Martyrs. This time, Qian Cheng had spent a rather large sum to engage Wang Tai's services to help him find the real alive after 500 years. Qian Cheng moved closer and asked in a low voice, "Found anything?" Wang Tai stared and pointed his finger at the person currently speaking. What is his background? Virtual Projects Department Manager Fang Zhao. How much do you know about him? You are talking about Fang Zhao. That young fellow is really capable. Silver Wing's Virtual Projects Department rose from the ashes under him. Recently, what astonished people most was that, as a composer, he had some reputation and was good at symphonic styles. He collaborated with great master Xue Jing on a textbook that has had great sales volume and they did a global lecture tour. Why, is there a problem? Qian Cheng asked suspiciously. Wang Tai shook his head. A composer? An artist? Then it's no wonder. Fang Zhao gave him a strange feeling, but he had been overthinking. The other party was a composer, so Wang Tai felt relieved. People who dabbled in arts were different from normal people. Having a weird feeling about him was nothing too surprising. Seeing Wang Tai shake his head, Qian Cheng sighed. He had said it before, how could Fang Zhao be alive after 500 years? After Fang Zhao had spoken and returned backstage, Jinro and the others went up to stage to take a seat. Until now, of all those that have gone on stage, does not a single one seem suspicious? Qian Cheng was unresigned, watching the going-ons on stage. Wang Tai frowned, focusing his eyes at the people being grilled by reporters. Including the 8 in the limelight, Silver Wing members and other staff, none were spared. Every time he looked toward the stage, he had a strange feeling, as if when he stretched out his hand, he could touch the truth, but a thick fog clouded his eyes, distorting the truth. He rarely encountered this sort of contradictory feeling. So odd. There was surely something weird. But what had he overlooked? Seeing Wang Tai creasing his brows, Qian Cheng knew that Wang Tai had encountered some difficult problem. He did not chase for a reply, but he paid close attention to Wang Tai's reaction, observing the minute changes in his expression. On stage, the normally lively Schwarzer was feeling uneasy with the hundreds of eyes on him. Luckily, they had arranged for him to speak less, and there were not as many questions thrown at him. With Jinro and Dorian around, the others could relax more. Today, among the 8 people, the reporters were mostly focused on Jinro and Dorian, who were from the Big Five. Schwarzer had the least to do among the 8 and only had to be responsible for smiling. The reporters posed a number of penetrating questions, but they were all deflected by the experienced Jinro. But when a reporter asked who alive after 500 years was and whether he was present, this time Jinro did not immediately reply. Together with the 7 others, he faced the reporter who'd asked, showing off a profound smile. The reaction of Jinro and the others made the reporter feel as if he had asked a really stupid question. When he sat back down, he replayed the question in his heart a few times but found nothing strange. Had he been too direct? Did I say something wrong? He asked a colleague. The colleague was not sure either, as the reaction of Jinro and the others was puzzling. I don't think so. Wayne stepped out to answer. His reply was simple. The identity of alive after 500 years will remain a secret for the time being. Do you wish to know? If you do, find out for yourselves. In any case, I'm not telling you. Curse me. Even if you curse, there is no way I'm telling you. Wayne just loved watching reporters being helpless and getting pissed. The reporters present asked Jinro about his experiences over the past 8 years, Dorian about his reason for choosing Silver Wing, and posed all sorts of questions to the others. There were lots of questions answered, but Qiancheng couldn't bring himself to be delighted. He simply had no interest toward these questions. As he watched time slowly ticking by, the answer he was dying to know most had not yet been found by Wang Tai. Still no progress? Qiancheng asked again. Wang Tai paused for a bit and shook his head. Even though he felt that he was one step away from the truth, he just could not catch the bluff. Therefore, he had no choice but to give Qiancheng a definite answer. Qiancheng was disappointed. Maybe alive after 500 years did not come. No, I feel that there is a high probability that alive after 500 years is present. Did you notice that, when they answered a few questions concerning alive after 500 years, they seemed a little nervous? Especially Black Wizard Milo, compared to Schwarzer, who is purely fanboying. He does not have the same composure as Jinro either, so his reactions are the most honest to observe and think over. Is he afraid? Qiancheng asked. To be precise, he is afraid of the consequences. He is worried about saying the wrong things. Not because of the nervous atmosphere here, but rather, the consequences from someone present. Therefore, my guess is that the person you are looking for is right here. Suddenly Wang Tai paused for a bit and looked upward. What's wrong? Qiancheng asked upon seeing his reaction. I'm getting the feeling someone is watching me through the surveillance cameras. Did they recognize you? I don't know. At the lounge backstage, Fang Zhao's eyes were fixed on Wang Tai through the surveillance monitors. How sharp, Fang Zhao said. Boss, this person seems like a problem. Shall I go check it out? Suiyu asked. No need. Toward the end of the press conference, Fang Zhao once more took to the stage to take a photo with the 8 signings, Wayne, and a few other Silver Wing leaders and staff. Once the conference ended and the reporters had left, Jinro and the others could finally relax back at the 50th floor. Recalling the reporter who'd asked whether alive after 500 years was present, all 8 of them found it funny. The distance between virtual and reality could be very far yet very close. Some people might be separated by a very large distance, but through the use of the internet for face-to-face communication, one could feel as if the other party was right beside. However, there were times when the actual person was standing right in front of them, yet people would rack their brains to try and find the truth elsewhere. Silverwing 50 Polar Light was placed under the virtual projects departments. In the future, their work area would also be on the 50th floor. Wayne also had no other option. Fang Zhao was the one who had roped the recruits in. Besides, the area was large and good for planning, and there was enough space to open another gaming studio. The company provided the 8 of them with Fiery Bird's 9th generation console, which they could use if they wanted to log in at the company. Although this sort of entertainment company was not as professional as an esports club, entertainment companies had lots of funding, so equipment was not an issue. The 8 players' contracts were different from other celebrities in the company. Every single one had differences in their own contracts, but generally speaking, they had considerably more freedom compared to the contracts of esports club players. This was what they had discussed before signing. Everyone had their own custom-made contracts. As the game had already started, there was not a lot of time left. Fang Zhao gave them 3 days to prepare. Schwarzer, who was still a student, had to bring along his Silver Wing contract and return to school to sort out some administrative issues and apply for a long-distance curriculum. The others also needed to settle some personal matters, but 3 days was more than enough. 3 days later, in the gaming studio on Silver Wing's 50th floor, Jinro and the others, plus the 5 previously from the gaming department, logged in. The team had been expanded by Fang Zhao and the maximum capacity had increased from 20 to 25. However, Zhu Wen and the others had to work and generally would not be able to participate in some activities. Zhu Wen and the rest had actually wanted to withdraw and form their own team, but that had been rejected by Fang Zhao. Instead, Fang Zhao drew up the virtual projects and esports staff combined daily training regime. Jinro was using his own old account. Logging in for the first time, he was bound to a team and appeared at the spot where Fang Zhao was, the building that Fang Zhao had first met them at. As Milo's account was in another district too far away from District 79, he had applied for a brand new account. Milo's old ID was Black Wizard, so his new ID was Black Wizard Milo. Dorian had also applied for a new account. The previous 5 members of the gaming department had not stayed idle during this period. Fang Zhao had assigned a task as well, to head from the city and arrive at the coordinates Fang Zhao had given to them. They did not have Fang Zhao's skill and ability to ride a bike and travel across the city, so the time they spent was much greater, but they still managed to accomplish the task, albeit with great difficulty. Adding the 8 with Jinro, the 5 from the gaming department, Fang Zhao and Zuiyu, a total of 15 people gathered at the coordinates. After logging into his new account and seeing the points value of 0, Schwarzer asked Fang Zhao, "Boss, what is our mission for today?" Fang Zhao looked at the highway right in front of the building and said, "First let's clear out this road." "Oh yeah." Schwarzer used the system's screenshot function to capture a video of him speaking a few words. After he logged off, he went to his social platforms and posted, "The glorious path of an esports career starts from cleaning the roads. For today, everyone please call me Mr. Road Sweeper." Fang Zhao's reason for them to clear the roads was firstly to let them practice and adapt to the operations of the team. The second reason was so he could observe each individual's style and ability up close. Although he had investigated each of them, studying through videos and observing up close was different. Through their impromptu performances and emergency responses, Fang Zhao would be better able to understand them, and through this understanding, Fang Zhao could then assign them roles and adjust the team's formation. Although Schwarzer from Yenbei University of Finance and Jake from Ocean University of Yenzhou might have had some conflicting disputes due to their school's bad blood, in-game, all private matters had to be set aside. Fang Zhao had dragged them aside to talk about this. If there were any actions that dragged the team down, the offending party would be kicked out right away. This was something that had been clearly stated in the contract. The activity of 15 people's movements was not small. It was still fine when out of the city, but as they got closer, more and more people noticed them. Fang Zhao had not let them use silencers, and because of Alive After 500 Years and Jinro and gang signing with Silver Wing, if the reporters at District 79 did not notice, they should give up being reporters. Recently, Silverwing 50 Polar Light as a search term had seen a rapid rise. Previously, when the 8 had signed, the popularity of this topic had exploded. Now that the entire team was no longer being secretive, it was a good opportunity for news. Players in District 79 felt like crying. Previously, there had only been alive after 500 years who swept the streets. Now they had an entire, street-sweeping, team to deal with. How were they going to steal experience points now? Especially wherever Silverwing 50 Polar Light was, as all the monsters nearby would be attracted over. Some players tried to imitate their way of luring monsters, but it did not turn out well. Their own strength was lacking, and they were wiped out. The art of luring monsters was not something everyone could do. Therefore, many District 79 players were mulling over whether to switch to another district, such as District 78 or 80. Almost every district with a big esports club was experiencing this sort of situation. Of course, there were also people who wanted to follow the Silverwing 50 Polar Light team and pick up their scraps too. Thus, recently, the forums for District 79 had many similar posts. The amount of monsters in the city are limited. Have you considered switching over to District 78? Team migration. District 79 has changed. It has become Silver Light's District 79, heartbroken. Silver Light was what players called Silverwing 50 Polar Light in short. There are just too few creatures in the city. And lately they don't even seem to be increasing. Maybe after Silver Light wipes them out, the replenishing rate can't keep up. The system has not even announced any big quests. Are we supposed to find them ourselves? Let's form a hunting party and head out from the city. It is rumored that there are a lot more monsters outside of the city area. We don't have to head too far. If we set off in the morning, we will still be able to return to a city and find a safe place to disconnect by night. Those interested, number off. However, unlike the complex feelings of players, reporters in District 79 were going crazy just trying to grab any piece of news. Dying 100 or so times did not even embody the amount of work they put in. Given their lousy skills, these reporters were easily killed by monsters after they stepped outside. As lives were limited, a death would stop them from logging back into the game until the next day even if they had money to spend. Thus, these reporters would have a few accounts, and every day, after dying, they would switch to the next account, and the next. After all, the motive was to obtain news, not to collect points and rise up the leaderboards. District 79's account peddlers were raking in the big bucks every day. They used to envy their fellow peddlers who were assigned to the same districts as the big esports clubs. Most of them were from studios, and their locations had already been assigned. Everyone had their own tasks. The experienced and accomplished persons were assigned the better districts, while others were randomly assigned. Back when they'd logged into a district without a single small esports club, they had made plans to either switch districts or waste away and die. Never had they expected that alive after 500 years would appear and let them live again. Due to the high-profile appearance of Silverwing 50 Polar Light, District 79 was once again all the rage. Even if they could not match up to districts that contained the Big Five, given the online searches, they had already surpassed the popularity of a few mid-tier esports clubs. So much so that even some retired esports players were recruited by news media outlets to be bodyguards for their reporters. Although this virtual supply chain was often criticized, but it continued thriving as it was so profitable. Previously, an account for District 79 had cost around $200 to $500, but now, prices had jumped by anywhere from 5 to 10 times. The price of equipment had risen even more. Especially a few larger peddler studios that had joined hands to dominate District 79's account market and jack up prices. Every day, studios could be seen displaying these kinds of advertisements for accounts, District 79 account, XXXX studios, while stocks last. There were so many reporters out to grab the news it caused quite a bit of a disturbance for Team Silver Light. A few times, when the team was vigorously killing within the city, some reporters rushed over to try and get an interview. As a result, they were surrounded by monsters and killed. Afterward, These reporters criticized Silver Light's members for just standing aside and not helping. Originally wanting to discredit the members of Silver Light, it backfired, as online players were not foolish. With such a low IQ, he still wants to be a reporter. Go back home and drink milk instead. Courting death and still want to drag people along. All gamers know that, at these times, any external distractions can cause injury or death. Just by obstructing them, you were in the wrong, and you actually have the face to criticize Silver Light's members. If it were in the period of destruction, this kind would have long been beaten to death, right? No, there were no people so stupid during the period. They were all running for their lives. Milo and the others heaved sighs of relief when they saw the discussions online. But those reporters are indeed troublesome. We aren't like those big esports clubs with people to specifically block off reporters. We only have 15 over here. Unless we kill off those reporters too. I really don't dare. These reporters can twist a story so well, and it makes me waste a bunch of time. Every time Milo saw these reporters appearing in the thick of killing, he felt like killing them all the same, but he was already past his impulsive age, and having signed a contract with the company, he was part of a team and could no longer do as he liked like when he'd been a freelancer. Those reporters are so irritating. Schwarzer had actually enjoyed the feeling of being chased by reporters and experiencing the treatment of a celebrity, but after 2 days, he'd gotten sick of it. He would rather not have this sort of treatment. He just wanted to play a proper game. Was that so hard? Former HWR core member Dorian shared some knowledge with his younger teammate. That's what you have to go through as a celebrity. Don't think that they will let you off just because we are in the virtual world. Rather, they can be even more sticky in this world. Of course, you mustn't be too naive and try to talk sense into them. These people won't stop, especially entertainment reporters. If you ever get stopped by them, try not to say much. Even if something happens, leave it to the public relations team to handle it. Don't do anything on the spot, as that will cause more complications. These people love to stir things up. Even if there is nothing, they can still make something happen. You can ask Vice Captain Jinro, even if he has been away from the scene for 8 years, he won't have forgotten his past experiences. Jinro nodded his head silently, agreeing with Dorian's words, but he couldn't think of a good reply. Everyone glanced at Fang Zhao, waiting for him to speak. Should they disregard these troublesome people and continue clearing the city, or should they do something else? Fang Zhao drummed his fingers on the table. Since you find them troublesome, then let's make it so they can't keep up. On that day, the members of Silver Light all did a little self-reflection. Indeed, if they were just like Fang Zhao, they would not have to worry about that problem. Taking a look at Fang Zhao, when he'd first exploded on the global leaderboards, District 79 had been full of reporters lying in wait, but very few had been able to grab any news. They had all been just trying their luck. External disturbances were one thing, but lacking the ability to handle it was an irrefutable reality. After the meeting ended, Schwarzer grumbled to Zhu Wen and the others, so much pressure. He had always thought himself to be number one, but after entering the team, he had realized there was always someone stronger. Schwarzer felt like Fang Zhao treated them as soldiers and trained them as such. Their minds and bodies were exhausted, but aside from the grumbling, Schwarzer enjoyed that pressing and intense feeling he got. His skills had improved tremendously under pressure, and he understood better about creatures from the period of destruction. He had also learned a lot about firearm usage, troop formations, and other military skills. He had shed all the unorganized behavior he'd had when he played on his own. This was a professional team. And the thing that gave Schwarzer the most pressure was not the harassment from reporters or the skill gap between him and his teammates. Instead, it was the captain, Fang Zhao, that made him feel the most pressured. During their street cleanings, Fang Zhao would cover the back, but the feeling he gave was like a slave driver with a whip, urging them from behind. Anyone who made a mistake would be whipped. Today, Fang Zhao had accepted an invitation to give a lecture at Qian Academy of Music and left Jinro in charge. This had happened a few times, and the team members had already polished up their teamwork. Besides, Jinro was experienced and used to leading a team, so Fang Zhao was not too worried. Without Fang Zhao around, the Silver Light team was clearly much more lively. And on this day, they met a reporter. The team had decided to increase their speed and leave the reporters behind. Even though they were not as refined as Fang Zhao and could not make the reporters totally disappear, they were still able to get rid of a few. However, this reporter was not like those unskilled and troublesome entertainment reporters. Huo Li was a war journalist, and from what he said, he had entered the game to better understand the old era and the period of destruction and hoped to take some photos that could move people. When he encountered the Silver Light team, he requested to tag along and guaranteed not to interfere with the team's plans. He also promised to not release any photos of the Silver Light team without permission and showed all the photos he had previously taken to Jinro and the others. He was indeed different from those entertainment reporters. The photos Huo Li took were taken from angles that could shock and move people. His photography skills were extremely professional, and his photos were of cities after experiencing a disaster. He had decent skill, and just as he'd said, he did not provide any trouble for the team, just taking photos from the side and generously letting Jinro and the others view the photos he had taken. After clearing a wave of monsters, the team had left behind other reporters, and when they found a place to rest, Huo Li told them of his own experiences at battlefields. And among the team members, other than Fang Zhao, Schwarzer was the only one who had not completed his military service and was still curious about this. When Huo Li was recounting his stories, he did seem rather like a teacher preaching to his students, and those listening could not help but respect him, yet he could discuss with them like a fellow student. You know, there are some things that I cannot say due to confidentiality issues, so I have to be a little vague, Huo Li said. Schwarzer enthusiastically nodded his head. I understand, I understand. As Huo Li raised his head and looked up at the period of destruction sky filled with dust, his tone full of melancholy. In places where you can't see, there are still many wars. There are wars on other planets and wars within our own planet. Within our own planet? Schwarzer curiously asked. He frequently browsed the internet, but he'd never seen such news. The others also pricked up their ears. Huo Li laughed faintly. As a reporter, one needs to have the bravery to expose the truth, and we war journalists are part reporter, part soldier. For every war, we use our lives as a wager. Work comes first, and life is secondary. To get a vivid report, we need to enter deep into war zones and not hold back. A proper constitution and a well-cultivated sense of professionalism is needed. When people talk about war journalists, they use words like unafraid of hardship or brave dedication, but these are too one-dimensional and vague. A real war zone is nothing like a game. Once a person dies, he really is gone for good. Huo Li reminisced, I shall not talk about those within our planet. Those on other planets, I have experienced more. Once, when I followed a team into a war zone, weather caused the operation to encounter some problems, and under those nasty weather conditions, our communications equipment malfunctioned. We were unable to find our bearings and did not have control of the situation. Encountering danger, all we could do was buckle down and fight. That sort of desperate situation united us, perhaps similar to the way people during the period of destruction did. That memory is still deeply moving, yet it is full of pain and sorrow. That is not something that can be described unless you have felt it for yourself. Huo Li spoke about battlefields and how he had followed troops into war zones. There was quite a lot of stuff that he made vague due to his confidentiality agreements, but that did not stop him from explaining the situations clearly. Whether it was his life following the military or the circumstances in the war zone, despite the details being fuzzy, it did not seem fabricated at all. Jinro and Milo made eye contact. The doubt in their hearts had lessened. They had not dropped their vigilance, but this person really did not seem like a liar. Furthermore, Huo Li had displayed some skills in the skirmish earlier, and his photos were different from others, supporting his claim of being a battlefield reporter. When Huo Li was narrating his story, his eyes seemed to exude honesty as well. Huo Li did not just talk about his war zone experiences, he also showed them photographs he had taken in-game. His photos had the ability to influence. If Huo Li had not revealed that they were taken in-game, Jinro and the others would have believed that these were photographs that had been left behind from the old era. A building that they had passed by so many times could be so different in a photograph. This was the skill of an expert. Huo Li also told them some little-known history of the period of destruction. Although his tone was gentle, every word seemed to carry an interested feeling, and even the always rational Vice Captain Jinro was entranced. This was a reporter that separated himself from the inferior ones. In their hearts, their impression of Huo Li was very favorable after a short while. Reality is way more cruel than a game. What happens in games are just minor matters that cannot be compared to reality. However, games are for entertainment, so it is not necessary to compare them. I was just expressing the cruelty of reality, just listen, but don't mind it. Do you want to know the origins of my name? At this moment, Fang Zhao came online and came over from his login spot. As everyone on the team wore a helmet during combat, when Fang Zhao came, Huo Li was unable to see his face. The team that had been lazing around listening to stories immediately changed their behavior. Even if they were sitting, they now sat upright and tense. Schwarzer also no longer giggled. The footsteps of his boots were not loud, but it provided a solemn atmosphere and Huo Li's entire mental state unknowingly tensed up. When Fang Zhao looked toward Huo Li could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand. Even though he could not see Fang Zhao's eyes hidden behind the helmet, he could feel that extremely suffocating glare on him, as though it was piercing through his body. Jinro had already left a message telling Fang Zhao about the matter with Huo Li. Don't stop. Continue with what you were saying. Fang Zhao found a place to sit down. Schwarzer coughed lightly. Huo Li was just about to tell us the origins of his name. Yeah, Huo Li, what special meaning does your name have? Milo asked. He did not like leaving a story unfinished. The solemn atmosphere became slightly warmer. Huo Li laughed. All right, continuing on. Huo Li, fire chestnut, it means that every single thing that we do is like obtaining a chestnut from the fire. Chestnuts are placed into the fire to be roasted, and if we wish to eat the chestnuts, we have to brave the dangers of being burnt by fire. This is similar to us battlefield reporters. Every time we want to get a chestnut, we suffer scars. However, this is our choice. We will bear whatever consequences. Isn't there an old saying, the path we choose for ourselves has to be completed even if we have to crawl? Who cares if there are thorns and brambles along the way? Schwarzer and the others had a momentary flash of admiration for Huo Li. Only Fang Zhao did not have any reaction. Exactly. War journalism is so challenging. Like a real hero. Don't you agree, boss? Schwarzer looked toward Fang Zhao, waiting for a reply. However, Fang Zhao did not reply to Schwarzer and instead said, in the old era, there was a phrase called, obtaining the chestnut from the fire, and a story one behind it. The story goes like this, a monkey deceived a cat to obtain a roasted chestnut from the flame. The cat did it and managed to obtain the chestnut, but its paws suffered burns. In the end, the chestnut was eaten by the monkey, and the cat paid for being swindled and received nothing. I actually feel that the name Huo Li is to remind yourself not to be used by others but to be the party receiving benefits. Don't you agree, future king of war journalism and current Yenzhou king of paparazzi, Mr. Wang Tai? Dead silence. Wang Tai / Huo Li. That is so damn right. How do I answer? Schwarzer and the others now shot daggers out from their eyes. Now they were not just on their guard but had a strong attacking intent. Wang Tai was a name they had recently heard a lot in private. During meetings, Wayne had mentioned this paparazzi king's experience. Apparently he had followed a certain famous celebrity and offended certain high-ranking people. He was a god at causing trouble. Of course, he had not escaped unscathed and had been sentenced to prison. Considering his splendid history, the people in charge specially jailed him in a foreign prison and restricted his access to the internet. Originally, everyone had expected to go 3 to 5 years without seeing him, but unexpectedly, he had been released early, apparently due to him rendering meritorious service that reduced his sentence. Upon receiving news of this individual's return, Silver Wing A-listers and above all increased their vigilance and were afraid of this paparazzi catching their scent, especially their newly formed gaming team. Never had they expected that he would actually chase them into the game. Was what he'd previously said all a fabrication? Pretending it was that real, was the entire thing a show? Forget being a reporter, he should just be an actor. Wang Tai's calm and collected manner finally became forced. The favorable atmosphere he had spent so long to build up had undergone a 180-degree change and now seemed frigid. In front of him were 15 pairs of eyes and 15 gun barrels pointed straight at his brains, ready to take his life. They simply did not have any intention to hear his explanation. The current paparazzi king who'd accepted his first assignment after being released from prison had been caught on the spot as he had neared his target. Having been called out, Wang Tai grimaced. "Brothers, could there be some sort of misunderstanding? Let us talk instead of using force." Given the circumstances, escaping was not an option. Wang Tai didn't think he could evade the watchful eye of the world's #1. All he could do was go offline. But that didn't turn the tide in his favor, so Wang Tai wouldn't just bail like that. Leaving would just leave too many questions unanswered and aggravate the standoff. He had indeed gone undercover to unravel the mystery behind the world's #1, but he hadn't done anything to harm the team. He would do all he could to ease the tension. Who knows, he might end up making some progress. He was in a game, after all. The worst-case scenario was getting shot dead. He could always get online another time or even log in with a new account. But for someone who prided himself on his skills of disguise, it was a major blow to have his cover blown. Otherwise he would have been able to take things in stride when he'd been identified. Schwarzer already had his gun trained on Wang Tai. He had learned a valuable lesson today. He was too naive. He actually believed all the bullshit this piece of crap had spewed. He had been warned about the importance of being on guard for journalists since he'd joined the team. Even though he hadn't yet risen to fame and wasn't that popular, he would have to learn to keep his guard up now. But this fellow had managed such a convincing disguise. Except for Fang Zhao, everyone on the team had thought him to be a war journalist. Boss had earned his chops indeed. He could actually identify Wang Tai despite his ingenious disguise. As Jinro was guarding Wang Tai, he thought back to the sequence of events, reviewing if he or any of his teammates had revealed any secrets. Thankfully, due to Fang Zhao's cautioning of late, they had become much more tight-lipped. They had never let down their guard completely. The others did the same, reviewing their comments over the preceding period. They only relaxed when they made sure they hadn't let any secrets slip. They would be punished if they'd made any mistakes. "Hear me out," Wang Tai probed. But he soon realized that his audience had no interest in an explanation. They were simply waiting for their captain's command to beat the crap out of him. Maybe it was better to go offline after all. Wang Tai was pondering his options when he saw Alive after 500 years raise his hand and make a subtle hand gesture. The 14 folks who were glaring at Wang Tai with menacing looks turned and left. Milo and Jinro wanted to say something, but they ended up holding back, retreating in silence to a spot about 20 meters away. Wang Tai blinked his eyes quickly. This team's MO seemed different from the other Yenzhou esports teams he knew well. They appeared to be the product of military-style training in Rongzhou. What stood out to him was that there were no dissenters. Their levels of obedience and execution were superb. Wang Tai had started wondering if this world number one was from Rongzhou when he heard the man standing in front of him say, "I could ID you just like that even if you switched faces." Wang Tai cast aside his thoughts immediately. After recovering from the shock of the comment, he started frowning hard, weighing the veracity of what had just been uttered. Self-doubt was creeping into his mind. He had initially thought that his formidable opponent had just been bluffing. What had given him away was that fleeting moment of raw reaction just now. But now he was wondering if that wasn't the case, if this fellow could truly identify him immediately. Wang Tai's gut told him that alive after 500 years wasn't bluffing. Had his skills deteriorated since he'd left prison? Wang Tai started reflecting. No, the problem couldn't possibly lie with him. Wang Tai shook his head gently. No one had managed to recognize him since his return unless he identified himself, and that included Qian Cheng. If the problem didn't lie with him, then the reason was his opponent. How on earth had alive after 500 years recognized him? The reason Wang Tai was so feared, the reason he was so obnoxious, was his incredible flair for disguise, down to the look of an eye. If he had lost his touch, he could no longer move freely. That gave him a bad feeling. As a seasoned journalist, Wang Tai was used to putting up an act in front of people and toying with them. No one could recognize him. But now, the tables had turned. He was the one on the defensive. He had already lost this round of battle. But did his opponent have something to say, given that he had asked the others to step aside? Wang Tai heard his opponent say, "Do you mind if I check out the photos you took inside the game?" Even though alive after 500 years was polite, he still projected an imposing figure, so Wang Tai didn't dare relax either. "Not at all," Wang Tai responded. He showed alive after 500 years the photos he had played for Jinro and Company, all the while trying to figure out what his opponent was up to. "These are decent shots. Are you interested in taking an assignment?" Fang Zhao asked. The question caught Wang Tai unaware. "Who do you want to shoot?" "Us," Fang Zhao pointed at himself and then the 14 others standing at a distance. Wang Tai froze. Usually, people hired him to invade the privacy of others, to record all those dirty secrets. No one had ever made this request before. If these were normal circumstances, Wang Tai would have demanded an exorbitant salary, but he didn't this time after weighing the pros and cons carefully and factoring into consideration the questions he wanted answered the most. "What you're saying is that I take photos of you and sell them to the media?" Wang Tai asked in a cautious tone. "No, I mean I want to hire you to shoot a publicity video for us from the perspective of a war journalist." "A publicity video? You want a well-known Yenzhou entertainment journalist to shoot a publicity video for you?" "Like you said, I'm the king of Yenzhou paparazzi," Wang Tai said in a tone that mixed self-mockery and pride. "I'm not just any entertainment reporter, nor the average paparazzi reporter. This mofo is the bloody king when it comes to my trade in Yenzhou." But he had never shot a publicity video for a gaming team. "You said yourself that you're a war journalist," Fang Zhao said calmly. "Oh, everything I said before was bullsh*t, how I'm a war journalist and whatnot. I just wanted to string them along. I'm not the king of war journalists. I know my limits," Wang Tai said with a wave of his hand. As he uttered his response, Wang Tai observed Fang Zhao's facial expression to see if he was infuriated by the rejection. If Fang Zhao threw a tantrum, he would get offline quickly. Fang Zhao stared at Wang Tai and, in a deeper, coarser voice than his appearance suggested, said, "No, more than 80% of what you said about your wartime experience was true." Wang Tai wanted to respond with a laughing, "How would you know? You weren't around," but he held back at the last minute, and the smile on his face vanished. Jinro. Jinro had recorded everything he'd said and passed it on to Fang Zhao. What a sneaky bastard. Jinro had alerted Fang Zhao by message as soon as Wang Tai had appeared. In fact, Fang Zhao had logged in briefly at one point, but he hadn't entered the game. He'd gone offline after reading and responding to his messages. He'd responded to Jinro, instructing him to record his conversation with Wang Tai and sending it to him. So even if Fang Zhao hadn't been around, he had heard all of Wang Tai's comments about his wartime exploits. Fang Zhao continued to speak in a measured tone, "I have the ability to separate fact from fiction." And it was precisely his even temper that suggested to Wang Tai that he wasn't kidding or exaggerating, he was making a factual statement. Wang Tai had better instincts than most, and it was precisely because of his stronger instincts that he felt all the more acutely the suffocating feeling of facing down the relentless stare of a giant beast. Still, Wang Tai was mentally quite tough. Even if he was unsettled and in discomfort, he could still maintain a calm appearance. He continued negotiating. "Shooting a video for you isn't out of the question, but can I see what you look like? I have never seen a world #1 in person." Wang Tai thought Fang Zhao would refuse or make a counteroffer. He hadn't expected him to agree readily. "Sure." Fang Zhao's avatar was revealed when he took off his helmet. Wang Tai studied this mysterious world #1 super god carefully. He didn't look too old, but his avatar had no bearing on reality. Old geezers could pretend to be handsome young men in a game. His skills of disguise allowed him to pose as a university student even if he was more than 100 years old in reality. The scars didn't mean anything either. Lots of folks used avatars with tattoos or scars, whatever distinguished them. The only thing was that this face looked a bit familiar. As far as pro-gamer avatars were concerned, their choice of build might be completely reckless, but their faces bore at least some resemblance to their actual appearance so they could be easily recognized. The face before Wang Tai seemed very familiar, he had seen it not long ago. Who was it? Where had he seen it? Was it at the press conference at Silver Wing the other day? After canvassing his outstanding memory, Wang Tai's eyes burst wide open. He looked like he had removed a rock and discovered treasure underneath. "I know who you are," Wang Tai said in an emotional voice. Jinro, Schwarzer and company looked over when they heard Wang Tai yell. Milo switched to a gun with a silencer to kill a monster that had been drawn by Wang Tai's voice. He scanned his surroundings, shifting his gaze to Wang Tai along with the others after confirming that there were no other approaching threats. They all wanted to see the look on the face of the #1 paparazzi journalist after figuring out their boss's identity. "And yet, you're Fang Zhao's father?" Wang Tai asked. "Fang Zhao. Jinro and company." As soon as he uttered the question, Wang Tai noticed the 14 disciples who had retreated 20 meters staring at him like he was an idiot. Jinro and company secretly cursed. "Are you King blind? You managed to recognize Fang Zhao's face and yet you mistook him for his father." Wang Tai realized his mistake. He recalled the personal details of every staffer in Silver Wing's virtual projects department and started shaking his head. "No, Fang Zhao's parents are dead. He doesn't have any siblings either. Are you his uncle? Or cousin? Why don't you figure out yourself?" Fang Zhao got up and walked toward Jinro and company. He was no longer looking at Wang Tai. "As for my offer, let me know when you've made up your mind." When he finished speaking, Fang Zhao led his team away to proceed with their mission. This time, Wang Tai stayed behind. He planned on never following them again. He went offline instead. Inside a high-end apartment near downtown Qian, Wang Tai removed his gaming helmet. He wore a confused expression. His mission going awry was one thing, but what bothered him was failing to achieve the objective of his mission. Wang Tai looked at his bracelet and noticed about a dozen missed calls. They were all from Qian Cheng. He had probably called for updates but hadn't wanted to intrude. Qian Cheng had hung up after a single ring every time. Wang Tai called back. "You offline? Anything?" Qian Cheng asked anxiously. "I found out quite a bit." "You saw him? Did you figure out his true identity?" Wang Tai paused and responded, no. Qian Cheng was a bit disappointed, but he pressed on. Even if he was difficult to identify, what did your superb instincts tell you when you saw him? This time, Wang Tai didn't answer. He let Qian Cheng wait before hanging up altogether. What did my instincts tell me? That I have met my match. The 50th floor of Silver Wing Tower. Jinro and his 12 teammates emerged from the gaming room. Everyone was so tired they could collapse. 10 of the 13 would have dropped dead if they hadn't had assistants or the specially assigned medical staff to hang on to. Dorian sat down with help from his assistant. It's okay if Boss Fang isn't around, but what about Sui Yu? He asked. He's got an assignment. He logged on from home. He has to go out with Boss after logging out. It's easy for him pick up a tail if he stays at the office. Dorian downed a glass of water and rested while he received a medical checkup. This was the level of treatment that well-endowed companies could afford. Pro gamers were different from amateurs in that their workloads were much heavier. Their physical conditions had to be closely monitored. They were tracked by dedicated staffers every day. All the pro gamers had to worry about was gaming. The rest was taken care of by their backups. This was the difference in treatment between pros and amateurs. Dorian accepted the towel his assistant passed to him and wiped the sweat from his face. He was famished and exhausted. I never felt this tired at HWR. Even I feel the pressure, let alone Schwarzer and the others, he said with a laugh of resignation as he shook his head. Dorian's assistant had been with his boss at Silver Wing for some time now. He knew the pressure Dorian spoke of wasn't pressure to climb the individual or team rankings or career advancement. Fang Zhao never spoke of rankings or point totals. He all but ignored the team ranking, but he scheduled tasks for his team on every workday. There were tests, including written ones, and assignments to be completed inside the game. Those who didn't pass faced heavy punishments. What Fang Zhao repeatedly stressed was this: the bottom line during the period of destruction was survival. Regardless of what you wanted to do, you had to figure out how to survive first. It seemed as if Fang Zhao wanted to squeeze every ounce of potential out of them. When they were gaming, not only were they stretched physically, their brains never saw any rest. When they were on break, they were thinking about all sorts of background knowledge about the period of destruction that Fang Zhao had passed on, especially tips on weather prediction and picking up small details in your physical surroundings. Fang Zhao was adamant that they would come in handy later. Many pieces of information could be found in history books or writings from the period of destruction, but not everyone could finish reading all these books, and even if you memorized the key points on paper, you might not be able to flexibly put them into practice in reality. Meanwhile, Fang Zhao excelled at using real situations in the game to illustrate his points. What impressed Dorian the most was their encounter with the destructive forces of nature 2 days ago. Fang Zhao had warned them about situations like that and had taken advantage of the scenario to teach them how to observe changes in their physical environment. That day, a massive storm with wide coverage had hit the entire southern part of Yenzhou in the game. Districts 50 to 100 had been affected to varying degrees. District 79, where the team was located, wasn't the hardest hit. That fate had fallen on folks in districts 60 to 70. Only about 10% of the players online at the time had survived. Before the storm, many players had thought they could escape unscathed by just going offline when they came across a natural disaster they couldn't weather, but when such a moment arrived, they realized they were too naive. They couldn't go offline. All they could do was watch the horrendous disaster unfold. Some players even had the privilege of being blown into the atmosphere for a truly first-hand experience of the destructive power of Mother Nature. Just as folks were thinking they would get offline earlier in the future when things didn't feel right, the players who survived realized their experience levels had skyrocketed. Not from killing monsters, nor completing missions, but as a reward for surviving a terrible natural disaster. The system awarded experience points by gauging the player's coping skills, their location, and their ability to avoid the storm. For example, players who survived a previous storm in Yenzhou, especially survivors in sectors 60 to 70, saw their experience levels hit 5 digits and received bonus points in the 5-digit range. That kind of point bump usually required days of non-stop monster killing for the average player. For most players who were decently armed, hitting 10,000 points would take a week of killing or even longer. So many players who weren't online or had gone offline early on regretted their decisions. Why did I leave early? Maybe I would have had a stroke of good luck and survived a natural disaster, which would have raised my experience level significantly. That would be like getting paid for doing nothing. But this was also a tough call for players. If they died during a natural disaster, they would be docked major points. Only if they survived would they see a major bonus. Going offline was the safest move. Players who were more conservative usually chose to go offline. Even though the Silver Light team wasn't located at the center of the storm, they weren't far away. After barely scraping by under the leadership of Fang Zhao, every team member saw their experience level and points total increase by the thousands. This is just the beginning. A natural disaster of this severity was considered peanuts during the period of destruction, Fang Zhao told his team afterward. But the reason Fang Zhao put so much pressure on them wasn't because he was carrying out orders from Silver Wing senior management. For some reason he was intent on passing on all his knowledge quickly, especially to Vice Captain Jinro, conducting special training sessions for him after the team went offline. Dorian once asked Jinro in private if Fang Zhao planned on leaving the team soon. If Fang Zhao left, then he would change his plans. The reason he and his teammates stayed was because of Fang Zhao. His presence shielded them from a lot of hassle, so they could focus exclusively on gaming and not have to worry about miscellaneous matters. Dorian's priority was to enhance his skills while having a good time. That was also why he never complained despite being worked to death every day. He knew this training was good for him. The knowledge Fang Zhao passed on would enable him to do well even if he jumped ship. But if Fang Zhao left Silver Wing or if he stayed at Silver Wing but was reassigned to other projects, Dorian had no reason to stay. Jinro told him not to worry. He said Fang Zhao indeed was grooming Jinro to take over the team because he was about to take an extended leave, not because of a transfer but because he had to fulfill his military service requirement. Dorian was dumbfounded for some time when he got his answer. After pondering the matter more carefully, he realized that yes, their boss was only around 23 or 24 years old. Fang Zhao was more than 10 years younger than him, a fresh university graduate of a year or so. It was just that Fang Zhao's behavior made Dorian completely ignore his actual age. No wonder Wang Tai hadn't been able to acknowledge his mistake. Fang Zhao could pass for an older man in anyone's eyes. No one could avoid military service, and the longer the delay, the more factors came into play, especially after one started working. Work would likely get busier as the years went by, and the work assignments more pressing. That was also why so many people chose to serve when they were enrolled in university. The saying, "procrastination is deadly," was absolutely on the mark. Quite a few celebrities had been exposed as not having served at the peak of their fame, when their careers were in full bloom. There was not much room for maneuver under intense media criticism. When they would return from military service a year later, they could no longer re-establish themselves in the entertainment industry. It was best to serve in the military early. From a gaming perspective, if you took the long view, Battle of the Century had just been launched. Going out of action for a year wasn't a big deal. Considering Fang Zhao's abilities, even if his ranking dropped, reclaiming the #1 spot wasn't out of the question. Not to mention that Dorian often got the impression that Fang Zhao didn't take the game that seriously. He had been quite engaged at the outset, but as the days passed, he'd spent less and less time gaming. But every time Fang Zhao got online, he underwent a total transformation. He was a completely different person, as if he had gone crazy. 2 months after the launch of Battle of the Century, Fang Zhao was still the world #1. The other top players would only have a shot at overtaking him once he started his military service. Meanwhile, the subject of Dorian discussion was headed to his favorite paper shop. Suiyu was his driver as usual. He had just gotten offline not too long ago, but he was in better shape than Jinro and the others, so he wasn't so weak as to not be able to drive. Fang Zhao got a call from Wayne en route. I wanted to discuss the publicity video again. Have you found a cameraman? I looked into a few of the better cameramen on our payroll. They're all engaged right now, but it shouldn't be too difficult to reassign them. Wayne was in a hurry. Since their discussion in Duan Qianji's office, Wayne had been reflecting. Was he losing vision? Was he getting more and more narrow-minded, so much so that he wasn't as charismatic as someone who had graduated from university a year ago? That feeling became even more acute after Jinro and the 7 others signed with Silver Wing, so Wayne had decided to regroup. He couldn't only focus on short-term gain. Wayne now had a new goal. He was going to build a truly professional esports team, not the type to simply kick ass and cash out. His model was the business-minded esports clubs. He wanted to build a sustainable esports team within Silver Wing. The only thing was that gaming teams were typically launched with much fanfare. He had his team, but other teams held mass pledges and released publicity videos before the launch of the game. These were all moves that raised the stakes and boosted branding. Silver Wing would no doubt sign more gamers, so they had an image to maintain. If they skipped the mass pledge, at least they could manage a video, no? The only thing was that Fang Zhao wasn't happy with the work of the few Silver Wing cameramen that Wayne had shortlisted. He'd wanted to look elsewhere. Wayne had to wait for word from Fang Zhao. He had called today for an update. I found the right guy, but he hasn't agreed to the shoot yet, Fang Zhao said. Who? Who is it? As long as he strikes your fancy, we can offer more money. Is he fully booked? Wayne was curious now. I don't want to scare you, Fang Zhao said with a laugh. He's not a professional cameraman, but he's the right person for this shoot. I should be hearing back today. I'll let you know his answer tonight after I head home. Oh, which big shot is this? You can't rattle me. Kid, you're always so mysterious. Professionals aren't good enough for you, and yet here you approach an amateur. But as long as he's the right fit for this shoot, I'm open to it. Wayne felt reassured after hearing Fang Zhao's response, but he couldn't help wonder who Fang Zhao had lined up after hanging up. In the meantime, Fang Zhao's car had arrived at the paper shop. This wasn't Fang Zhao's first visit. He picked a design among the new additions and grabbed one of his regulars. He was going to write the score for the team's publicity video himself. Fang Zhao paid for the score sheets and was about to leave when a young man entered the shop carrying an instrument case. When he saw Fang Zhao, surprise and emotion consumed his pubescent face. He smiled shyly and bowed politely. Teacher Fang. Fang Zhao glanced at the young man, signaled Zuiyu to wait in the car, and then turned his attention to the student. He pointed to a lounge area in the shop and said, Mr. Huoli, shall we have a seat? The student who had just been reserved and shy suddenly froze. He gave Fang Zhao an incredulous look, as if he had lost it. Fang Zhao ignored him and proceeded to the lounge area. Like I said, no amount of disguise works on me. Wang Tai, who had disguised himself as the student, wore an expression of utter shock, as if he had met an alien. He scanned Fang Zhao from head to toe. He was still in disbelief. The aura Fang Zhao projected now was completely different from his aura in the game. Were they really the same person? Multiple personality disorder? Wang Tai was absolutely baffled. How on earth did you recognize me? Fang Zhao didn't answer, responding instead with a laugh. Wang Tai felt like he had been attacked by a frosty breeze. He was so pissed he kept shivering, he wanted to move his chair back. People were difficult to read, and people from the period of destruction were especially complicated. Fang Zhao had been able to survive the apocalypse for nearly 100 years and climb to a leadership role. Of course he had a sharp eye. Back then, Fang Zhao had come across quite a few folks with even better disguises than Wang Tai. His ability to see through disguises was honed from years of experience and superb judgment, as well as instincts that were much stronger than Wang Tai's. But Fang Zhao didn't say any of this out loud. Wang Tai had come here today to verify something. He didn't want to admit that he hadn't been able to unravel Fang Zhao's fundamental character the first time they'd met. Wang Tai was so confident that he wasn't willing to admit that he had misread Fang Zhao, so much so that he'd ignored his instincts when the name Fang Zhao flashed in his head when he'd seen Fang Zhao's face in the game. He'd refused to believe the answer, so he'd figured alive after 500 years to be one of Fang Zhao's relatives. Wang Tai was avaricious, full of himself, and a bit arrogant. He felt he had lost this round of battle. He'd even started doubting his own ability. On the matter of Fang Zhao, he'd branded his investigation a failed mission. Fang Zhao chatted with Wang Tai in a box seat inside the lounge area of the paper shop for about an hour. An hour later, still in disguise, Wang Tai left, wearing the emotional expression of someone who had just had a heart-to-heart with his idol, and drove away, but after leaving the shop, Wang Tai's excitement vanished, replaced by mixed feelings and a sense of failure. When he got home, Wang Tai got another call from Qianqing asking for an update. This time, Wang Tai didn't fudge, saying up front, "I'm passing on this assignment. Per our agreement, I'll refund you twice my fee." Qianqing was too stunned to react. What? Wang Tai's response was too shocking. Qianqing took a few seconds to recover. "You really have no way of nailing down his true identity?" he asked. "Oh, I know who he is, but I can't tell you right now. But I can tell you one thing." Qianqing's ears pricked up. What? He wasn't going to miss a word. "People can transform themselves," Wang Tai said in a resigned tone. Qianqing's mind kept repeating Wang Tai's words after he ended the call. Transformation? What transformation? Could it be like in the movies, transforming into a werewolf when there is a full moon? Tisk. Qianqing chuckled. He did not believe the bullsh*t Wang Tai had spouted. However, there was not a lot that would make Wang Tai give up an assignment and firmly refund the money. Could it be that, after serving a jail term, this paparazzi king had lost his nerve? No way. Qianqing drummed his fingers on the table, recalling every word that Wang Tai had said. Mulling through, he picked up a few things. Wang Tai so readily refunding him, could the paparazzi king be afraid of the other party's status? Someone who could make Wang Tai be afraid, could it be one of Yanzhou's high levels? Generally, these high-level people were not enough to make him behave this way, unless it was the bigwigs right at the top of Yanzhou. Qianqing's mind was filled with unlimited possibilities. In his heart, a hint of fear arose. Although he reported a lot of entertainment news, matters regarding bigwigs had to be dealt with differently. There were things that he could not reveal even if he knew. If he were Wang Tai and met with this sort of situation, he would do the same and keep his mouth shut. As for Wang Tai making an error in judgment, Qianqing simply did not consider it. An oversight by Wang Tai. Ha, is that possible? Qianqing scoffed. At the other end, Wang Tai did not know that his few words had removed the reins on Qianqing's line of thought. Even if he knew, Wang Tai would not have minded. Others were free to do as they wished. He was just feeling puzzled. How had Fang Zhao recognized him? Also, the last sentence he'd said to Qianqing was not nonsense. He really felt that Fang Zhao's online and offline persona were two different persons. More importantly, what made Wang Tai unable to accept the most was Fang Zhao's age. No one would believe that the game's top killing machine, who could create a raging storm of bullets in a few seconds, could actually be a refined composer who had graduated a little over a year ago. Although there were cases of cultured people being cruel in games, in Fang Zhao's case, this was the first time Wang Tai had ever seen something like that. Why had he been unable to investigate? Because it was so hard to imagine the two together. Wang Tai's face distorted as he recalled how he had been recognized. Today, he had not only changed his appearance, even his stature had been modified, and his traits were totally different from when he had been at the press conference. Having such a complete difference and being found out made him uneasy. Accepting Fang Zhao's request to shoot a film of the Silver Light team was firstly to use this process to resolve the bewilderment in his own heart and better understand this Fang Zhao person. This was the first time in his life he had ever encountered such a situation, and if he did not clarify things, he would not be able to rest in peace. Secondly, many people in the entertainment circle had learned of his early release and were more vigilant. Now it would be much harder to unearth secret news of big-name celebrities. Instead of spending a lot of time trying to break their defenses, why not accept Fang Zhao's assignment first? Besides, the payment was quite large, and Fang Zhao had already given him the down payment upon accepting the job. From the information on Fang Zhao, he understood that Fang Zhao was rich, so he did not have to worry about not being paid. As Yenzhou's king of paparazzi, Wang Tai had never shot a professional publicity film. However, Fang Zhao wanted him to shoot it from the angle of a war journalist, and he could only try. He had been a war journalist, and it was this service that had gotten him released early. Regarding this, Wang Tai was not lying, just as Fang Zhao had deduced. Huo Li was an alter ego he'd created after being released, to remind himself not to ever get incriminated by others again. Having experienced it once was enough. His ID in-game was also that, and Fang Zhao had temporarily added him to the team, making it more convenient to communicate and share the development of the film. Although Wang Tai was extremely loathed by people in the industry, every time someone wanted to investigate a certain celebrity and the difficulty was high, they would still find Wang Tai. Why? One part was his capability, the other his reputation. He knew a lot, and the reason why nothing much happened to him was that people turned a blind eye and did not upset the equilibrium, as Wang Tai had tight lips. But if he were to really run away, both sides would suffer. Back then, before Wang Tai had been sent to prison, he had made a vicious move, causing the other party to be toppled and lose all backing from his family, cutting off a path of retreat for the other party. This was how vicious he could be. After all, he was already down and was not afraid of falling further. That incident had made many people hate him. Now that he had been released early, would he still be afraid? But no one knew that, every time Wang Tai was speaking to Fang Zhao, he was keeping his words brief. He had no choice, he could not pretend or lie, as he felt that he would be caught on the spot. Compete in strength? Wang Tai really felt that he would definitely lose out. Cheating the other party and running away and hiding? Wang Tai would not consider that. He felt that this was way too cowardly. A person could not live in hiding all his life, and he still had a long way more to live, so he could only face it head-on. What could he do? He was also in despair. When Fang Zhao had mentioned the matter to Wayne, as per Wang Tai's request, Fang Zhao only mentioned Huo Li, the war journalist, instead of the infamous Wang Tai. Wayne knew that Fang Zhao did not reveal the entire matter, but since it was a request from Fang Zhao, Wayne did not probe further. He only had one request: shoot a good video. When it was done, Wayne would inspect it, and if it was not up to standard, he would use a company videographer. Oh right, Fang Zhao, for the publicity film's accompaniment music, will you be composing, or do you want to let Flying Pegasus handle it? Recently, Flying Pegasus have completed 2 film accompaniment music projects. They are idle now, Wayne told him. Fang Zhao knew that Wayne had more he wanted to say, so he asked, "What do you think?" "I was thinking maybe we should let Flying Pegasus handle it this time." "Aren't you very busy?" Wayne suggested. "What are the other reasons?" "Say them all," Fang Zhao replied. Actually, I feel that your musical style does not suit the majority of gamers. I'm not saying that your compositions aren't good, everyone can see the results for themselves and you have the recognition of figures in the music industry, but Fang Zhao, although I'm not so well versed in esports, I know what sort of music gamers like. Your works includes too many things, and you perfectly combine classical music with modern elements, but my suggestion is that you do not need that much meaningful music. What is needed is enough boom, that sort of explosiveness. What gamers like is less classical elements and more electronic music. At this point, Wayne paused, considering carefully how to express his opinions fully and not cause a bad reaction from Fang Zhao. He really did not want to offend Fang Zhao, who was the man the Silver Light team approved as their boss. Wayne was not considered a big deal in their eyes, so to achieve his own lofty ambitions, Wayne knew that he needed to placate Fang Zhao, but there were things that still needed to be said. After all, he was a businessman. All his opinions were in the direction where the most benefits could be obtained. Therefore, when it came to choosing musical styles, he was more inclined to choosing the company's elite cooperative, Flying Pegasus, to create the accompaniment music, as the results would surely be even better. Continue, Fang Zhao said. After considering, Wayne felt that Fang Zhao did not seem angry, and he gradually became at ease. Continuing, he said, I'm really not saying that your works are no good, but our publicity film is mainly for gamers, not music lovers, to watch. However, these groups of people come into contact with electronic equipment the most, especially some veteran gamers. What they appreciate and enjoy are those more mechanized and electronic styles. Although they don't necessarily dislike your 100-year period of destruction series, if the music style was changed, the results would be better. Fang Zhao was not a man without reason. He was indeed attentively listening to the opinions and suggestions. What Wayne was saying was not entirely correct, but at least half of it made sense. So this time, how about just letting Flying Pegasus complete it? All you have to do is lead the team. According to your plans, you want to serve your military term next year. November is ending, and it will be December soon. You also have to attend classes at Chian Academy of Music, so time might be a little tight, and you surely have a lot of matters to attend to. There is no need to waste time on this matter, Wayne advised. Do you have a few tunes to recommend of the style you mentioned? Fang Zhao asked. Wayne knew that Fang Zhao had not given it up. Pausing, he finally said, the kind full of vigor and explosiveness. I did not study music, so I don't know how to express it. How about this? Wayne's mind thought of a bunch of ideas in those few seconds, and he suddenly said, visit some nightclubs. I can recommend you a few. The names of 3 nightclubs came out from his mouth. Wayne explained when it was suitable to enter and the times to enter so Fang Zhao would surely manage to hear the music. This reaction was that of an old hand. The music frequently played there is the sort I am talking about. Just take it as you gathering materials and listen a little. When the time comes, we can see whether you are able to do it. Young man, stop being so solemn all the time. Take a look at yourself. That lifestyle is just like that of an old man. Look at all the people in the company of the same age. Which one is like you? Be more lively and enthusiastic. If you are unable to find anything stimulating online, why not take this chance to visit nightclubs and have fun and open your eyes? The ones that I recommend are places where the music is what I really like, explosive. These places are top grade, and professionals like you who have high requirements for sound equipment will definitely not regret it. After all, the expenses of gathering materials will be paid by the company, so don't worry, just keep a copy of the electronic bill. When the time comes for you to submit a claim report, I can be your witness. Even if Director Duan knows, she won't say anything. Wayne had said a lot, but his main idea was, all expenses will be handled by the company, so hurry up and gather materials at the nightclub. After ending the call, Fang Zhao looked at his communications device, pondering over the words Wayne had said. Like that of an old man? Was the difference with others of the same age that obvious? Fang Zhao was still mulling over Wayne's words the next day on his way to the Qian Academy of Music. As a composer, Fang Zhao touched on styles that were rarely used. Whenever people in the music industry talked about Fang Zhao, they would mention his 4-piece series, 100-year period of destruction, which had become his trademark style, classical combined with modern. This had given rise to a wave of popularity for symphonic epics due to the perfect blending of traditional and electronic music. But whether it was his global lecture tour or his symphonic epics, after a few months had passed, he'd gradually been forgotten by people. The pace of life in the new era was very quick. Other than those in the industry who were meticulously studying this, other people found new things to pay attention to. Fang Zhao's works had been considered academic and received a lot of praise from professionals in the industry, but they were not in touch with people. Xue Jing had told Fang Zhao this before. Academic stuff can last a long time or a brief moment. It lasts a long time because of its impact due to what it encompasses. The numerous feelings pertaining to life and the significance of history make it worthy of being investigated. Pulling it apart bit by bit and analyzing it, it deserves to be passed on to future generations to study, but in the academic music circle, it can be considered purely fashionable, and the wave of popularity will only last momentarily, and that is why it can be considered brief. And what Wayne had told Fang Zhao yesterday, about reducing the proportion of traditional instrumental music and increasing electronic sound effects, that was what the masses in the new era could more readily accept. Adopt a more direct method to express. When Fang Zhao had been producing the Period of Destruction series, he had studied some popular and trendy new era music. Only after that had he blended electronic music together with traditional instrumental music. All that Wayne had said, Fang Zhao knew, but his understanding was not good enough. And as for such things, Fang Zhao knew that he would not be able to find the answer in schools. Xue Jing had mentioned the difference between academic and liberal. Liberals were under the category of non-academically inclined, and people within the industry liked to term them laymen. This was more random and miscellaneous yet, at the same time, more in tune and easier to accept by the normal masses. Fang Zhao had accepted the Qian Academy of Music's request to give 3 classes for their students every week. Today, when the lecture ended, as per normal, he stayed behind for a while to dispel the doubts of his students and help them with any difficulties they encountered. The reason behind not giving an internet lecture was to make it convenient for teacher and student to communicate and resolve problems. Although Fang Zhao lacked teaching experience compared to the other teachers, he was popular and the take-up rate for his classes was always high. Why? One reason was indeed his capability, and not just limited to music composition. Besides being a composer, he was also a manager of a certain department in Silver Wing. In Silver Wing, this position was already considered high. Many people with 10 years of working experience might not necessarily climb to such heights. But everyone knew that Fang Zhao's success could not be duplicated. It only existed due to luck and ability coinciding at the same time. And the other reason for the popularity of this class was that Fang Zhao had only graduated a bit over a year ago and was not much older than the students. He felt approachable and not too distant, and students felt at ease discussing their problems with him. Some wanted to worm their way closer to him. Who knows, if they could maintain good relations, Fang Zhao might be able to help them out. Therefore, if it was impossible to replicate Fang Zhao's success, they could just cling on to him. Many students did not address him as teacher. Instead, they used the term senior and felt this term was an easier way to get closer. Wang Tai had disguised himself as a student and inquired about other students' impressions of Fang Zhao. Nice guy, pretty amiable. Although he doesn't say much or laugh, he has a lot of patience. A caring senior indeed. These were the remarks he got about Fang Zhao from those students. But when he found out, Wang Tai really wanted to tell those students, amiable my ass. You would be scared sh*+ if you knew about his other side. Today, after Fang Zhao's class, a few students did not immediately leave, instead gathering around Fang Zhao to ask questions. A Year 4 university student asked, "Senior, could you take a look at this score? I keep thinking it ought to be correct, but no matter what adjustments I make, it doesn't seem right. Look, these are the few edited versions, and it sounds wrong. Senior, what do you think should be changed in this part?" Fang Zhao glanced at the score and said, "Try it 1 octave lower at this part, lower, that's too much. Right, just like that. It's really different now." When he was done with this, the other at the back promptly squeezed over. Fang Zhao recognized him. This was a Year 6 student, who would be graduating next year. Recently, he and 2 other students had formed a band, and they were moonlighting at a certain nightclub. Recently, he had encountered problems during the composition of his graduation piece. "Senior, listen to this bit. In order to not repeat the front portion, so as to prevent it from becoming stale, I should add an instrumental tune. I have decided not to use electronic music and instead try some forms of traditional instrumental music. However, I am not that versed in traditional instruments and have tried quite a few and asked some people, but I am unable to achieve the result I want." That student pulled a long face and scratched his head. Over the past 2 days, he had been struggling with this problem and had lost quite a few hairs over it. "What have you tried yourself?" Fang Zhao asked. "I tried a lot." "Oh, right, these are the ones I have tried, over 20 different traditional instrumental tones," that student said. Actually, he had not tried all the instrumental tones. When he had been recording the sound effects, he had bought all of them straight away. Fang Zhao noticed the twinkling in his eyes and knew he was not speaking the truth, but he did not point it out. Instead he said, "Play the instrumental tones and listen to them one by one." The student did as he was told. "Ah. Oh. Change to the next. Change again. Change again. Change again. Right, this is it. This? I feel it obviously doesn't fit," the student hurriedly said. When he had first bought the instrument source material, he had listened to this, a trumpet note, but had immediately eliminated it after listening once. The tone felt rustic and too acute and totally did not fit the musical style of the piece, which evoked thoughts of a degenerate addict. "Don't use, I feel. Try blending it into your composition. After you have listened to it, come tell me your thoughts," Fang Zhao replied. Yes. Senior, are we not listening to the other instruments? I can play them for you too. It won't take long. A minute will do." The student hurriedly played out the other few instrument tones he had saved. He was really not optimistic of Fang Zhao's choice. A trumpet tone was his least liked type. After playing, the student eagerly asked, "How is it?" "No chance," Fang Zhao replied. "All right, I will go back first and try it out." The student thanked Fang Zhao and helplessly left. By the time Fang Zhao left the classroom, it was already 6 p.m. Today he had not let Suiyu pick him up. Suiyu's assignment had been to keep an eye on Wang Tai in the game. After a simple dinner in the school's cafeteria, Fang Zhao called for a taxi and headed for a nightclub that Wayne had recommended, Space. Space was the name of the nightclub, opened by a great master of electronic music. Here, the primary genre was electronic. When Fang Zhao arrived, it was only a bit after 7. For people with an enriching nightlife, this was considered very early. "Is this your first time here, sir? Are you alone? Do you have any requests?" a server asked as he showed Fang Zhao in. "Just me. I need a suitable place to listen to songs," Fang Zhao replied. The server stopped in his tracks and eyed Fang Zhao suspiciously. Visiting a nightclub just to listen to songs? Fang Zhao noticed the server's reaction. "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing, sorry. It's just that, if you are only listening to songs, this way, please." The server turned toward another direction and led Fang Zhao over. From Fang Zhao's age, the server had thought that Fang Zhao would be similar to other youngsters his age. Coming to a place with bustle with excitement, who knew that Fang Zhao would actually just wish to listen to music. Generally, these sorts were those that had fallen out of love, failed in their business, or encountered setbacks, but the person in front of him did not seem to be disappointed or frustrated. Spending so much money at this location just to listen to a few songs, what was he up to? Fang Zhao did not care about the server's peculiar gaze. His ears caught a song, electronic with a slightly slower tempo than the fast-paced electronic music that was fashionable nowadays. The beat was still as strong and there was a portion with singing in the middle. The style was more random, and the singer's low bass-like voice seemed like idle chatter. Over at the dance hall, under the murky lights, young men and women were moving about, swaying their bodies to the beat. As they brushed past each other, their eyes intertwined and tacit smiles were flashed. The wantonness and flamboyance of youth brought about an unrestrained extravagance. Only at this moment did Fang Zhao realize such a great generation gap. However, Fang Zhao was a person who dared to do things. For the sake of producing a musical style that would be accepted by youngsters in the new era, he was willing to change. Why not listen to Wayne's suggestions, learn to be more lively, enthusiastic, and flamboyant? How about some dancing? Fang Zhao planned on observing the behavior of his peers before acting. If he waltzed in right now, he would probably end up being one of the weirdos. So Fang Zhao decided to set up post there and carefully observe people's responses to the mood of the music and their physical reactions. Once he decided, Fang Zhao removed a small notebook and pen from his pocket. His ears captured every note that was played, and his eyes were glued to the action in the main performance hall. The night was still young. The songs being played weren't huge hits, and the performers were no big shots, but the quality was good enough to generate a decent atmosphere and avoid an empty house. According to Wayne, this club started off with slower songs that were still forceful and explosive before picking up the pace as the evening progressed and the time got late. Fang Zhao planned on carefully observing this transition. He was approaching the matter with the scientific rigor of academic inquiry. Perhaps on account of the early hour, the spot the waiter had recommended had great acoustics. As Fang Zhao made his way to his seat, he could tell the acoustics kept getting better and better until he reached his destination. This was a semi-enclosed box seat without a top. The 3-meter-tall wall behind him was solid, dressed with a few decorations and an electric guitar that had not undergone the types of simplification characteristic of the new era. It was an exact replica of the electric guitar Fang Zhao was familiar with from the old era, although it definitely wasn't from the old era. Items from the old era were antiques and therefore valuable. As much as the club owner wanted to flaunt, he wasn't silly enough to display real antiques on the wall. The semi-enclosed box seat was separated from other boxes with glass walls. The transparency of the walls could be adjusted, and different colors and patterns could be added. The side of the box facing the main performance hall was a curtain made of a special material. The curtains could be lifted or draped. There were also different forms of draping. In their default mode, a light curtain descended, the type that could be disrupted by a gentle breeze, but in total lockdown mode, the curtain stiffened into opaque boards that couldn't be breached without major force. Fang Zhao kept the curtains up so he could take in the action in the main performance hall. As a waiter brought plates of fruit and snacks, he stumbled on Fang Zhao fetching his notebook and pen. For folks in the new era, their bracelet doubled as a phone, computer, and credit card. Everyone took notes electronically. People who used physical paper notebooks were a minority. People like Fang Zhao who carried a notebook with them in their pockets were even rarer. A look of surprise flashed through the waiter's eyes when he saw Fang Zhao taking careful notes on the sofa, but the server quickly regained his composure. It wasn't in their place on pass judgment on the fetishes of their guests. Fang Zhao noticed the curious gaze of the waiter, but he didn't mind. He was busy identifying every single note emitted by the stereo equipment. The new era was an information age defined by new technology. Musical tastes were different from those of the times Fang Zhao was familiar with. Even though he had been adjusting for a year now, he still hadn't fully absorbed and integrated musical preferences from the new era. He had absorbed and internalized only to a certain extent. Critics hailed his work as the perfect blend of classical and modern styles, but Fang Zhao knew that his compositions had major shortcomings. This time, he wanted to try something new and overcome those limitations. The electronic music of the new era used various contemporary musical tools and advanced post-production software to constantly push the boundaries. This was extremely appealing to Fang Zhao. Even though he still wasn't used to this style, he was willing to learn, to absorb these new elements that had evolved over hundreds of years. Naturally, watching videos or concert footage through virtual platforms was no rival to visiting an actual concert. The particles of scent floating in the air, the vibrating sound waves, and the scattered ambient noise all constituted elements that could stimulate. Sitting there, watching the scene unfold and listening to the music, Fang Zhao's brain was flooded with ideas. He recorded his feelings, his observations, and all his discoveries into his notebook. His ears never stopped capturing the melodies playing, even during the process of taking notes. He lifted his head from time to time to watch the people hanging out in the main performance hall. In the box seats to Fang Zhao's left, a group of young professionals who had just gotten off work were joking around, venting their pent-up emotions from the workday. When they finished chit-chatting, they would hit the dance floor and start getting jiggy with it. A heartbroken young man was drinking in the box to his right. "Don't hold me back. I want another drink. Why did she have to break up with me?" His friends couldn't do anything about it. Only Fang Zhao's box was eerily quiet. People who passed by Fang Zhao's box all cast him curious glances. They had probably never seen such an odd scene before. Just as Fang Zhao was writing furiously, 3 young men stepped into his box. They were dressed more or less the same, probably colleagues from the same company who had just left the office. The sleeves of their white dress shirts were rolled up to their elbows. Their unbuttoned collars revealed firm chest muscles. Their hair looked messy but had, in fact, been meticulously done. The trio projected a youthful, unkempt flair, the type that was popular with the ladies in the club. A square-faced man approached and knocked on the table in front of Fang Zhao. "Kiddo, can you do us a favor? Can you switch boxes with us? We've paid our bill already." Fang Zhao looked in the direction he was pointing. He had passed the box the man was pointing to en route to his box. The acoustics were much worse, and the box didn't have a view of the main performance hall. Fang Zhao calmly said, "I'm sorry, but why don't you try someone else? I'd like to stay put." The man's facial muscles twitched, and he shifted his attention to Fang Zhao's notebook. "Hey, are you a primary student? You came here to do your homework after school." He suddenly reached out for Fang Zhao's notebook, only to discover a hand carrying a fountain pen pressed on top of the notebook once he touched it. He pulled to no avail, his muscular arm twitching a few times. The notebook wouldn't come out. The man's 2 companions also approached. They laughed when they saw Fang Zhao's notebook and fountain pen. "You're actually using a paper notebook and an antique fountain pen. Even primary students don't use this stuff anymore. Perhaps only kindergarten students in diapers do." The other man also poked fun at Fang Zhao. "You're wrong. Even kindergartners don't use this stuff anymore. Stuff like paper has long been passé, but it seems people like cultivating an image by using paper notebooks to pose as artsy and intellectual. It's easier for artsy types to score chicks." Fang Zhao shook his head and ignored his visitors. These kids weren't worth his time. "Hey," I said. The tallest of the 3 rolled up his sleeves and was about to get in Fang Zhao's face when one of the other men held him back. "What are you holding me back for? People like this deserve a beating. What this mofo can't stand the most is these pretty boys who act all artsy. The man who was restrained fumed. The smell of alcohol sprouted from his mouth. Fang Zhao got a real kick out of that comment. Pretty boy. He qualified as a pretty boy. There were so many celebrities at Silver Wing. Someone like Fang Zhao was considered a pedestrian. Perhaps when placed among the masses, his looks could pass muster. Fang Zhao wasn't upset by the insults. He wasn't a hot-headed kid who was easy to provoke. For him, it was like a few kindergarten students telling an adult, "Don't leave after school." He would just let it pass. An elder like him wouldn't stoop to the level of arguing with these kids. Wayne had said the good thing about this club was that people didn't dare start any trouble. Folks that did never ended up pretty. So Fang Zhao knew these three kids wouldn't take things too far. Probably all the well-situated boxes had been taken or reserved, so they wanted to swap boxes. Naturally, they'd targeted someone who struck them as a softie. After surveying their options, they'd zeroed in on Fang Zhao. He was alone and looked like he would be easy to bully. They were thinking they could force him out with a few threats, but lo and behold, Fang Zhao wasn't easily intimidated. The tall fellow wanted to make a move but had been stopped by his companions. They didn't dare behave recklessly here. You had to choose the right venue to start a fight. They didn't have the guts to go all out here, but they could still deliver a covert blow. After the three men left, they went straight to the club's security chief, telling him that one of their guests looked out of sorts and was perhaps dangerous. The trio were old customers and knew the security detail well. It just so happened that the head of the detail was on patrol, so they rushed forward to pass on the tip. They coyly used vague language, throwing around words like maybe or possibly. The most honest-looking of the three described Fang Zhao's behavior. "We're just three concerned customers. We're not trying to settle personal scores or disrupt the atmosphere in the club. We just happened to see the guy when we went to the bathroom just now. That fellow looks quite odd." He was completely earnest and didn't embellish, but he stressed points that he knew would touch a nerve, like the way Fang Zhao observed the main performance hall and how he took notes and drew in his palm-sized notebook at the same time. You could never tell from the way he looked at the main performance hall that he was here to have fun. That's the type he is. Anyway, I can't be more precise. The bottom line is that there is definitely something wrong with that man. I think you'd better investigate. Even if it turns out to be nothing, you've ensured the peace of mind of your customers, right? You know, everyone who passed that box found him odd, his companion said as if he was still spooked. The security chief got anxious right away. People in their line of work assumed the worst when they noticed something out of the ordinary. They then proceeded to eliminate any potential threats to the club one by one. So once he heard the description, his first reaction was that someone was plotting something at the club and had even zoomed in on the main performance hall, which was the busiest and most crowded location in the club. If this was an attempted terrorist attack, such as an explosion of some sort, the club's reputation would end up in tatters. Even though he trusted his security screening equipment, he had to make sure. So after being briefed, the security chief led a few colleagues to Fang Zhao's box seat. He checked the number of the box seat, then turned his attention to the serious-looking man who was sitting inside taking notes, doodling and in deep thought. The security chief knew instantly that he had the right box. The scene did seem a bit off. The security detail in the club donned outfits not unlike the uniforms of any major corporation. The security guards wouldn't come across as threatening or menacing. The security chief walked into the box with 4 of his staffers. He remained courteous. "Sorry to bother you, sir. We're part of the security detail at Space. This is just a routine sweep to ensure the safety of our club. I hope you will cooperate." "May I ask what you are doing?" the security chief asked. "Listening to the music and taking notes." "Is there a problem?" Fang Zhao asked. "A problem? Hells yeah. Who the F***ck comes to a club to listen to the music and take notes? Are you nuts?" The security chief scaled back his smile somewhat, but regardless of what he was thinking, he still had to be polite on the surface before he had ascertained that the subject was dangerous. This was a high-class club, even the security staff had to pay attention to their demeanor. They had to be on their best behavior. That was what made for class, not thugs who bared their necks and sported tattoos. If they threw their weight around at the outset and offended a customer, it was their boss who would lose face. "Do you mind if I take a look at your notes? If they're private, then never mind. Could I also see some ID please? A company ID would be ideal." Fang Zhao examined the visiting party then nodded. "Sure." He handed over his notebook. The security chief was caught by surprise. He had never expected the subject to hand over his notebook without putting up a fight. He still had to examine the notebook carefully. "Thank you for your cooperation." Even though he was just a security guard, he was exposed to a wide range of people at space. When he felt the paper as he took Fang Zhao's notebook, he knew it was very high quality, typically favored by professionals. He had noticed a professional author use the same type of notebook in the club. Several of the club's senior executives also liked to carry high-end mini notebooks in their pockets and tuck custom-made antique fountain pens in their breast pockets. They never had any use for them, it was all for show. But the person before him was hard to read. He might really be an artist who behaved differently from a normal person. So when he received the notebook, the security chief turned up his charm. His smile became more beaming, but after flipping through the notebook and reading its contents, his smile turned stiff and tenuous and his cheeks kept twitching. One of his underlings peeked over this shoulder then shot Fang Zhao a befuddled glance. What the hell is acoustic design through nonlinear thinking? And what the hell is the complex fission of new era sound? Sound can actually fission. What kind of space is the space in the irregular virtual simulation, flooding and stereo treatment of sonic space? The expressive artistic potential of electronic music after simulation, a change in quality, reassembly, and rebirth. Oh, this seems a bit more accessible. I understand the first 7 words. But what the hell is expressive artistic potential? What kind of potential is that? The security chief felt put on the spot, even though he was the graduate of a top university, let alone his staffer. He felt like he was illiterate. I can't understand any of this. But even though he couldn't understand the notes, he could tell it was a professional analysis. He kept flipping. It was a fairly new notebook. Quite a few pages in the middle were left empty. The last few pages were filled not with words but undecipherable symbols. They appeared in spurts, a few lines would be followed by a gap of 2 lines, then another few lines. The lines were of varying length. They resembled some sort of code. The security chief pointed to the scribblings on the last few pages of the notebook. "And these are music scores," Fang Zhao responded. Music scores?" That put the security chief in a bind. It was difficult to probe further when it came to scores because privacy and intellectual property were involved, but no one could verify that this was indeed a score. What if it was some type of code, and the club's security hang in the balance? He had a professional tendency to assume the worst, but when personal privacy and intellectual property were on the line, he would stop pressing. He returned the notebook to Fang Zhao. Just as he was about to ask for identification, Fang Zhao tapped on his bracelet to bring up his professional credentials. After scanning the information, the security chief's facial expression softened multiple times. He gave Fang Zhao a polite bow. "So sorry to interrupt your listening session. Please accept a small gift as a token of our apologies. Please continue. This is a great spot for listening. There are fewer disturbances. Have a good time." Fang Zhao nodded and didn't raise his voice when he said, "This is indeed a great spot. Those 3 folks wanted to swap boxes with me. I refused." The security chief froze, turned, and signaled his men to leave. After leaving the box, his men asked out of curiosity, "Boss, who was that?" Manager of the Silver Wing Virtual Projects Department, member of the Yenzhou Music Association, honorary lecturer at the Qian Academy of Music, and special advisor to Fiery Bird. The security chief gritted his teeth as he finished his sentence. Even though he maintained a smile, the fear that flashed through his eyes gave his men chills. "Track down the 3 men from just now, take them outside, and give them a refresher on our house rules. How dare they play me?" The security chief actually didn't mind being used as long as the tip was accurate. Being used wasn't a big deal if the security of the club was at stake, but who were they reporting as suspicious? An honorary lecturer at Qian Academy of Music. A special advisor to Fiery Bird. The words, special advisor, blew him away. More impressively, the man was so young. Geniuses always behave differently than normal people. It was understandable for them to be a bit neurotic and act unconventionally. Fiery Bird was a household name, and any average person knew the weight the title, Special Advisor, carried. And Qian Academy of Music? Their boss graduated from the Qian Academy of Music. Their big boss was quite sentimental about his alma mater. Who knew if Fang Zhao knew their big boss? If he uttered one word to their big boss, who knows, he could be fired. He had to report the matter to his superiors so he could cover his ass if there was an investigation. Fang Zhao's train of thought hadn't been interrupted by the sudden inspection. After the security guards left, he kept taking notes. It was already past 8 p.m. The beats in the club started to pick up. More people started hitting the dance floor in the main performance hall. Senior alum. Senior alum Fang Zhao. That can't be. What would senior alum Fang Zhao be doing at a place like this? It is him. The 2 shocked students stood in front of Fang Zhao's box to take a closer look. It was indeed the Fang Zhao who had just delivered a lecture to them earlier in the day. The 2 students had approached Fang Zhao with questions after the lecture. Fang Zhao remembered them. They were Year 6 students in their final year under the new 6-year curriculum. They would be graduating soon and were thus under a lot of pressure. It made sense for them to kick back a bit by partying in the evening. "Senior alum, is it just you? What are you writing?" one of the students asked. "I'm listening to the music and jotting down my thoughts and analysis. You're such a great role model for our generation." This wasn't a music appreciation class, it was a noisy club. What kind of person would do something like that? This was a completely different level of enlightenment. From another planet. The 2 were Year 6 students from Qian Academy of Music. The guy was Thomas and had asked Fang Zhao for help after class. The girl was Qinglan, with a short bob and a straight fringe, she seemed the more lively of the 2. According to them, the coming Tuesday was Qinglan's birthday, but since they had a full day of lessons and all sorts of assignments then, they could not make time. Thus, the celebration had been brought forth to today, when their friends were all free, and they had come over after school to celebrate. They had booked a private room a short distance away. The others had not arrived yet, and Thomas and Qinglan had just gotten here. As they had been about to go to their private room, they had seen Fang Zhao as they were passing and came over to greet him. Seeing Fang Zhao so conscientiously taking down notes, the 2 on the verge of graduating felt a little guilty. Compared to Fang Zhao, they were just squandering their time. So much pressure. Thomas sighed. It's rare to find the time to come out and enjoy. For Year 6 university students, the better the university, the stricter the requirements for graduating. As Qian Academy of Music was Yenzhou's best music academy, the graduating requirements were even more stringent. Students that had consistently outstanding grades and a solid foundation would be starting to find internships at companies instead of worrying about all sorts of graduation evaluations. However, those like Thomas who did not normally work hard would have to put in a lot more time and effort in a bid to save their grades, at least to beautify their results for this crucial year, which would make it easier to get a job after graduating. Thomas's eyes were on the electric guitar hanging on the wall. As he thought of something, he paused and asked Fang Zhao, Senior, how much do you know about ancient instruments? Aren't you good at creating music of the symphonic style? Although the instruments used by the band are not ancient instruments, they were developed from them. I heard that you are well versed in that. Have you come into contact with a few of these ancient instruments? Ancient instruments? Fang Zhao nodded. I do know some. The ancient instruments he mentioned were what people of the new era called instruments that were from before the period of destruction. They were also called old-fashioned instruments or old-style instruments. However, for academic people, old-fashioned and old-style were not terms that they wished to hear or see, as they seemed degrading toward art. Thus, the term ancient instruments was used. What do you wish to know? Fang Zhao asked. Thomas gave a mischievous giggle and sat down on the sofa, rubbing his hands together before raising one and pointing at the electric guitar hanging on the wall. That one. I have it from a reliable source that, in the final exams, among the questions tested will be one on an electric guitar. However, throughout our 6 years of university life, we simply have not had a single lesson concerning the ancient electric guitar. Right. Cheng Lan also joined in the laughter and politely poured a cup of tea for Fang Zhao. Actually, Senior, we picked this place so that we could see the electric guitar up close. Everyone knows that ancient instruments, even if they are replicas, are more expensive, especially those in the electric guitar category. It is almost impossible to get one for less than $10,000. As for good imitations or those made from better materials, they cost much more. It's totally something that us poor students can never afford. The one here at Space is an imitation of an electric guitar, and not new era versions that have evolved. As a pure ancient instrument, it is a high-grade manufactured one. That's why we wish to come over and study it. Fang Zhao could understand Thomas and Cheng Lan's point of view. The 100 years of the period of destruction were like a break in history. No matter how many videos and electronic records and various other methods preserved information from that time, there was a limit to how much ancient instruments could be preserved. In the new era, archaeology teams were continuously making new discoveries, but ancient instruments were rare. During that extraordinary time, instruments were not considered important, and not much effort had been made to conserve them. That was why there were very few instructional videos regarding instruments and why the prices of instruments from the old era could be jacked up. It was only during times of peace that such things were of use. Instructional videos from the old era were not as high quality as those of the new era, and there were not a lot. They weren't perfect either. People from the music industry that had survived the period of destruction were even fewer. Even if they had survived, after 100 years of struggle, they might not necessarily have still remembered their knowledge and techniques. Not everyone was like Fang Zhao, who could simulate an orchestra playing in his head. For other stuff, Fang Zhao might be less knowledgeable, but regarding ancient instruments, the two had asked the right person. What aspects of the electric guitar do you guys want to know about? Fang Zhao asked. Not much, we just want to clarify how it's supposed to be used. Thomas was scared Fang Zhao would find him troublesome, so he hurriedly said, the testing criteria will probably not be so detailed regarding ancient instruments. After all, how it works will definitely not be tested, so Senior can just explain a little on its usage. Instruments used by new-era symphonic orchestras might produce the same tones as ancient instruments, but the shapes differed greatly. After hundreds of years of development in technological advancements as well as changing materials, the shapes of instruments had changed. Ultimately, instruments had to be easier to operate and convenient to carry, otherwise they would be replaced by the increasingly perfect electronic instruments and would truly become antiques. Nowadays, many students from music academies only needed to use a music keyboard to produce music. Along with some downloaded source material, they could simulate all the sounds they wished to produce. This was cheap and practical, and there was no need to learn various instrumental techniques. In comparison, the old era's electric guitar was just too hard for these students. Luckily, all they needed to understand to pass the exam was some theory and how it operated. If they were required to learn ancient electric guitar techniques, these students would not be willing. Qinglong also echoed Thomas. It's true. We bought a few instructional videos and watched people using it, but it feels too difficult. There were a lot of points that were hard to understand. Senior, could you explain a little to us? I remember there being a lot of instructional videos online, Fang Zhao said. From Fang Zhao's memory, he knew that the original owner of his body had tackled the exams by using free videos and materials from the school's library and had banked on his good memory and a little luck to score highly. Thomas grimaced. Those are actually not reliable at all. We can only view a lot, but after that, we need to summarize them ourselves. This was the reason they felt so pressured. It was a lot of work. Those free videos were difficult to understand, and the person explaining probably did not understand it well. As for those genuine authoritative instructional videos, those cost a large sum. Even after spending so much money, one would not necessarily obtain the information they wished to, and the videos might not be completely accurate. A few years ago, someone had verified with a few reputable musicians and ancient instrument researchers and found out that there were 2 grave errors in the instructional videos. Although the musician had refunded the money back to buyers, many students had already answered wrongly during the examinations and lost marks. It was too late for regrets. Therefore, generally speaking, examination topics on ancient instruments were extremely easy to lose marks on. In the past centuries, there had been people who'd managed to figure out ancient instruments such as the electric guitar, but afterward, they had not publicly released the knowledge that they had spent a hard time researching. The only ones that could get such information were their disciples or the later generations that took over. Other students had no way of understanding it. This was the norm in the industry and the reason why Xue Jing so appreciated Fang Zhao's sharing of his various techniques and knowledge when he had helped compile new voices in symphonic composition. Fang Zhao nodded. He understood where the two were coming from. You might not necessarily remember if I only use words. How about this, take the electric guitar off the wall and I will give you a little demonstration. Demo. Demonstration. Thomas stared blankly, then happily got up to retrieve it. As he took it down from the wall, Thomas was very cautious. He was afraid to knock it against anything. Even if it was just an ornament here, if there was any damage, it would be recorded and they would have to pay before leaving. The cost of the electric guitar in his hands was estimated to be in at least the 6 digits. The owner of the place had money and loved these sorts of instruments. Even if it was an ornament, he would not use one of shoddy quality. As he handed over the electric guitar, Thomas's hands were shaking. He confirmed Fang Zhao was holding it before slowly releasing his grip. Senior, please be careful. This thing is really expensive. Thomas then remembered, Fang Zhao doesn't lack money. Even if it was not publicly announced, they could still estimate how much Fang Zhao had earned from the copyrights of his previous works. Since Fang Zhao was rich, Thomas and Qinglan's confidence increased, and they were no longer as hesitant as before. They curiously felt the electric guitar. In the past, whenever they came here, they would be afraid of touching the electric guitar in case they damaged it. What little money they had was enough for them to enjoy a little, but if they were to compensate, they would really vomit blood. Senior, we will pay for your expenses here. Qinglan was very happy today. Regardless of whether Fang Zhao could teach them what they wanted to pay for him, since he was willing to help them. You don't have pay for me. After Fang Zhao had received the electric guitar from Thomas, he went on. Bring the others out as well. Thomas was puzzled. Others? What others are there? Isn't there only one guitar? Qinglan elbowed him. Blockhead, what was the point of watching the instructional videos? There is still the amplifier, audio cable, effects pedal, and the other equipment. Oh. Right. There is other equipment. Oh, my stupid brain. Senior, you just wait here. I'll go find them. Thomas and Chenglong found a cabinet on the wall that seemed to have some ornaments. Pressing a button on it, the cabinet automatically opened. Thomas looked at Chenglong. This big one is an amplifier, right? If I remember correctly. Chenglong looked at Fang Zhao, and seeing his nod of approval, she smiled. She had not remembered wrong. I know that's an audio cable, but what about this? What are these for? Thomas looked at a lump of objects and flipped them over to take a look, but he remained stunned. There isn't even a manual here. This time, Chenglong had no idea either. Had this been mentioned in the materials she had memorized before? The video she had watched 2 days ago had not mentioned this. Those are effects pedals, Fang Zhao told them. Effects pedal? All of these? This is different from what we saw in the videos. The video we watched only had one effects pedal, and it did not look like this. I think it was called something like a composite effects pedal. That's for beginners. These here are individual effects pedals, Fang Zhao explained. Oh. Understood. Thomas brought everything over and prepared to assemble the equipment. Wait. Chenglong stopped Thomas and asked Fang Zhao, Senior, can I record the whole process? I won't remember it, just observing once. Fang Zhao did not mind. Sure. Thank you, Senior. Chenglong shot a glance at Thomas. Be more serious, I'm about to start recording. Remember to get my face in the video. Thomas took the audio cable, paused, and turned toward Fang Zhao. Senior, how do you connect this? Don't get up. Just sit there and give me the instructions. I will handle it. Fang Zhao did not decline. Letting Thomas personally assemble it would make him remember better, so he sat on the sofa and instructed, place the amplifier between the guitar and audio cable. Attach the guitar's cable to the input of the effects pedal. After that, attach the effects pedal's output to the input of the amplifier. Thomas followed Fang Zhao instructions and connected them step by step. He used to feel that ancient instruments were troublesome, the equipment was complicated, and using one was complex, but now, after having a hands-on lesson, he felt somewhat accomplished. Actually, it was not that difficult after all. Just connecting them together, how simple. Something so simple was made complicated by people online. Chenglong stood at the side, recording the entire scene down, including Fang Zhao's explanations of every effects pedal, distortion pedal, compression pedal, tuner pedal, looper pedal. As Thomas was connecting the effects pedals, he picked up one part and saw the words printed on it, wah wah. What is this? Wah pedal, Fang Zhao replied. Wah sounds. You mean the wah 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 one sounds? Thomas's face was full of surprise. That is an electronic tone. I actually did not know. They normally use the downloaded wah sounds on the musical keyboard. He had never known it was the tone of an ancient electric guitar. If this was a multiple-choice question, he would have just made a wild guess. After setting up, Fang Zhao explained while he demonstrated. Thomas sat obediently at the side, listened attentively, and changed the effects pedals when Fang Zhao requested. In the middle, Fang Zhao also let Thomas and Chenglong voice their views and raise questions. Senior, the part you just mentioned is different from the reference video we watched, Chenglong said. Listen to mine. Yes, Chenglong answered. Thomas was more inclined to believe Fang Zhao. That's why I said the reference video we bought surely had errors. If we had really memorized from the video, we would have lost marks when the time came. Not only was his explanation bad, how did that lazy-ass teacher obtain his professional qualifications? Surely there must be something shady going on. Chenglong interrupted Thomas's grumbling. Doesn't matter whether it's shady or not, just hurry up and listen to Senior. I am still recording. She was still waiting for more of Fang Zhao's explanations and demonstrations. A while ago, she had only had the mentality of having a try and seeing what little knowledge they could gain from Fang Zhao. Little had they known that Fang Zhao would give them too big of a surprise. A comprehensive explanation. It included all the basics regarding an electric guitar. In any case, it was more than sufficient for them to tackle the examinations. This was just a reference book taking human form. If this was shared in the class chat group, all the students in Qian Academy of Music that needed knowledge on the ancient electric guitar, would be ecstatic. When the server was pushing a cart of beverages and refreshments, he realized that this private room had actually drawn the curtains. A while back, there had been only one person, and he had said he wanted to listen to music, but now, the private room had drawn the curtains and the room was now in sealed mode. That meant that the private room's roof was also sealed, so people outside couldn't hear what was happening inside, and the people inside would not be disturbed by any activity outside. What is one person doing in the private room with sealed mode? Listening to music? With the curtains drawn and the room sealed, what music is he listening to? The server looked at the side. There was no "do not disturb" sign and the curtains were not drawn all the way, meaning that there was nothing secretive going on, so the purpose was to block off the noise from outside. The server reached out and lightly pulled the curtains apart. He had only opened a narrow slit when he heard the distinct sound of a rapid and concentrated music chord that made him pause as an astonished look appeared on his face. Servers in space without a little hearing ability would not get far. As the boss was once a famous electric guitar performer, the staff here, from the manager to the waiters, would at least understand the basics of an electric guitar, and the more they understood, the more they could obtain the favor of the boss and climb higher. Therefore, the staff here spent their free time learning about electric guitars and how to differentiate performing techniques. This was the ability of all employees at Space. They might not know how to perform, but they needed to know how to listen. Their high salary was not just from serving drinks, guiding customers, or an excellent service attitude. For that sort of requirement, just Qian City alone would have 100,000 people who could do it, so why had these people ultimately gotten this job? Hearing ability. Differentiating ability. Comprehending ability. Thus, before he even saw the situation in the room, just listening, he could make a preliminary judgment. Someone was performing, and the instrument was an electric guitar. From the clarity and accuracy of the notes, the performer's control in both hands was very strong. An expert. Opening the curtains, the server saw the situation inside. Fang Zhao was demonstrating to Thomas and Chenglan the plucking technique. The sounds the server had heard just now were from him using both hands to pluck the electronic guitar. Seeing the server enter, Fang Zhao stopped and looked over suspiciously. The server apologized. "Sorry to bother you, take this as a form of compensation for the security team disturbing you." The server brought out the items on the cart, laid them all on the table, and left quickly. Fang Zhao glanced at the time, it was already past 10. During this period, Chenglan and Thomas had received many calls but had rejected them all. Their friends who they had arranged to meet had been hurrying them. However, Thomas and Chenglan had said they had an urgent matter and would head over later. "It is getting late, and I have said a lot. Although it is not complete, I have covered some of the basics. This is it for today," Fang Zhao said. Thomas still wished to continue. "Ah. You are stopping. It's actually past 10. Time passes too quickly." Chenglan spoke. "Senior, you must be tired. Have a rest. You probably won't accept any gifts, so how about we find a time when you are free to give you a treat." Fang Zhao had said a lot, starting from the basics and slowly delving deeper. They could handle the examinations without any problems now. Thomas and Chenglan actually felt that, if they were to take the test now, they could get at least 80 if not 90 out of 100 marks. In any case, they would not fail. To prevent themselves from forgetting, the two intended to watch the video a few more times to refresh their memory when they got back. Chenglan asked, "Oh right, senior, can we share the video we took with the rest of our class?" "Only people from our class." "Sure. Senior, you can upload the video to your profile under the school's teaching and administrative web page. Then you can set up privileges, for example, a fee for viewing your materials. Many teachers in the school do it," Thomas suggested. "No need," Fang Zhao replied. Eyeing the table in front of the sofa filled with drinks and snacks, Fang Zhao told the two, "Leave this pot of tea, this bottle of wine, and this plate of refreshments. As for the rest, bring them with you." This. Fang Zhao had explained so much today, and not only were the two unable to help Fang Zhao settle his tab, even food and drinks were being given by him. They could not help but feel a little embarrassed. They would come once or twice a month, and although they did not consider themselves to know the place well, they knew that the drinks and snacks served here were more expensive. They would seldom order these. However, upon Fang Zhao's insistence, they could not decline. Then, "Thank you, senior." The two of them returned the electric guitar to its original state on the wall before thanking Fang Zhao sincerely once more, grabbing the food, and leaving. The private room's sealed status was lifted. The roof opened and the curtains were drawn back as the upbeat tempo from the music outside drifted back in. Quicker and more explosive, it made it easy to drive up the atmosphere. All the various restless and agitated energy in the air rose up with the music. Fang Zhao sipped on tea to moisten his throat, then opened the wine on the table. For this sort of atmosphere, wine was better suited. Following that, he took out his notebook and continued to observe the going-ons in the dance hall. Elsewhere, Chenglan shared the video she had just taken with the class chat group. At this time, there were still people who were discussing the impending final exams. The things they grumbled about most were regarding ancient instruments. "We are composing students. Why do we need to learn about those obsolete instruments when we can complete it all using software? Leave those to ancient people. Aren't the electric guitar and the classical guitar all guitars? Why are all their points completely different? It's less than a month to the exams and there are still so many points to remember. I don't have enough brain cells. Just from trying to memorize all the material, my hairline seems to be receding." Just as these people were grumbling, they suddenly received a notification: "Your classmate Chenglan has shared a video in the class chat. Ancient electric guitar secret manual for examination, do not leak to outsiders." Every day, there were people sharing some resources within the group chat. Some were useful, while others were not, but this could only be decided after seeing them. For the sake of their exams, they would not let any shared videos slip by. Those online viewed it, as they had nothing to lose. After all, they had been watching lots of reference videos prior to this, and the results had been insignificant and had made them even more confused. Isn't that Senior Fang Zhao? I even attended his lecture today. Where is this place? Thomas? Where did you and Chenglan run into Senior Fang Zhao? One look at the electric guitar on the wall and I know where you guys went. You guys went clubbing. Why didn't you call me along? I couldn't tell that Senior Fang Zhao can also play the ancient electric guitar. I didn't know that Senior Fang Zhao would actually go to that sort of place. Half an hour later. Seems decent, but is what he is saying correct? Why does it seem different from the reference videos I watched? Didn't you hear what Senior said? Listen to mine. Seems like a bluff, but if we memorize incorrect points, we will be out of luck for the exams. An hour later. I got my uncle to take a look. He said that everything Senior Fang Zhao has said till now is correct. My uncle was the previous chairman of the Yenzhou Ancient Electric Guitar Association. I don't care. Chenglan, Thomas, private message, send me a copy of the video. I want it too. Thomas, are you my brother? If you are my brother, stop ignoring my private messages. Files shared within the group chat could only be viewed but not downloaded. Therefore, they had to get the original video from the sender. 2 hours later. F***ck, I saw someone from the other class sharing this video. We have a traitor in our group. Which *shoal leaked the information? What's important is who it leaked from. Didn't we say that, regardless of whether it was your first love, crush, or current partner who asked, we still would not budge? I have bad news for everyone. Our neighboring school is also circulating the video. F***ck. There is definitely more than one traitor. Retarded C***nts. If it spreads too much, the teacher setting the exams might change the questions at the last minute. Isn't this hurting ourselves? Qinglan was enjoying her own birthday celebration when she suddenly received over 10 calls. It was the same with Thomas. Seeing that they seemed urgent, he put one through and found out that, within 2 hours, the video had been circulated among every music academy in Yenzhou. It was even rumored that there were people from other continents that had gotten a copy through certain means. If it were other entertainment videos, of course more circulation was better. However, this was an educational and instructional video on a rare ancient instrument. According to Thomas, this sort of video could garner a high price if sold online, and there would be no shortage of buyers. After sharing the video among the class, the two had enjoyed the limelight and been elated after receiving compliments, but now, when they heard the news, they immediately sobered up despite being tipsy from the drinks. What if Fang Zhao got angry over this? What if Fang Zhao changed his mind and wanted to upload the video to sell? Now that the video had already been circulated, even if it was uploaded, nobody would purchase it. There were already many people who had this video, and it was still increasing by the minute. Thinking about the consequences, the two could not care about the birthday celebration or whatnot. Immediately rushing over to Fang Zhao's private room and seeing Fang Zhao still there, they explained everything while full of guilt. Senior, your video has been circulated. How about uploading a copy onto the school's website? At least it will show that the copyright belongs to you so nobody else can pass themselves off as you. Fang Zhao was rather suspicious of the news. In 2 hours, how had it spread so wide? Rather than regretting not uploading it for sale on the internet, Fang Zhao was astonished that there would be that many people paying attention to ancient electric guitars. However, he still listened to Thomas's suggestions and uploaded the video to the Qian Academy of Music's webpage. At the same time, he also uploaded a copy onto social platforms, where it was for the public and free to use. Senior, you are not angry? Qinglan asked hesitantly. Why would I be angry? More people understanding is a good thing. The video being circulated that widely means a contribution to the spread of the culture of ancient instruments. It also means that the amount of people interested in ancient instruments is greater than what we imagined. Seeing that Fang Zhao was not getting angry over this matter, the two who were panicking gradually calmed down. At the same time, their admiration of Fang Zhao grew. At their age, there were not many people in the world who had the same sort of mentality as Fang Zhao. It might only be Fang Zhao alone. No wonder Great Master Xue Jing had so energetically recommended Fang Zhao and brought him along for the global lecture tour. Fang Zhao was worth it. Any other person would have been trying to get benefits a long time ago. Senior, you aren't going back yet? Qinglan asked. No, it is lively now. Fang Zhao noticed that, at this time, the atmosphere at the nightclub was at its apex. Surely he would not miss this chance to observe. Since you don't intend to leave yet, how about entering the dance floor and enjoying with us? Qinglan suggested. Thomas nodded his head and echoed her. Yes, yes, you can feel the atmosphere better on the dance floor. The experience is totally different from sitting in the private room. Fang Zhao thought about it. He had already been a spectator for so long, he could try entering the dance floor and experiencing for himself that sort of atmosphere. Thomas and Cheng Lan told their friends that they would be entering the dance floor and proceeded to clear the way in for Fang Zhao, both preventing people who were bouncing around from knocking into Fang Zhao and blocking off a few that were clearly not sober. Here, the sound effects here are especially good. I just love to dance at this spot, Thomas shouted over the blaring music. Under the blurry lights, intoxicated people had begun to make their way to the dance floor. Like water that had reached its boiling point, the people starting dancing and swaying crazily. Don't worry about whether you can dance well or not, just follow the music and your brain, just like how we compose music. Just follow your instincts, Thomas explained from the side. If you really don't know how, I can teach you, Senior, Cheng Lan added in. Better not. Senior, don't listen to her. Us men need to be manly. Just follow me. Make sure your muscles are not too tense. Watch my shoulders, arms. Thomas demonstrated a simple motion. Just like that. Take one step, remember how each step feels, pay attention to your joints, follow the rhythm, and move. About. Thomas had just finished when he saw, from the corner of his eye, a person beside Fang Zhao got sent flying by Fang Zhao's fist. Thomas. Cheng Lan. Brother, I didn't ask you to move like this. The life drained out of Thomas and Cheng Lan's faces. Assault, someone on the dance floor shouted, but with the deafening music in the background, only those nearby could hear it. And the first reaction of people who heard this was disbelief. Assault? Here. Who dares? Don't they know the consequences of creating trouble in space? Or perhaps the assailant is drunk. No matter whether a person was sober or drunk, as long as they created trouble here, they would not be able to leave peacefully. People who were alcohol intolerant would not come here, and if they came, they did not dare to drink much, as they were afraid of the cruel retaliation at space. The staff here, from servers to security, might seem polite and well-mannered, but if anyone broke the rules, knives would be drawn. Whenever there were fights, the people closest would be the first to suffer. Therefore, the moment those people nearby heard it, they immediately dispersed and left the danger zone. There were some inebriated people who saw everyone around leaving and became puzzled while still swaying their arms. They were probably lost in their own world and had to be forcibly pulled away by their friends as they mumbled to themselves. After that, there were more shouts as more and more people realized what had gone on here. Let me out, let me out. People nearby tried to get out and leave this possibly dangerous spot. Let me in, let me in. Certain people from other parts of the dance floor wanted to squeeze in and had turned on their video recording mode. I heard there is a fight. It's rare for a fight to happen at space. How could I miss it? That's him, the one who beat someone up. Everyone catch him. There were people in the crowd trying to personify justice and urging the crowd to catch him. One person trying to mount a sneak attack from the side had just gotten close when he was sent flying with a lightning-quick kick. It felt as if a thick iron rod had swept him aside, and the contents of his dinner nearly spewed out. Thomas and Cheng Lan's friends also noticed the commotion, and they squeezed over and asked Thomas, "That is your senior. Why does he have such a fiery temper? Just some dancing and he can send people flying." No, it's definitely a mistake. Senior isn't that sort of impulsive person, Cheng Lan hurriedly explained. Crash. Yet another person was sent flying. Under the flashing lights, the person sent flying was like a fish that had leapt out from the waves, flying through the dance floor in an arc before finally smashing into the ground, struggling a few times but unable to get up. Cheng Lan was speechless. A chair came swinging toward Fang Zhao, but he caught it and smashed it into the nearest person, and the retro wooden chair fell to pieces. A few hot-blooded people in the crowd want to step over to subdue Fang Zhao, but seeing the scene, they stopped in their tracks. The security team would be arriving shortly, so they just stayed there watching the commotion. Thomas and Cheng Lan's friend said, "I'm not saying anything bad about your senior, but the way he fights is so skillful. One look and I know he is an old hand." Did he come from a black street? The music in the dance floor abruptly stopped and a voice blared out through the sound system. Everyone stop right there. The security team is here, someone in the crowd exclaimed. What do we do? Qinglan was on the verge of tears. They were regulars at space and knew that nobody who had caused a disturbance could walk away safely. Even if they had a background, there was no telling whether an accident might befall them in the following days where not a trace of evidence could be found. And the reason why so many people liked visiting space was the lack of troublemakers, which created a safe and enjoyable environment. Fang Zhao's actions now were undoubtedly destroying space's image. Under the flashing lights, the ashen faces of the security team could be seen. If not for the light effects, the expressions on their faces would surely scare everyone. When he saw the security chief leading his team, Thomas hurriedly went over to try and explain. Senior did not do it on purpose. Thomas had not finished speaking when there was a cracking sound and another person was sent flying, his arm twisted in a weird angle. When he landed, there was no movement, he had probably fainted. Thomas felt like crying too. Brother. I had just established a mutual understanding with the security team. Fang Zhao finally stopped, not because he had seen the security team arrive but because there was no longer anyone around other than Thomas, Qinglan, their group of friends, and the security team. The security chief counted the people lying on the ground, 6. They had already reacted promptly. The moment the commotion had been spotted on the surveillance cam, they had immediately rushed over. Had it even been a minute? And in such a short time, Fang Zhao had downed 6 people. 6 people had been immobilized. Their injuries were not life-threatening, but they were not light either. He raised his hand and signaled his team to first send the people lying on the floor for treatment. When the security team had found out that it was Fang Zhao that was creating trouble, it had given them a headache. Why is it him? Since when did artists have such fiery tempers? But even if the governor's own children were creating trouble, they still had to catch the perpetrator. All the sound equipment had been completely shut off, and the lights were no longer flashing. The entire dance floor was silent. This is your first time here, Mr. Fang, so perhaps you do not know the rules here. Nobody told you what to take note of. The words were the same, but the tone was different from when they had addressed him back in the private room, with not a hint of respect inside. The surrounding security team were flexing their arms and cracking their knuckles, and their faces displayed killing intent. Towards people who smashed up their place, they did not have the normally friendly look. This was them showing off their truly dangerous side. I hope the few of you can give a proper explanation. There was no longer a smile on the security chief's face as he glared daggers at Fang Zhao, Thomas, and the few of them. They attacked first. There was not a trace of panic on Fang Zhao's face as he shifted to the side and stood in front of Thomas and Qinglan, blocking them from the security chief's gaze. He continued, they attacked me first, all 6 of them. You can check their possessions and you should be able to find something surprising. I also wish to know who ordered them to attack me. We will investigate, but first, please head to a quieter spot with us and explain the situation that happened just now. As he was about to say something else, a member of the security team ran over and whispered something in the chief's ear. His expression changed. The anger on his face dissipated and was replaced with fear and respect, but that was not toward anyone here. He looked up at Fang Zhao's group, his eyes filled with sympathy. Our boss said to invite his junior over for some tea, the security chief said. Is it Mr. Nadawuzi? Thomas stammered. Yes. The security chief moved sideways and raised his hand. Please. At the same time, members of the security team surrounded Fang Zhao from both sides. This position meant that, if Fang Zhao did not go, they would use force to make him comply. As Thomas and Qinglan had not participated, the boss had not called for them. Hence, the security chief did not ask them to come along. Before Fang Zhao left, he told Thomas and Qinglan. Don't worry. I am going over to have a chat with Mr. Nadawuzi. You guys head back first. With that, Fang Zhao headed in the direction the security chief had pointed out. Thomas and Qinglan did not listen to Fang Zhao's words and instead chose to wait here, letting their other friends leave. They waited in the private room Fang Zhao had booked. The two felt like their blood had frozen and were reproaching themselves for asking Fang Zhao to head to the dance floor. As they were mulling, Thomas received a call from a dorm mate. Thomas, our faculty's beauty, the one you have been crushing on, just posted on the school forums thanking you. Thanking you on behalf of the faculty and for contributing to our fellow schoolmates who need knowledge on ancient instruments. She even asked if there was any way she could contact you. Are you surprised? Unexpected? Are you happy? If this was under normal circumstances, Thomas would have been over the moon, but now, Thomas was in no mood for anything. He even felt like crying. Brother, help me do something. Thomas briefly recounted what had happened. On the other end of the call, sharp exhaling could be heard. Are you sure you are talking about Senior Fang Zhao? He didn't drink, right? The other party was finding it hard to imagine. He did, but not a lot. He still seemed quite sober and said that the other people raised their hands first. That, you have to know, some people get drunk after just a sip of alcohol but still seem sober, but that is just an image. Maybe Senior Fang Zhao was so drunk he could not think straight. But you said he beat 6 people. That's not the point. The problem is he fought in space. And was taken away. Brother, hurry up and think of some ideas. See if there is anyone who can help. Qinglan was also busy contacting people. However, it was already in the wee hours of the morning, and many people were already in bed. School teachers, the deans of their faculty, or others might have been able to talk to Nadawuzi, but they were all asleep. At the other side, Fang Zhao had followed the security chief and left the dance hall through another exit and was taking the elevator upstairs. On the way up, Fang Zhao tried recalling any information he had regarding Nadawuzi. Nadawuzi was also known as Yanzhou's Shadowless Hands. He'd gotten this name because of his strumming speed when played the guitar, which made people think it was beyond the limits of a normal human. He was also among the 3 fastest guitar players in the world and was a genuine ancient guitar master. Nadawuzi was probably around 80 years old, which was considered middle-aged in the new era. Although he no longer publicly performed and had been maintaining a low profile, stories about him still circulated. When Thomas and his friends had mentioned Nadawuzi, their deepest impression about him other than his impressive guitar skills was only one other thing: Nadawuzi spoke very little, and he spoke slowly, the complete opposite of the intense feeling he gave off when he strummed the guitar. At least, that was the impression he'd given when attending an anniversary of the school's founding. After they exited the elevator, the security chief led Fang Zhao through a long corridor and stopped in front of a room. There were quite a number of security personnel stationed outside. "Is the boss inside?" the chief asked one of them. "He's waiting." The person who replied swept his gaze across Fang Zhao and gave a groan, as if he had seen a person tired of living. Fang Zhao did not notice, his attention was elsewhere. There seemed to be music in the air. The door was opened, and the sound of a guitar being strummed wafted out. An astonished look appeared in Fang Zhao's eyes, and he stepped in to take a look. Other than a few bodyguards, there was only one other person present, sitting on a 1.5-meter wide sofa. This person was none other than Yanzhou's Shadowless Hands, Nadawuzi. His hair was streaked with gray and it looked like he was 20 years older than he was, totally different from his image in videos online. Fang Zhao had no idea whether it was his original look or he had styled his image this way. Nadawuzi was dressed casually, and his wavy shoulder-length hair seemed messy. He was sitting in a relaxed position, holding onto a guitar, his fingers strumming it as his eyes stared somewhere into the distance, as if he had not noticed the people entering. His every gesture seemed so random, as if he had separated himself from his surroundings and was in a world of his own. The security chief and the bodyguards inside were already used to Nadawuzi's manner. No matter the time, as long as it was not urgent, they would have to wait for him to finish strumming a tune before he spoke. Every tune was an improvised composition and was never repeated. The length varied, nobody knew how long he was going to strum this time. At the start, the chords were slow and unhurried, as if they had left the bustle of a city and arrived at a peaceful little garden. The warm glow of the sun carried a pleasurable sense of freedom and content, capable of soothing even the most jittery hearts. But gradually, the tune started becoming hurried, as if the sun had been blocked out by a thick layer of clouds. The clouds were gathering as they covered the sky, and the wind picked up as the faint rumble of thunder could be heard. The security chief was standing there quietly like a statue when he heard Fang Zhao ask, "Is there another guitar?" "What?" The security chief thought he had heard wrongly as he stared at Fang Zhao as if the man were a freak. Guitar. Instead of trying to salvage the situation or thinking about how to explain himself, he actually wants to strum a guitar. Did he soak his brains in alcohol? "Is there?" Fang Zhao asked again. The security chief did not reply. He did not talk to lunatics. He felt that this youngster was surely drunk and was not thinking straight. Fang Zhao continued, "Your boss is interrogating me right now. I have to answer him." The security chief looked up, and the look he gave seemed to ask, "Do you take me for a fool? When did the boss do any interrogating? Since they entered, he has not said a word. Your father is not deaf." "I need a guitar to explain my actions just now," Fang Zhao continued. The security chief continued acting like a statue. "Explain with a guitar. Making stuff up, continue making stuff up." Seeing the security chief still rooted to the spot, Fang Zhao urged, "Hurry, if he gets excited in a bit, I won't be able to interrupt." "TSK, interrupt indeed." The security chief wanted to say, "Continue making up more stuff," but hesitated as he remembered Fang Zhao's profession. Wasn't it rumored that people that dabbled in the arts could hear or see things that others could not? Could it be that their boss had used some sort of secret method to produce a sound they could not hear? Thinking of this possibility, the chief shivered and wanted to rub away the goosebumps that had appeared on his neck. He mulled it over for 2 seconds then muttered, "Wait here." After that, the chief made a gesture at someone else and, getting a reaction, turned and exited the room. The people outside asked their chief as they saw him coming out, "Chief, was that young fellow scared sh**less?" The security chief looked as though he had encountered a trick question. Casting a glance at the asker, he replied, "The boss hasn't finished his tune yet." "Oh, then I reckon we still have to wait a while. However, after the boss is done, that kid is going to get it." "To think he dared to make a ruckus in our territory," the guy said. "But chief, what are you doing outside at this time?" someone else asked. "Finding a guitar," the chief replied. "Finding a guitar?" "Yeah. The troublemaking fellow said he needs a guitar to explain to the boss." The security chief did not continue, instead hastily leaving to search for a guitar. As their chief left, those standing outside the room all had the same puzzled look on their faces. Explaining in guitars, what did they even have to do with each other? The security chief headed to his own office. He had a guitar inside, which had been given personally by the boss when he had been promoted. He had gotten a display cabinet installed and kept his treasured guitar inside. Was he really going to lend this guitar to that youngster? He was unwilling to give it up. What if it got damaged? But when he thought about it, the youngster was rich. If it was really damaged, he could get Fang Zhao to compensate more. It was only because he had seen Fang Zhao's information that he was willing to lend it out. If it was anyone else, would he have been so kind as to give it up? He quickly brought the guitar back into the room and handed it over to Fang Zhao. "Be careful, this guitar is expensive." "What about the amplifier and the rest?" Fang Zhao asked. "There isn't any," the chief answered. Back then, the boss had only gifted the guitar. Ever since he had received it, it had been kept in the display cabinet. Today was the first time it had been taken out. The security chief warned him once again, if you damage it, you have to pay. I know. Wait a minute, you are just going to play it like this? Don't you need the amplifiers, effects pedals, and whatnot? Fang Zhao pointed at a not too distant corner. Over there. That is boss's stuff. Isn't that meant for receiving guests? I don't know. The security chief tried his hardest to recall. He did not come here that often, but he would surely come here a few times a month, sometimes to give reports, other times when matters occurred in a certain area of the nightclub. However, all the times he had visited this room, he had never seen anyone using the equipment in that corner, including the boss himself. But hearing what Fang Zhao had said, the chief felt a little skeptical. Could it really be for guests to use? After all, where the boss was sitting was slightly further away from that corner, whereas every time there were guests or anyone giving their reports, the person would always sit where Fang Zhao was, which was closer to the corner. As the chief was pondering, Fang Zhao had already connected the cables, tested the sound, adjusted the amplifier, and played out a single chord. And when Fang Zhao played the chord, Nadewuzi's tune paused slightly. When Fang Zhao finished, only then did he continue. Fang Zhao listened to it and turned his head over to the statue-like security chief. I just asked, your boss has approved of me using this equipment. Security chief. I don't really understand these people who dabble in music. Carefully observing his boss's expression, there was really no anger, and the dazed look he'd had was no longer there. The chief also realized that, when Fang Zhao had played, the boss had even turned his head over, and there was a strange look in his eyes. It was somewhat complex, but clearly there was no disapproval in his eyes. I'm going to explain the matter that happened in the dance hall to your boss. Wait to the side first. Fang Zhao sat down after speaking. Every time the security chief saw Nadewuzi playing the guitar, he would praise it to the high heavens. Although he did not know many musical cells and could not understand the meaning expressed in the song, he knew how to watch. There were frequent ancient guitar performances at Space, and he had seen many, but he had never seen anyone who could compare with the boss. But now, the security chief felt that they had encountered an impressive one this time. Both Fang Zhao and Nadewuzi were not using the effects pedals. The guitar tones could be comparable to Nadewuzi's performances back then, though not as delicate, but they harnessed an intense destructive power. This meant to say that the two of them had firm control over their equipment. The guitars in the hands of Nadewuzi and Fang Zhao were both made from the same sort of wood, and they were of similar design and shape. The two guitars were probably from the same series, manufactured by the same person or team. The wood that had been used provided a fuller bass and resonance. The bass tune that came from Nadewuzi's side was like the impending thunder from an approaching tempest, seemingly restraining the fury that was about to burst out in his interrogation. And when Nadewuzi stopped, Fang Zhao paused for 2 seconds before resuming. Unlike Nadewuzi's tune, this one was peaceful yet intense. At this moment, Nadewuzi stared at Fang Zhao. His eyes were full of gloom, like dark clouds gathering. The tune he played was gloomy and getting more stifling by the minute. Fang Zhao's reply was instant, without time for a breather. His response was strong and unyielding. An unstoppable force meets an immovable object. This was what the others in the room thought. The two men holding on to guitars, taking turns to play a tune, really seemed like they were engaged in a dialogue. Gradually, the tempo became quicker and the melody more impassioned. The two appeared as if they had entered another realm and were completely immersed in it. The other people and objects in their surroundings had just become ornaments in the background. Actually, the moment Fang Zhao had picked up the guitar to play a tune, the atmosphere of the room had changed, as if everyone in the room had been shifted to another world. Puzzled looks were on the faces of everyone else in the room. Makes no sense. Can't understand. They just felt that the skills of the two guitarists were very good and the strumming was getting more and more intense. They had never heard these chords before, but it did not sound random. Hearing it placed a large strain on their nerves, but it was not jarring. It was more like their hearing ability could not keep up to the speed and caliber. As if using shoddy earpieces and sound equipment to listen to a high-quality masterpiece, the most essential parts would be hampered and they could not get the clear picture. They finally understood why people thought that great masters seemed to be from a different dimension. In their absent-minded state, they felt as if this scene was not from the world they were familiar with. Are these two really having a conversation? Just using guitars? How mysterious. It made them feel as if these two had not grown up on this planet, or perhaps the two were aliens. Could it be that these two did not live in normal human society? The security chief had once heard from someone, probably a certain band that had come to perform at space, that during their performance, it was actually the instruments communicating. Whatever sort of melody was produced by a band member's instrument, the others could reply with the most appropriate answer. Looking at Fang Zhao, other than the few pauses during the first few chords, he would pick up as soon as Nadewuzi stopped, as though they had practiced together before. This fellow had not come here before, right? He had never met Nadewuzi. Never had the two practiced before today, so how could they flow so smoothly? Even to the point where they knew when the other party was going to stop and continue on so seamlessly. Other than that, there was still that skill with the guitar. Where had Fang Zhao, that young fellow, learned it from? By himself, or under the guidance of a master? There was no need to doubt Nadewuzi, Yenzhou's shadowless hands, who had the rank of a great master. Whenever ancient electric guitars were mentioned, everyone would know who he was. In the past, many popular singers had personally invited him to collaborate. But Fang Zhao? His skill with the guitar was actually as adept. Had anyone heard of this person before in the ancient instruments circle? What was more astonishing was how old he was. The surrounding bodyguards viewed Fang Zhao in a different light, especially those bodyguards that had been with Nadewuzi for a longer time. Even if they could not understand what they were hearing, that did not prevent them from coming to a conclusion: this young fellow was impressive. To think he could actually face Nadewuzi head-on. Nadewuzi's expression was no longer as gloomy. His gaze was more incisive and his face was becoming increasingly flushed from the playing of the guitar as his cheeks trembled. Upon seeing this, the security chief and the other bodyguards thought to themselves, the boss's condition doesn't seem too stable. Is he going to flip? Just as they were thinking this, they saw Nadewuzi sway and suddenly stand up, seemingly like a bird of prey that had been provoked. With overflowing energy and a fire burning in his eyes, he strummed the guitar rapidly. Under Nadewuzi's hawk-like gaze, Fang Zhao calmly stood up, not showing any signs of weakness. He rapidly played an even more intense tune. The air seemed to be filled with countless invisible knives, the music like a raging storm that was not letting up. In the small room, it seemed as if there was a formless hurricane. The security chief felt as if he could hear the wrath of the ocean and the sound of surging waves crashing into a cliff and breaking apart. Everyone else in the room stood there dumbstruck as they watched the two musicians caught up in their own crazy performance. The whirlwind tempo kept increasing, and the two were like powerful machines that were out of control as the powerful strumming became more urgent and explosive and the room's temperature rose. Nadewuzi's grimacing face was completely red, and he seemed to be in a crazed state. In comparison, other than Fang Zhao's fingers that were strumming like the wind, he seemed a lot more tranquil, but of course, that was only on the surface. Strumming faster than the naked eye could catch was not a feat that could be replicated by any youngster in one go just by watching videos on the internet. To actually be able to differentiate the rhythm through hearing and keep up with the speed, his skill was indeed high. That skill. In the room, other than the two playing the guitar, everyone else stood rooted to the spot like statues, afraid to even move in case they were scalded by the high temperatures, even forgetting to breathe. Luckily, this stifling atmosphere did not last for too long. After another round of a stormy tune from Fang Zhao, Nadewuzi did not continue, instead hugging his guitar as he stood there panting, the crazed look on his face completely dissipating. His eyes were glowing as he looked at Fang Zhao. There was no gloom or anger, it was purely a look of delight and excitement. Nadiwuzi wiped away the sweat on his face and laughed heartily, like a warrior who just experienced a good fight that left him content. Ha 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 ha. And with Nadiwuzi's laughter, the explosive atmosphere from a while back no longer existed. The feeling of being dragged to another world also finally became normal, like the calm after a storm. The security chief lifted a trembling finger to his forehead and discovered a fine layer of sweat had formed. He took a long and deep breath. How was this a conversation? This was simply an improvised quarrel. However, their boss seemed to be quite happy despite the quarrel. After laughing, Nadiwuzi said, "You are very good." Fang Zhao laughed and replied, "You are really great yourself." They were not sure which words had triggered Nadiwuzi's funny bits, but he once again roared with laughter. Nadiwuzi took out a pen as thick as a thumb from his pocket and signed a bold and cursive name on the guitar, Nazi. People familiar with Nadiwuzi would know that he would only sign this name when facing close friends and family or when he really regarded someone as important and approved of them. At other times, he would only sign Nadiwuzi. And this guitar was not one that Nadiwuzi would use in public performances. He had used this guitar the longest, and it was different from the guitars he used in performances. This guitar was different from the ones used in performances that were custom-made for Nadiwuzi. Nadiwuzi had invested in his old ancient guitar manufacturing company. This guitar was from a series for the masses and was the best model in the series. Nadiwuzi had advertised this for his company. Nadiwuzi handed over the guitar he had signed. "This guitar is for you." After that, he pointed at the other guitar, the one Fang Zhao had used, which belonged to the security chief. "You sign too." Nadiwuzi spoke slowly, but every syllable seemed like his own bass, every word seemed so deep. Anyone hearing Nadiwuzi speak for the first time would feel uneasy. Fang Zhao had watched videos of some of Nadiwuzi's performances and interviews and knew he talked like this. He was not surprised, but it was Nadiwuzi's words that made him flabbergasted. "This isn't mine." Fang Zhao pointed at the security chief who was wiping off his sweat. "It is now," Nadiwuzi continued slowly, word by word. "A waste." The security chief. Did this mean that leaving it in the office was considered a waste? Fang Zhao took the pen and signed 2 words, Fang Zhao, on the security chief's guitar. Unlike Nadiwuzi's cursive signature, Fang Zhao's was distinct and straight. Nadiwuzi's face, which looked over 100 years old, was smiling so much that all his creases were appearing. This boss was very happy today. After receiving the guitar, Nadiwuzi still took a photograph with Fang Zhao before carefully placing the guitar at the side. Still smiling, he told Fang Zhao, "It is very late already. I will get someone to send you back first. As for this, I will get to the bottom of the matter and inform you." Nadiwuzi might have spoken slowly, but every word was distinct and full of sincerity. He truly meant that he would investigate the incident tonight, and if there was any inside story, he would definitely give Fang Zhao an account. "Many thanks," Fang Zhao replied. Nadiwuzi waved his hands and did not say anything else. He got his men to escort Fang Zhao out. Only the security chief and a few trusted aides were left in the room. The smile on Nadiwuzi's face completely vanished. With a cold flicker in his eyes, he asked slowly, "Where are the ones that got beaten?" The security chief took a step forward and respectfully answered. "In the medical treatment room, but they are currently restrained by our men." Nadiwuzi leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes, as if he was resting. He slowly spat out 3 words. "Drag them over." The security chief's eyebrows jumped. Drag was an understatement. Nadiwuzi let his men lead Fang Zhao to another exit that was less noticeable. From the time he had entered Nadiwuzi's room all the way till he left, all communications on his bracelet had been blocked, and they only returned back to normal after he got out. Notification sounds rang out as his bracelet vibrated. Fang Zhao took a look. He had missed over 10 calls and had notifications of over 100 messages. The messages' contents were all inquiring about whether the nightclub fight incident was real and whether he was all right. There were people from Silver Wing, the Virtual Projects Department, Wayne, Duan Xinji. A number of student leaders and teachers from Qian Academy of Music had also sent messages. Fang Zhao Mas sent a message informing everyone that he was safe, and he quickly received a new incoming call. The sender was the teacher in charge of his university class back when the original owner of this body had still been alive. When Fang Zhao went over to the school to give lectures, he would chat with his former teacher in charge. He was a plump middle-aged man who was always smiling. He seemed friendly, but students who were under him knew how fierce he could be. This teacher had coincidentally called as Fang Zhao was mass sending the message, so he picked up the call after he was done. Other people who called him after receiving the message had to temporarily be put on hold. His former teacher in charge sounded very worried. "Fang Zhao, what's your situation over there?" "It's nothing, I'm about to head home," Fang Zhao replied. His former teacher's tone had a hint of doubt. "It's really nothing." Fang Zhao switched to a video call. "I'm really fine." When he saw Fang Zhao's image and nothing seemed wrong, only then did the former teacher in charge feel at ease. He had been woken up by urgent calls from some of his students, informing him that Fang Zhao had fought in space and been detained by the security team. The news had scared him awake, and since he had not been able to contact Fang Zhao, he had contacted a few of his good friends. Only after that, when he tried calling Fang Zhao again, had the call gotten through. However, since when were those students so close with Fang Zhao? To actually help Fang Zhao find help in the middle of the night? Whatever the case, when he'd heard what had happened, Fang Zhao's former teacher in charge had become anxious too. Fang Zhao was his student and a junior he looked highly upon. Them teachers had discussed in private before and felt that this youngster Fang Zhao had the most potential for development and could best expand the influence of the Qian music faculty on the global scene. And hearing the news of Fang Zhao hitting someone in a nightclub was totally unimaginable. After that, Fang Zhao recorded a short video message and sent it out, informing everyone that he was safe and all right. "There are reporters around. It's not advisable to leave from the main exit or other exits known to our customers. Mr. Fang, please head this way." The security personnel led Fang Zhao to another path. "Right, your bodyguard came as well. We let him wait over there." Suiyu saw the message Fang Zhao had just sent. Because he had heard that Fang Zhao had had a situation here, Suiyu had gotten up in the middle of the night and driven over fully armed, and he'd even contacted a number of friends in Qian City. They had been ready to start a rescue mission. In the end, when he'd just arrived, he'd received Fang Zhao's message proclaiming he was safe, not giving Suiyu the chance to perform. When the security personnel outside the nightclub had heard Fang Zhao's name, their attitudes had seemed especially good, which puzzled Suiyu, and he'd even suspected that the security personnel were dropping smoke bombs to confuse him. When he received Fang Zhao's reply, it confirmed that the situation was not what he had imagined. It was instead totally different. Entertainment news is nothing but trouble. Suiyu lamented as he sat in the car waiting in Space's underground car park for staff. He had received news of Fang Zhao having a situation, and when Fang Zhao had been uncontactable, he'd went online and seen a few entertainment tabloid headlines. Silver Wing Virtual Project Department member fights 6 people barehanded. Showing his true colors after drinking. He actually dares to create trouble at space. Exposed video of Silver Wing boss assaulting others. The more Suiyu saw, the more speechless he became. Suiyu could believe Fang Zhao had taken on 6 people, his boss possibly had that much ability. Watching Fang Zhao kick someone straight offline in-game, he knew that Fang Zhao was definitely not as harmless as he looked. But after that, the news became, Silver Wing boss. The over-exaggeration here was too strong. There were a few dark, fuzzy, and noisy videos circulating. These videos were shaky, and nobody in the video could be clearly seen. The sounds of shouting, music, and commentary were all jumbled up in a mess. There was not a single clear video, but for sure, the place in the video was Space's dance hall, and in one of the videos, a person was seen hurtling through the air after a kick. As Fang Zhao came over together with the security personnel, Zuiyu examined him carefully and realized that Fang Zhao was fine. Wasn't it said that, whether there were reasons or not, any troublemaker at Space would suffer? Why did it seem like that was not completely true? One security personnel led the way in front of Fang Zhao, and behind him was another personnel carrying a large case and following behind diligently. When he saw that attentive behavior, Zuiyu even imagined that the guy was trying to steal his job. "Mr. Fang, your stuff has been placed in the car." The security personnel had been ordered by Nadewuzi to pack the guitar in a case and escort Fang Zhao out. Fang Zhao heard that Thomas and Chenglong were still inside, so he got someone to bring the two out and get the nightclub's driver to send them home. "Senior, are you really all right?" Thomas and Chenglong asked in disbelief once more before they left. "I'm fine. It's late, you guys hurry up and go home." Fang Zhao watched them leave with the driver before entering his own car. The car exited from an underground driveway and took an elevator up and emerged at a flyover. "Boss, you gave me a big scare today," Zuiyu said. "Where did you get the news from?" Fang Zhao asked. "The paparazzi king that you pulled into the team said you got into a fight at Space." No idea where he got the news from, but he might be waiting outside Space to grab some news. "I came the moment I heard the news and even called a few helpers. In the end, since you were all right, I let the others leave." "A pretty good reaction." "You get a pay raise this month," Fang Zhao replied. "Yeah, just nice for me to treat them to a meal." Even though they were not needed, they reacted quickly and came out in the middle of the night without any questions asked. "You can submit an expense claim for the food." "Haha, boss, you are wise indeed." Zuiyu's tension finally settled down, and he asked, "Boss, where did those 6 come from? What did they do?" "I don't know where they came from, but their target was me, and they seemed quite sinister. Nadewuzi said they had on them a drug that enhances creativity and stimulates the brain." Zuiyu shuddered. "You mean the kind of drug that is not prohibited but is loathed by all the older artists?" Zuiyu had heard of this even though he was not in production circles. When creating stuff, certain artists would use some medication to stimulate themselves when they were low on inspiration. It was rumored that, after using these drugs, the brain would be very active and their inspiration would be overflowing. It was a shortcut method used by many young artists these days and involved many industries, such as composing, photography, design, and others. However, older and more prestigious artists detested it bitterly. Taking medical substances to gain inspiration was not necessarily the most appropriate thing for a creator to do. Even if they could produce a work, it would not be ripe enough or perfect enough, and the creator might miss out on some of their own potential, which could have resulted in them creating a masterpiece. And once they were dependent on substances, their creativity might be restricted. Sometimes, inspiration needed a longer time to mature and required an accumulation of time and experience, but there were always impetuous people within the circle who thirsted for success and could not wait, hence choosing this path. There was an old artist that had once accepted an interview and given his views on this matter. He did not approve of using such substances to gain inspiration. There were even examples. Once, there were 2 directors from Yenzhou competing for the position of president of Yenzhou's Director Association. It was revealed that one of the directors had used substances in the process of filming many of his works, and ultimately, for the final vote, many old directors voted against him and he lost the election. These people probably had not had the chance to make their move in the private room and so had decided to make their move when Fang Zhao headed to the dance floor. Therefore, this had resulted in Fang Zhao's first ever dancing experience ending with assault. In Yanzhou's composing circles, for virtuous and reputable old artists, Fang Zhao only knew Shui Jing. If news was exposed of Fang Zhao using substances to compose, the person hurt the most would probably be Shui Jing. Qian Academy of Music might also terminate his employment, and he might even be alienated from the Qian music circles. Sui Yu's expression became solemn. Old Master Shui Jing is an academic representative. I heard that Old Master Shui is currently arranging a global lecture tour and will bring you along when the time comes. Could it be that some people are jealous and are trying to make Old Master Shui give up on his recommendation of you? But given Space's stringent security checks, how could these people have smuggled the drugs in? Unless they had people on the inside? That is why Nadawuzi said he would give me a full explanation. Boss, bring me along the next time you visit such places. It's safer to have a bodyguard by your side. In the future, there will surely be more such situations. Given Fang Zhao's ability, Sui Yu reckoned that his boss would keep climbing higher. Whether Fang Zhao walked down the path of a star or an academic, whether publicly or in the shadows, he would surely encounter many such situations. It had only been mind-stimulating drugs this time, but what if there were guns next time? Fang Zhao knew what Sui Yu meant. As long as he kept moving forward, there would be people pushed downward and people getting obstructed. But, regardless of the party, whoever was capable moved upward. Since I am capable and better than you, unless I let you pass on my own accord, you better obediently get lost behind me. Given Fang Zhao's character, he would not be scared off by such a matter. After all, he had 100 years' worth of experience from a darker time, and his temperament was different from his peers. If the ones that ordered this had already been surpassed by Fang Zhao, he would leave them further in the dust, but if this had been planned by those temporarily ahead of himself, when Fang Zhao surpassed them, he would stomp on them even more viciously. Sui Yu noticed his boss was not the least bit intimidated and asked, "Boss, have you seen the entertainment news?" "Nope." "Why?" "You made the headlines." "When?" "Just, the headlines of various tabloids are about this matter, saying that you smashed a nightclub and have an inflated ego. They even say the prospects of Jinro and the others following you are bleak. Media outlets keep stirring this up." Sui Yu seemed happy. When he'd found out that the truth was totally different from his reports, he had breathed easy. Given Fang Zhao's reputation, this matter making the headlines in such a short time was unlikely. Some strings were definitely being pulled in the background. Parties that saw Silverwing unfavorably could have made the move. Though they might not have had any connection with those people in the nightclubs, they would have pushed for the news of Silverwing being a joke and been delighted in Fang Zhao's suffering misfortune. Wayne was relieved as well when he found out the truth. He was figuring out their next move together with the public relations department. It just so happened that they could wait for this fire to burn bigger before borrowing the flame. News of Fang Zhao's fight at the nightclub was published in the wee hours of the morning. Many were still asleep, and there was a limit to the night owls that were still online. On the morning of the second day, when people were heading to school and work, the viewership was a lot greater. The F***CK. Fang Zhao. Creating trouble and assaulting others at a nightclub? Did I read wrongly? Visiting a nightclub in the middle of the night and assaulting others? Whoa, I couldn't tell that Fang Zhao had such a fiery temper. I heard he was drunk. Sometimes, a bottle of wine is more effective than a magic mirror. I'm rather new to this. May I know who Fang Zhao is? The brother who posted on top, are you new to the gaming circle? You should at least know Jinro God, right? Let me tell you, Fang Zhao is the immediate superior of Jinro and the others. Early on, I just could not stomach it. They say he is a composer who does not do any proper duties and doesn't understand games, so what qualifications does he have to be the boss? It is rumored that Fang Zhao makes things difficult for Jinro and the others, only caring about results and making them work overtime every day. Jinro was having breakfast while browsing the news. When he saw the discussion, he nearly spewed out all his food. Stop talking nonsense. I still wish to live longer in-game. The masses online could not know what Jinro and the others were thinking and were enthusiastically discussing this matter. Not a single one of these management-level personnel are good. Enjoying themselves in an office, only using their mouths to get things done and visiting a club at night while the people under them work like dogs. Yeah, with Fang Zhao having such a bad temper, I wonder how Jinro and the others survive under him. I hope they aren't being abused. The online masses had succumbed to influence and now pictured a scene of a rich, evil man bullying his pitiful workers. There were a number who spoke up for Fang Zhao, including teachers and students of Qian Academy of Music, but their numbers were limited, and without a good understanding of the situation, their voices were quickly drowned out. There were others that knew about Space's background and took delight in others' misfortune. They thought that Fang Zhao had surely suffered some serious injury. Fang Zhao also received many consoling text messages and calls. Even he could not tell which were genuinely sincere and which ones were making discreet inquiries. At 10 a.m., renowned ancient guitar master and one of the 3 fastest guitarists in the world, nicknamed Yenzhou's Shadowless Hands, Nadewuzi, updated his status on the world's largest entertainment social platform. There were no words, only a short tune of a guitar being played and a photograph. Nadewuzi liked to use audio to express his own feelings. The photograph was the one taken in space alongside Fang Zhao. In the picture, Nadewuzi was all smiles. Those closer to Nadewuzi posted joking replies below. The old man is so happy, perhaps he found another long-lost son. Or perhaps he discovered another long-lost grandson. Ignorant strangers inquired, why another? However, these old friends would not mention Nadewuzi's private affairs in public. Quickly, Nadewuzi's old friends added on to the commentary. After listening to the audio, all I can say is that the youngster in the photograph with that old fellow is not ordinary. This time, the old fellow was stirred up. Perhaps he has really found another son or grandson. Fang Zhao frowned as he read the comments. Son. Even grandson. The other way around would be more accurate. Afterward, Fang Zhao replied to Nadewuzi's status. Similarly, his reply was without words, just audio of a guitar tune. Backstage at a theater in Huangzhou, Li Kasi was getting his hair fixed by a stylist when he stretched out his hand and told his assistant, "Bring me my double-neck electric guitar." Li Kasi was just like Nadewuzi, one of the 3 speed-strumming maestros in the world. Thus, under Fang Zhao's reply to Nadewuzi's status, Li Kasi uploaded a reply that was also a wordless audio clip of a guitar tune. On a certain sea far away from Yenzhou, the last of the 3 great guitar masters, Jiminy, was enjoying the seascape on board a yacht. He chuckled faintly and said, "Makes sense," as he picked up a 10-string guitar. Jiminy uploaded a wordless guitar tune to Li Kasi's reply. Therefore, the many media outlets and online masses that were glued to Nadewuzi and Fang Zhao's situation were dumbfounded. These people, can they even use human language? In the eyes of the masses, ancient instruments were a so-called high-end art and were not easily understood. Normally, it was something that could not be used except by professionals. Among ancient instrument performers, these 3 speed-strumming maestros were not the most accomplished, but they were the most well-known. Why? Because the masses loved seeing these great masters show off. This time, all 3 globally renowned speed-strumming maestros had appeared, and this made Fang Zhao especially conspicuous. Who is that young fellow? A new talent in the industry? No idea. Don't tell me these great masters are using music to communicate. Unless, this is the rumored God's domain. No wonder us normal humans can't understand it. Anyone able to decipher the audio? Does God's domain mean nutcase's domain by any chance? Someone joked. The so-called God's domain is the stuff used by the gods at the apexes of their own circles. For example, the world's 3 speed-strumming maestros making use of audio to communicate, only those of the same grade would be able to understand. That Fang Zhao person, does it mean he is on a similar level to those three? This doesn't count, in my opinion. Fang Zhao has only coincidentally touched God's domain. People outside of Yenzhou all followed Jiminy and Li Kaxi's new statuses and traced it to Fang Zhao's profile on the social platform. Jiminy and Li Kaxi's fans were mostly non-academic and did not follow the trends, so when Xue Jing had brought Fang Zhao along for his global lecture tour, few among these people had taken notice, but now, with the appearance of the three speed-strumming maestros, Fang Zhao's new image was especially eye-catching. There was no need to bother about what people on other continents were thinking. Over at Yenzhou, reporters from every single big news firms were cracking their heads trying to think about what to write. Regarding music, they would only listen, and if it was pleasing, it would be downloaded. If it wasn't, it was chucked aside, and everything was based on their own preferences. These reporters would not analyze a song or try to decipher the meaning in a tune, but now, they felt as if they were facing a trick question in their career. What were they supposed to write if they could not understand it at all? Reporters of smaller news firms did not have many worries. Whether or not they interpreted it correctly did not concern them. What they cared about was how to write in such a way that would attract the most viewers and to get the masses to discuss it passionately. At this time, all the news firms were racking their heads trying to plot out the contents of news to be published. At least the bigger news firms still published proper news, and the contents were somewhat conservative, using the matter with the three speed-strumming maestros to praise Fang Zhao and making guesses about whether Fang Zhao had any blood relation with Nadewuzi. The smaller news firms were totally different, fabricating news as if they had seen it for themselves. Some mentioned that Fang Zhao and Nadewuzi were father and son, while others said they were grandfather and grandson. Of course, there were a number that concluded the two were up to some shady business in private. Whatever the case, Fang Zhao smashing up Nadewuzi's territory, getting out in one piece, and even receiving a guitar would have made anyone believe they had some sort of relationship. However, very quickly, Space released a statement saying that there were customers creating trouble in the wee hours of the morning and disrupting the business of the nightclub. Fang Zhao had acted heroically to help maintain the peace and was a junior that boss Nadewuzi thought highly of. So that means the few who were beaten up deserved it? It has already been reported to the police. Seems true. True or false, no one knows. I don't care who was right or wrong. What I want to know is whether Fang Zhao is Nadewuzi's long-lost grandson. Certain small news firms were quick to change their tune. Their criticism of Fang Zhao's ruthless temperament turned into praise for his heroic actions. Some people sneered at them receiving a slap in the face, but these small tabloids paid no head. They just had to continue fabricating when it came to grabbing people's attention. What? A smack in the face after the whole affair? So be it. Who cares whether it's praise or criticism? As long there is traffic and it's popular, if a smack on the left side of the face is not enough, the right side can be presented on a plate for everyone to bash. Traffic and popularity were the fundamental needs of these small tabloids. When it came to the truth and morality, how important were they? This was the approach many small media outlets took and was one of the reasons Silver Wing staff found them extremely troublesome. A lawsuit? These people were all experienced hands. Whether big or small, when it came to public opinion, these small media outlets never took the front line, nor were they cannon fodder. They would just follow behind the biggest companies *C's and pick up the scraps. They were not entirely able to dodge all lawsuits, but more than half the time, they would be unscathed. Over at Wayne's side, he had enlisted the help of people from public relations to handle this matter and take advantage of it to give Fang Zhao a boost in popularity and presence in the media. In this sort of superficial society, those who were not outstanding in the looks department had to reveal their faces more often to ensure people remembered them. As for the main character in this whole affair, Fang Zhao returned home and had a good sleep. After waking up, he first took a look at the progress of the various projects in the department. Following that, he left Wang Tai a message then went into lockdown mode. He had found some inspiration at Space. Although it was not considered enough to complete a piece instantly, he could first throw all this inspiration into a composition and follow up by modifying it later. In the afternoon, Fang Zhao received a text message from Nadiwuzi inviting him over for a chat. Nadiwuzi would share the developments of his investigation into the matter as well as play a little music. Remember to bring along the guitar, Nadiwuzi had stressed twice. This time, Suiyu had not logged into the game. As Fang Zhao's bodyguard, Fang Zhao was his main priority. On the way to space, Suiyu could not help but ask, "Boss, did you really come across God's domain?" Fang Zhao was even more skeptical than Suiyu. God's domain? What is that? Don't you know? It's the summit that gods in certain circles can reach, where they can see or hear things that others have no way of understanding. Didn't that occur to you with Nadiwuzi's status? The other two speedstrumming maestros also followed after you and replied with an ancient guitar tune. Everyone says that you all were using God's domain techniques to communicate, and people online are saying you have chanced upon God's domain. Nobody else was in the car, and Zuiyu really wanted to know. "Boss, are you really able to communicate using music?" Fang Zhao shook his head. Actually, that is a form of communication using conscious thinking. Through music, one can understand the other party's emotions, but they will not be as detailed as written or spoken communication. It is actually a sort of perception ability when it comes to music and has nothing to do with gods or whatnot. Some people acquire this ability after time, while others are born with that innate talent. These people might not have any musical knowledge or stepped into any circles, but when they listen to a piece of music, they are able to accurately feel the performer's emotions. Therefore, God's domain is actually not appropriate at all. It really isn't incredible. Discussions online even said that a certain music academy did an early release of test questions to let students analyze the communications in those 4 audio clips from God's domain. Some of those students are going to cry soon. Is there? Fang Zhao pondered for a beat and laughed. The teachers setting the exams should be clear on the situation. They are probably just teasing the students. Suiyu also felt a little sympathetic towards them. Those students are so pitiful. What were those teachers thinking? After all, it was an open book examination. They could use the current matter the public was discussing and give the students an examination that would leave a deep impression. Suiyu drove the car through the same underground driveway back into space. Inside the interior car park, the security chief was waiting. "Welcome Mr. Fang, the boss is upstairs. I'm here to escort you." The chief was rather polite on the way up. "My name is Chu Wei. Chu as in a tune, Wei as in proud. You can call me Little Wei. I'm the current security chief of the nightclub, and this is my contact number. If you encounter any problems in the future, feel free to contact me. I will personally help you settle it." Suiyu, who was following beside Fang Zhao, raised an eyebrow. How their attitudes have changed once again after one day. Even Little Wei. He is obviously around 20 years older than Fang Zhao and he has the cheek to be called that. What a character. Chu Wei led Fang Zhao to a larger room on the top floor. This room was used by Nadiwuzi for receiving friends. After Fang Zhao entered, Chu Wei did not leave but stood waiting outside. Suiyu also did not enter but found a seat at a nearby coffee table as he took note of the surroundings. "Hey, brother, a quick question." Chu Wei walked over without the same politeness he'd showed Fang Zhao, but he was still rather cordial. He poured a cup of tea for Suiyu before helping himself to one. Chu Wei curiously asked, "Has your boss trained before?" "Maybe in the military, or he took up classes. There is basically no second hit in his fighting style. Among the 6, only one of them took 2 blows, while the other 5 were all knocked out in one move." A number of things had come to light after this round of internal investigations. Someone had accepted a bribe and created a loophole for the perpetrators to go through, but they had not expected it to blow up such that even the boss would get involved. To investigate the 6 people, Chu Wei had watched the surveillance footage over 10 times. Especially the portion where Fang Zhao hit the other guys, Chu Wei had watched it at least 30 times. Actually, when I was watching the video, there was something I just did not understand. Chu Wei activated the playback of that portion of the video for Zuiyu. Zuiyu was Fang Zhao's trusted bodyguard, and since Chu Wei was investigating this matter, showing the video to Fang Zhao's attendant was the same. He had already obtained approval from his boss. Look at this part, and here too. Doesn't it seem as if he pauses for a brief moment and... How do I say it, I just feel that when he is fighting, he is so nimble, yet he seems a little out of sorts. This situation starts when the third person jumps in. Did your boss discover anything at that time? Chu Wei had originally wanted to ask Fang Zhao straight, but the boss wanted to strum a few tunes. The matter was not that urgent and Chu Wei could ask after they were done, but now that he was with Fang Zhao's bodyguard, he could just ask randomly. Zuiyu watched the video curiously. Due to the actions of Space's staff, not a single clear video of Fang Zhao fighting in the dance hall had been uploaded online. Those videos online were quite blurry and shook violently. Proper videos had been confiscated not just because of Fang Zhao but because of Space's image as well. Therefore, this was the first time Zuiyu had seen a clear video of Fang Zhao fighting off those people from all angles. He also noticed Fang Zhao pausing momentarily at the parts Chu Wei had pointed out. Although brief, these out-of-sorts feeling could only be seen by experienced and attentive persons. Chu Wei was not the security chief for nothing. You realize it too, right? I was very curious, did Mr. Fang notice any suspicious persons or things? Chu Wei asked. Zuiyu paused, took a deep breath, and exhaled while remaining silent for a few seconds. He then said, according to my experience, and given my understanding of him. What? Chu Wei leaned closer, wanting to listen to every single word of Zuiyu's. It might be totally different from what you are imagining, Zuiyu replied. Go on. His mind might have been wandering. Chu Wei thought he had just heard a joke, but when he saw Zuiyu's manner, it did not seem like a bluff. His mind was wandering. Letting his mind wander while fighting. And he could actually win. Plain disbelief was all over Chu Wei's face. If it was true, he had no way of expressing how shocked he really was. Noticing Chu Wei all wide-eyed as though he had seen a freak, Zuiyu patted him on the shoulder and, in the manner of an experienced person, told him, don't make a fuss over nothing. The boss might have come to realize the stuff in God's domain. Seeing Chu Wei still staring blankly, Zuiyu explained, in layman terms, it means that he found some inspiration for composing during the fight. Chu Wei. Thinking about composing in a fight? Zuiyu smiled knowingly. My boss is actually a really gifted artist. You should probably understand. Chu Wei thought about his boss Nadawuzi's everyday eccentricities, as well as his habit of disregarding everything in his surroundings and picking up a guitar. Suddenly seeing the light, he exclaimed, I understand. Zuiyu had noticed this happening with Fang Zhao a number of times in the game. When watching Fang Zhao slaying monsters in-game, there were times where his mind seemed to have left his body. When asked about it once, Fang Zhao's reply was that he had realized something at that point in time. As for what he realized, Zuiyu knew as well, song inspirations. Zuiyu had even joked that Fang Zhao was lucky not to have lived during the actual period of destruction. If such an out-of-body experience had occurred during the actual period, he would have long been dead. Fang Zhao had only laughed, he had not replied. Watching the surveillance footage of the dance hall once more, Zuiyu tried to guess whether his boss had had a realization. However, regardless of the truth, Zuiyu would not tell Chu Wei. If Fang Zhao had really found anything suspicious, he would have said it himself. As the bodyguard, it was better for Zuiyu to keep his lips tight. Suiyu had gone with the reply of, gaining inspiration. At least on the surface, he had given a reply. Whether Chu Wei believed him was another matter. Inside the room, Nadiwuzi handed over the preliminary findings of the investigation to Fang Zhao. The 6 men had been paid for this. Their employer was still unknown at this point, and more time was needed to continue investigation. The other party is probably experienced, given how he knew which people to employ and how to hide his own identity, but my guess is that the other party isn't one of those big companies. Given my many years of experience, the possibility of a big company using these means is extremely small. At the most, they would give it a push on the back if they caught wind of it. After all, it is because of you that Silver Wing has a virtual projects department and a currently emerging gaming department. There was something else that Nadiwuzi refrained from saying. If these big companies really wanted to do something, they would target Duan Xianji or other senior management executives, not someone of Fang Zhao's status. Also, their methods would not be so simple. It was rare for Nadiwuzi to speak so much, but this was a sign of his sincerity. In the first place, it was his nightclub that had had the lapse that had allowed these people a chance to make their move. Furthermore, Nadiwuzi wished to invest in Fang Zhao. Many times, some small characters without presence will bite you over trivial matters. The moment you are not alert, they might bite off a big chunk of flesh. Luckily, you were guarded this time, Nadiwuzi said. Back then, he had been a glittering celebrity too and had his own fair share of troubles. If Fang Zhao was not aware of the perpetrator's intentions this round, the drugs could have been injected or slipped into his pockets. From there, arranging for a journalist to report about Fang Zhao, using stimulant drugs and visiting a nightclub for inspiration, would have been really troublesome for Fang Zhao. Once you get famous, these things become more common. Prepare yourself, these things can't be guarded against, and you can only be careful. Noticing Fang Zhao looking pensive, Nadiwuzi continued on, most likely, it's some personnel from a small or medium-sized company. They are probably afraid to do anything to Silver Wing's senior executives, so they targeted you. Understood. Fang Zhao had some doubt in his heart, but Wang Tai was also helping him investigate. He would get the findings soon. After all that, Nadiwuzi told Fang Zhao the reason he had been called over. Fang Zhao, your speed strumming skill is quite good. Self-taught? Nadiwuzi asked. I learned from someone a long time ago. After that, I practiced for quite some time. Playing it in my mind counts, right? Fang Zhao thought to himself. However, Nadiwuzi had guessed wrongly. He had thought that Fang Zhao was mostly self-taught and had been learning for a long time. No wonder you play so well despite not having a reputation in the ancient instrument circles. In the future, you can come and stretch your legs with the others in the ancient instrument circle, take part in some performances, or even come to my club to strum a few tunes. Why don't you play a tune now? I know that you did not give your all last time. Show me your fastest strumming speed. Nadiwuzi switched on a camera at the side and prepared to record. He told Fang Zhao, after this recording, I will upload the video of your speed strumming online. That will dispel people's doubts of you. Don't worry, this guitar of mine is high quality. There will be no issue when strumming. I have used it for so many years already and maintained it well. The quality of the strings could be said to be the best in the world. Just be at ease and strum to your heart's content. Nadiwuzi was in a good mood and was speaking a lot more today, although he was still speaking slowly, unlike his lightning-quick strumming. All-out strumming? Fang Zhao asked. That's right, you don't have to hold back. Let me see how fast you can go. Generally speaking, a period was needed for someone to adapt to a guitar that did not belong to them, but Fang Zhao did not need it. During their previous communication, in the wee hours of the morning, Nadiwuzi had seen it for himself. This time, he hoped that Fang Zhao would give him a surprise. The strumming started with a tune like a silk cloth sliding across the floor, quick and flowing. The density of the notes were concentrated raindrops pounding on the body. Fang Zhao's wrist was swiveling rapidly on the guitar neck as the fingers of his left hand looked as though they were on a piano keyboard. The speed was still rising, the notes becoming more and more urgent. Most people could only hear the starting and ending notes. As for the middle portion, unless they used equipment, they would not be able to differentiate it. However, Nadiwuzi had an outstanding hearing ability that an ordinary person's could not compare to. He was praised as one of the world's 3 speed-strumming maestros, and before Jiminy and Likasi had emerged, he had occupied the throne of speed strumming for close to 20 years. At the start, Nadiwuzi had a gratified and excited smile. From the view of one from an older generation, as he was listening, he could appreciate it in his heart. But gradually, the smile on Nadiwuzi's face disappeared, and he no longer pondered, instead focusing his attention on listening. Even so, he found it strenuous, and this sort of feeling was getting stronger. Fang Zhao's fingers were flying around so quickly they appeared to have vanished. It seemed like a fireball was jumping around on the strings and the guitar was like a reactor undergoing nuclear fission, releasing an immense amount of energy. The torrential downpour of notes pounded away, and even Nadiwuzi, who had a superb hearing ability capable of slowing music down, could not keep up. Is this Fang Zhao's speed? Nadiwuzi stared at Fang Zhao in shock, not believing his own eyes and ears. For people without a strong sense of musical perception, it might have only seemed like a dazzling display of skill, but for people like him who had good musical perception, this was simply a colossal blow to him. And this blow had been brought about by Nadiwuzi himself. His mind was on the verge of shutting down from the concentrated bombardment of notes. His whole body was shocked to the core by that immense energy. However, at this moment, when the atmosphere had been built up and was on the verge of exploding, it abruptly disappeared. Fang Zhao had stopped. Nadiwuzi regained his composure and waited a full 8 seconds before looking at Fang Zhao blankly. Only sounds of exhaling came from his throat, as he could not bring himself to speak. He looked at Fang Zhao with an imploring gaze that asked, "Why didn't you continue?" "It's out of tune," Fang Zhao replied helplessly. He had not wished to stop midway either. His mind had been overflowing with inspiration just now, and he had nearly forgotten all about Nadiwuzi's motive for getting him to play. However, since the strings had become out of tune and it would become more severe if it was not retuned, he could only break his train of thought and stop. When Nadiwuzi heard these words, the muscles on his face nearly cramped up. Was Fang Zhao actually able to hear the notes going off-key at that speed? He had been totally unable to catch up already and had not noticed any off-key notes, yet this young fellow had actually caught it the first time. That meant this little fellow's hearing ability far surpassed his own. Nadiwuzi stared silently for a while at Fang Zhao, as if he was observing a new species, before stumbling over to the coffee table at the side. Fang Zhao hurriedly put down the guitar and prepared to go over and lend an arm for support. Nadiwuzi's appearance seemed as if he had suffered a big blow. His face was pale and his steps were unsteady, as though he might faint at any time. Nadiwuzi forced a smile and raised his hands to wave Fang Zhao off, meaning he did not need Fang Zhao's help. He pressed a button on the coffee table that made a drawer pop out. Retrieving a small bottle of medicine, he sprayed himself a few times, and after some deep breaths, color returned to his face. Resting on the sofa, Nadiwuzi recuperated for a while before speaking. "I am relieved, and I am also glad." The look Nadiwuzi gave Fang Zhao was complicated. It was the sum of all sorts of feelings in his heart. "I am very relieved that you did not appear back in my day." If a Fang Zhao had appeared during Nadiwuzi's glorious days, Nadiwuzi might not have had the cumulative fame and popularity he had now and would not have had that strong self-confidence and haughtiness when playing the guitar. "I am also glad because, if Yanzhou doesn't have me, there is still you." Nadiwuzi might be known as one of the 3 speed-strumming maestros in the world, but due to age, his health was no longer as it once had been during his peak. He was unable to compete with Jiminy, who was 20 years younger, or Likasi, who was only 40+ years old. In New Era terms, 45 was the prime of one's life. Furthermore, both Jiminy and Likasi had lots of experience being at the summit, whereas Nadewuzi would slowly decline. Nadewuzi was not one to concede defeat or admit old age and was still holding back anger in his heart. Although he no longer gave public performances, he still practiced loads in private. He always felt that he could stake it all and pit himself against Jiminy and Likasi for a round. However, reality was cruel, and the changes in his body restricted him. But now, Nadewuzi felt as if a great weight on his heart had been lifted. He no longer felt regret. When a disparity was small, people tended to brood and not admit defeat, but if the disparity was large and there was simply no way of closing the gap, even if the person was not as good, he would be at less of a loss. Nadewuzi clearly recognized that, even if he was still at his peak, there was no way he could compete with the skill that Fang Zhao had just displayed. When he was younger, Nadewuzi had always heard people say that, when he was strumming the guitar, he was like a robot in human form, achieving feats that were not possible for normal humans. But now he felt that the one in front of him was the real robot in human form. Was that even possible for a human? Previously, people who had watched Nadewuzi's performance would say that, after watching him, there was nothing much interesting to watch among others' performances, but now, Nadewuzi felt that, after seeing Fang Zhao play the guitar, rewatching videos of his past performance had no meaning anymore. Taking a deep breath, Nadewuzi felt his strength returning. He grabbed a piece of tuning equipment and surveyed the guitar. Indeed, the guitar strings were out of tune. Fang Zhao was right. Not in a rush to tune it, Nadewuzi sat down and proceeded to pour Fang Zhao and himself a cup of tea. Interested in working together? Nadewuzi asked. I own a few businesses besides this nightclub, and there is one that everyone knows of, Naz. An ancient instruments brand that specializes in all sorts of ancient musical instruments. The ancient guitar is the main product, and I would like to invite you to be the brand ambassador of Naz. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.